check. Okay. தண்ணி மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் வேண்டியது. Check. Check. Hello. Right. So, good morning everyone. Before beginning, my request to you is please close your eyes for 2 minutes. Close your eyes for 2 minutes. Open your eyes. Okay. So, I welcome you all to the fast track batch for CA Intermediate May 23 exams. Income tax. This fast track batch will last for 6 days. 6 நாளையும் we are going to cover the entire syllabus. Sir, income tax வந்து it is very detailed. Syllabus அவ்வளோ பெருசா இருக்கு, but still 6 daysல cover பண்ண முடியுமா? உங்க கோஆபரேஷன் இருந்தா கண்டிப்பா பண்ண முடியும். So I presume that most of you would already have either studied the syllabus or gone through the material. அதனால நான் ரொம்ப in-depth போக மாட்டேன், பட் இருந்தாலும் சொல்லி தரும்போது எதுவுமே புரியாத மாதிரி கூட இருக்காது. லைட்டா I am going to brush up with the concepts of all the topics. ஏன்னா கான்செப்ட் கிளியர் இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் நீங்கள் எக்ஸாமில் வந்து கரெக்டாக ஸ்கோர் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் நாட் ஓன்லி கோயிங் டு பி ரிவிஷன் விட கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. ஓகே, இன்னைக்கு வந்து டே 1. ஸோ டே 1ல வந்து our target is to complete number 1 basic concepts, number 2 we are going to complete tax rates, number 3 we are going to complete residential status, and number 4 we are also going to complete exemptions other than agriculture exemption and SEZ. agriculture and SEZ வந்து more related to PGBP. அதனால PGBP படிக்கும்போது when we study those exemptions it will be easier to understand. So அது தவிர மீதி எல்லாம் கவர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். And if time persists we will start with house property also. So let's start with basic concepts. First and foremost, to develop our country, the government needs two things. Number one is power. The government needs power, and number two, the government needs money. Without power and money, it will not be able to do its development activities that it wants to do to develop the country. Power comes from the constitution, and money can come from three sources. Number one, government's own ventures or own business. Government business பண்றாங்க. From that business, if they are earning any profit, that will be a source of income for the government, and with that they can carry out the development activities. For example, the government will own a percentage in many public sector company. Indian Oil la stake வச்சிருக்காங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய companies la they will be having ownership. From that they will get dividend income. That is government's own business and own money. Second source is taxes. Taxes is also a compulsory fee that is charged from the people. It can be on any product, it can be on income, it can be on any activity, and from that taxes they will carry out the development activity. However, taxes எவ்வளோ வேணுமோ அவ்வளோ கலெக்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. ஏன்னா அதுக்கு மேலே கலெக்ட் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அந்த கவர்மெண்ட் அந்த பார்ட்டியே will be thrown out of the power to bring the next party. So ஓரளவுக்கு தான் tax collect பண்ண முடியும். So other than own business and taxes, if any other money is required, then obviously they will go for borrowing from some other country, or borrowing from the own country itself through RBI, etc., or borrowing from international funds like International Monetary Fund. நம்மளுக்கு we are more concerned about taxes because our subject is income tax. Taxes liye there are two types, direct tax, indirect tax. ரொம்ப டீடைல்ல போக மாட்டேன். The difference between direct tax and indirect tax. Direct tax தான் நாங்க இப்போ படிக்கிறது income tax, and indirect tax க்கு example is GST. Why it is called direct tax? Because directly it is charged on income or wealth of a person. எவ்வளோ இன்கம் இருக்கு அதோட ஒரு percentage is called direct tax. But indirect tax is charged indirectly on goods or services. ஒரு ப்ராடக்டோட பிரைஸ் 10 ரூபா. அந்த 10 ரூபால உங்களுக்கு actually you will not be knowing exactly how much is the taxes. While paying that 10 rupees, indirectly you are paying the taxes also for that particular product. Hence it is indirect. Next, in direct tax, the incidence does not pass. ஒருத்தங்க மேல tax போட்டாச்சுன்னா அவங்க தான் அந்த tax கட்டணும். But indirect tax can be passed to the end consumer. So for example, if நான் ஒரு பொருள் வாங்கியிருக்கேன், I have bought a particular product, and on that I am paying any tax, but I don't want to pay the tax to the government now, then I can sell this product to some other person. So indirectly that person will be paying the tax to the government. Hence the end consumer bears the tax of the indirect tax. Then direct tax is progressive. Progressive means what Kanna? Progressive means the rich people are taxed more, poor people are taxed less. But regressive means what? Poor people are taxed more. Answer is no. All are taxed equally. Progressive means what? Rich are taxed more, poor are taxed less. But in regressive tax, all are taxed equally. All are taxed equally. Now coming to power. Money பத்தி பார்த்தாச்சு, இப்போ பவருக்கு திருப்பி வரும். Power comes from constitution. So the power to collect the taxes comes from the constitution, but before giving that power, the constitution also places a restriction. Enna restriction na? No tax except law. There is an article called Article 265 which tells no tax can be levied except by way of law. Law இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் tax collect பண்ணலாம். Lawல tax collect பண்ண முடியும் அப்படி எழுதலைன்னா tax collect பண்ண முடியாது. The government just like that cannot go to the public and collect the tax. Now comes the question, who can frame the law? It is given in article number 246. அதுல 7th schedule ஒன்னு இருக்கு which has 3 lists: union, state, concurrent. Union means power is with the central government, state list is power is with the state government, and concurrent list means power is shared with both central government as well as state government. Okay, in union list only there is an entry. It means there is a list, number 1, number 2, number 3 அந்த மாதிரி பெரிய லிஸ்ட் இருக்கு. அந்த லிஸ்ட்ல என்ன ஐட்டம் கொடுத்திருக்கோ for that item the central government is having the power to make the law. Okay, so entry number 82 contains income tax on income other than agricultural income. Hence central government is having the power or parliament is having the power to draft the laws on income tax. However, other than agricultural income, so central government கிட்ட agricultural income மேல income tax collect பண்றதுக்கு rights கிடையாது. So யார் கிட்ட rights இருக்கு? Answer is state government கிட்ட rights இருக்கு, because agricultural income tax is covered in the state list. Income tax on agricultural income. But voluntarily state governments do not collect the income tax. Okay, that is a different concept. So now we know about the power and money. Now let's come to income tax law. Sir, is income tax law equal to income tax act? Income tax act and income tax law rendume same? Answer is no. Both are not the same. Both are different. Income tax law is a much wider term, whereas income tax act is only a part of the income tax law. Income tax law contains 5 parts, or you can say 5 components of income tax law. Number 1, income tax act. Number 2, annual finance act. Number 3, income tax rules. Number 4, circular notification. And number 5, court decisions. Court decision. Okay, so firstly, briefly let us see what is income tax act. Income tax act is a part of income tax law, but it is only the main part or main component of income tax law, because income tax law itself revolving around the income tax act only. Income tax act வந்து it is a law passed by parliament in 1961, and from 1/4/1962 it came into effect. So 1/4/1962 லந்து income tax act 1961 power came into force. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி income tax act கிடையாதா? Answer is no. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி also there was an income tax act, that was a different act, this is a different act. அது change பண்ணி புது act கொண்டு வந்துட்டாங்க. But நம்மளுக்கு வந்து அது பழசு, because it is there since 1961 itself. Now in income tax act there are 3 categories of provisions, or provisions are there in a structured manner. First வந்து chapter இருக்கும், what we are studying, no, residential status, basic concepts, and the mari income tax act la chapters irukku. Over chapter la there are sections. Section only contain the main crux of the act, and there are schedules which contain some additional or extra information. Section ku vandu there are parts. So for example, if we are studying this 6(1) to C, 6(1) to C, இது வந்து நாங்க எப்படி சொல்லுவோம்னா, this we will call it as section 6, then this we will call subsection 1, then clause 2, subclause C. Section 6, subsection 1, clause 2, subclause C. So subsection is a sub part of a section, clause is a part of a subsection, subclause is a part of a clause. So அந்த மாதிரி continue. However, subsection இருக்குல்ல, generally ஒரு section கடியில if there are 2 or 3 subsections, it means all the subsections together if you read, then only you will get the complete meaning of the section. Means ஒவ்வொரு subsection தனித்தனியா படிக்க முடியாது. However, in some sections ஒவ்வொரு subsection வந்து தனியா படிக்கலாம், it will have a separate meaning altogether. Hence it will not be called as subsection, it will be called directly as clause. For example, section 2 clause 1 subclause C. ஏன் section 2 clause 1 சொல்றேன்னா, in section 2 if you know there are many definitions, நிறைய definitions வந்து section 2ல இருக்கும். ஒவ்வொரு definition வந்து நீங்க தனித்தனியா படிக்கலாம். You can read the definition separately and they will have a separate meaning. You need not read the second part to know what is the complete meaning of the first part. Hence it will not be called subsection, it will be called clause. In income tax act in your syllabus there are 3 sections, that is section number 2, section number 10 and section number 47, where directly after section clause will come, subsection will not come. Okay, then subclause, clause means independent, so it is either a subpart of a section or independent of each other. It can be either. Then subclause is a subpart of a clause, and proviso means what? Exceptions or conditions. It means one section, if it is not applicable to a particular class of people or in some certain situation, then it is called proviso. Proviso generally starts from the word provided. Okay, then explanation. Explanation is a part of a section which will contain some clarification. Okay, sometimes section வந்து ஃபுல்லா படிச்சா எக்ஸாக்ட்டா என்ன மீனிங் சொல்ல வருதுன்னு புரியாது, அதனால explanation போட்டுருவாங்க, so that the income tax act will be clear that this is what we mean. We will see examples also when we learn. Okay, so this is income tax act. Now let's come to annual finance act. Income tax act, I told you that from 1962 it came into force. இது வரைக்கும் அதே same act தான் இருக்கு, but அதே same act continue பண்றது in such a dynamic world it is not possible. That is why changes have to be brought in the income tax act, and that change is majorly brought by annual finance act. So every year when in the parliament, when the budget session is announced, the finance minister also brings the annual finance bill along with the budget. This annual finance bill, if it is approved by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and also gets the president's signature, it will become annual finance act. Annual finance act la vandu amendments to income tax act are given and also tax rates are given. Amendment na enna? Amendment means changes. Amendment means changes. So changes in the income tax act are given in annual finance act. So every year annual finance act is brought, and in the year of election, Lok Sabha election, there are two annual finance act. Annual finance act part 1, annual finance act number 2. So the earlier government will bring finance act number 1, new government will bring finance act number 2. So next year when there will be Lok Sabha election in 2024, there will be two finance acts. Now finance act comes only with the budget. அதுக்கு முன்னாடியும் கொடுக்க முடியாது, அதுக்கு அப்புறம் கொடுக்க முடியாது. However, if in any urgency there is a need to change the income tax act, is it possible? Answer is yes, it is possible. It is done through taxation law amendment act. Taxation law amendment act. So the question arises, can only the annual finance act amend the income tax law? Answer is no. Taxation laws amendment act can also be brought to amend the income tax law, and it is not necessary that the name should be taxation law amendment act. Any name can be there. That act will be brought to change the income tax law. For example, during COVID time, some concession or relief had to be given to the taxpayers. For that, the finance minister cannot wait till the budget. So before itself she will bring such an act where all the relief and everything will be given. Okay, so in emergency case, taxation law amendment act will be introduced. Now let's come to income tax rules. Okay, income tax rules are given by CBDT. It is not given by finance ministry, given by CBDT, which is Central Board of Direct Taxes, or in common language or layman's language people call it income tax department. Okay, income tax department the CBDT, they will bring the rules. Why do they bring the rules? Because it is not possible for the finance ministry to decide each and every small thing. They will only decide the policy, and the policy la vandu overall நாங்க என்ன change கொண்டு வர போறோம் அது வந்து அவங்க decide பண்ணிட்டு கொடுத்துருவாங்க. But small minute things relating to procedure and everything will be decided by CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes. So we have given, as people, we have given the power to central government. Central government has given power to finance ministry. Finance ministry, for making the rules, it has given power to CBDT. Hence, whatever CBDT will make the rule, we will have to follow. Okay, so why are the rules made? To carry out the purpose of the act. Next, rules also similarly contain sub rule, clause, proviso and explanation. Section mariye rule la kuda in the subparts ella irukku. Now let's come to circular and notification. Circular and notification. So, circular is brought out by CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Why is circular brought? To clarify the doubts that people have, okay, or if there is any problem, to solve the problem as well. There will be some situations where people will not be able to understand the meaning of a section, or they will not be able to implement that section. In such case, to solve that problem, CBDT will come out with circular. However, it will be related to section. Section oda power வந்து Income Tax Act கிட்ட மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு, CBDT கிட்ட இல்ல. That is why it is our wish if we want to follow the circular or if we don't want to follow the circular. But CBDT themselves will give the circular, correct? So they will have to kandipa follow the circular. அவங்க கண்டிப்பா follow பண்ணணும். That is why it is binding on CBDT but not binding on Assessee. If we want, if it is beneficial for us, let us follow. If it is not beneficial for us and if we don't follow, we can fight that we don't want to follow it. We think that this section means a different meaning. அந்த மாதிரி நாங்க ஃபைட் பண்ணலாம். ஓகே, ஃபாலோ பண்ணலன்னா கண்டிப்பா ஃபைட் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கும். இட்ஸ் ஜஸ்ட் லைக் தட், இஷ்டத்துக்கு ஃபாலோ பண்ணாம இருக்க முடியாது. ஓகேவா? ஓகே, நவ லெட்ஸ் கம் டு நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன். Notification can be given by central government as well as CBDT. Central government வந்து provisions implement பண்றதுக்கு notification கொடுப்பாங்க. For example, ஒரு section ஏற்கனவே ஆக்ட்ல வந்துருச்சு and அந்த section வந்து என்னையில இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கும். They will give in the notification that this section is going to start from this particular date and such things. Similarly, CBDT will bring notification to make the rules or amend the rules. To introduce the provision or to make or amend the provision, that is Income Tax Act, the government is having parliament, but CBDT is not having parliament. Hence, the rules CBDT will bring through notification. Okay, and since rules power is there with CBDT, that is why notification given by CBDT is binding on everybody. Everybody has to follow because CBDT கிட்ட powers இருக்கு. Okay, so this is difference between circular and notification. Circular is brought by CBDT, notification can be by central government as well as CBDT. Circular is there to clarify the doubts and notification by central government is to implement the provision, by CBDT is to make rules or amend the rules. Circular is not binding on Assessee, only binding on CBDT. Such notification is binding on everybody. Okay, now let's come to decision by courts. Decision by courts is generally a part of your CA final level. Okay, not a part of your intermediate case laws and everything. யார் வந்து high court, supreme court etc decide பண்ணிருக்காங்க. In your level, if you know that whatever case is decided by Supreme Court is applicable to entire India, it is the rule. And similarly, whatever case is decided by the High Court, it applied to the respective state. So for example, if I am fighting with the Income Tax Department, case is going to Supreme Court, and if I win the case, then this case will not only apply to me, it will apply to the entire country. Entire country can take the benefit of the case. Similarly, let's say if I am going to the Madras High Court and fighting the Income Tax Department, and if I win the case, then entire Tamil Nadu people can take the benefit of that case. Okay, but in any other court, for example in district court, in appeal level or scrutiny level with assessing officer, if I am fighting and winning, it will be applicable only to me, not to anyone else. Right. So these are the components of income tax law. Is the speed okay? உங்களுக்கு புரியுதா? புரியுதுல? Because generally this is இது எடுக்கும்போது ஸ்டார்டிங்ல ரொம்ப டீப்பா எடுப்போம், but fast track batch இருக்கறனால I am taking it a little fast so that we can cover everything quickly. Moreover, exam point of view la இது அவ்வளோ relevant கிடையாது. If you know the basics, even if question comes, easily you will be able to answer. Now this is very very important what we are going to learn. So first வந்து நாங்க introduction பார்த்துட்டோம் about direct tax, indirect tax, then income tax law and income tax act பத்தி basics தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். Now let us come to, okay, this I did not take, no, parts of the finance act. So there are 4 parts of the annual finance act. First part la வந்து current assessment year ஓட rates வந்து கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. என்ன assessment year போயிட்டு இருக்குது, Okay, so for example, if Finance Act 22 is being brought, then assessment year 22-23, current assessment year, then TDS rate for current assessment year they will give. Then advance tax and TDS rates for salary, this only will become the rate of the next year. புரியுதா? advance tax rate வந்து இப்போ கொடுப்பாங்கல, அது next year வந்து income tax rate மாறி. Then part 4 வந்து net agricultural income எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது அதோட rules கொடுப்பாங்க. That also we will know how to calculate the agricultural income. Now let's come to steps to calculate the total income and taxes. This is very very important because this page only gives the structure as to what entirely you are going to study. Income tax you have to find out, and for finding out the income tax, what are the steps we are going to see one by one. So step number 1 is person. You have to identify what person the assessee is. Assessee means what? Taxpayer. Yaar tax katrangalo avanga da assessee. So assessee vandu what type of person? Whether assessee is individual, HUF, partnership firm, company. So adu vandu endha type of person நீங்க கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Based on the type of person only it will be decided what will be the other aspects or other provisions. Next, after you decided that person, then based on the rules specific for that person, you have to decide what is their residential status, whether the person is a resident or non-resident, or in some cases resident ordinarily resident, resident not ordinary, non-resident. அதுவும் நாங்க படிக்க போறோம். Okay, then for why we have to know residential status? Because resident ordinarily resident க்கு வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா entire global income will be taxable. இந்தியால சம்பாரிச்சாலும் taxable, இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில சம்பாரிச்சாலும் taxable. நான் ரெசிடென்ட்க்கு வந்து வெறும் இந்தியால சம்பாரிச்சா மட்டும் தான் taxable. Only if they are earning in India it is taxable. Hence it is important to know residential status so that you can pick what incomes are taxable, what income is not taxable. So after knowing what is taxable income, you have to divide the income into 5 heads or 5 categories. First head vandu salary head of income. Second is house property. Third one profit and gains from business or profession or PGBP. Fourth capital gain. Fifth one income from other sources, IFOS. So salary, house property, profit and gains from business or profession, capital gains, income from other sources. Salary, as we know, normal salary income, but adliyum in depth irukku, you know definitely because it's such a huge chapter. So nook and corner we are going to see. House property generally determines rental income. PGBP is business or profession. Capital gain is transfer of capital asset, and the residuary category, it means whatever is not covered under other heads will be covered under income from other sources. However, certain incomes like dividend income, royalty income will always be covered under income from other sources. Okay, that also we are going to see. Now, when there is an income, there will also be exemption or deduction, because we are going to learn in some time that in income tax, income does not mean gross. Income means net. On the net income only you have to pay the tax. On the gross income you need not pay the tax. Net income means what? Finding out the gross income or revenue, from that deducting the expenses and finding out the net income. However, the net profit that you see in the profit and loss account is totally different from the net income as per Income Tax Act. Accounting rules are separate, income tax rules are separate. Okay, that we will learn in detail. But now why I am telling this is because on the net income only tax is going to be paid. Hence, on the gross income you can reduce expenses or deductions. Okay, deductions are the expenses that you can reduce from the income. Then what is exemption? Exemption is an income that is not taxable. Deductions means you can reduce it from the income. Exemption means income itself is not taxable. So that is the difference between deduction and exemption. Fine. So after finding all this, we will find the net income, and that net income, after that we have to do clubbing. Clubbing means what? Income of some other person. Okay, included in assessee's total income. For example, income of minor child, income of minor child is included in the income of the parent whose income is higher. Okay va? So minor child வந்து income tax கட்ட வேண்டியது இல்லை, ஒரு சில கேசஸ்ல தான் கட்ட வேண்டியது இருக்கும், மெஜாரிட்டி கேசஸ்ல கட்ட வேண்டியது இல்லை. ஏன் கட்ட வேண்டியது இல்லைன்னா அவங்களோட இன்கம் அவங்க பேரண்டோட இன்கம்ல போய் சேர்ந்துரும். Okay, like that other cases are also there that we will be learning in detail in clubbing. Then set off and carry forward of losses. Sir, income இருந்தா income tax கட்ட வேண்டியது இருக்கும், but loss இருந்தா government வந்து பணம் கொடுப்பாங்களா? Definitely not. Government is not going to come and give you the money, but government will give one benefit, and that benefit is set off and carry forward. For example, if you are having a loss, then you can, and you are having an income also, then the government is giving the benefit that you can reduce the loss from the income, and only on the net income you pay the tax. Let's say there is a loss, but there is no income to set off the loss. Hence, the government gives the benefit that you can carry forward this loss to the next year, and next year when you are having income, you can set off the loss and pay the tax only on the reduced amount. Okay, this is set off and carry forward. இது கூட டீடைல்ல நாங்க படிப்போம் set off chapter. After doing all this, you will get gross total income. From gross total income, further you can reduce deductions under chapter 6A. I told you, right, income tax act la kuda chapters irukku, adla one of the chapter is chapter 6A, which contains the deductions. These deductions are generally not related to the heads of income, adu separate ave irukum, adu taxpayers ki encourage pandradhukaga they will be giving some deductions that we will be learning in deduction chapter. After reducing the deduction, you will get total income. This total income you have to round off to the nearest multiple of 10. After rounding off, you have to find out the tax by applying the tax rates. In tax rates also, there are two types: normal tax rates, special tax rates. Normal tax rates, special tax rates. Normal tax rates are generally applicable to all the incomes. Special tax rates are the specific rate that is applicable only for some special income. That also we are going to study. So normal and special, and adla kuda ipo vandu enna irukku, old scheme, new scheme. Okay, 115 BAC nu or section irukku, adu section follow panniyachna new scheme, adukku separate rates irukku, il pannalana old scheme, adukku separate rates irukku. We will study. After applying all this, you have to add the surcharge. So if income exceeds a particular amount, we are going to learn surcharge will be applicable. If surcharge is there and income is near the surcharge limit, there might be marginal relief. Okay, so idu reduce pannanum, and if at all the income is under the rebate limit, you will get 87A section rebate. So in the adjustments you have to do. Now we are going to see in some time how to do those adjustments. After doing the adjustment, you have to add health and education cess. Health and education cess. Okay, sir, cess means what? Cess means a tax collected for a special purpose. Here this cess is a tax collected for what? Health and education. Adnala it is called cess. So generally cess when the government vaangna and the cess ku or purpose irukum. Okay va? Clean Ganga cess for cleaning the Ganga river, Swachh Bharat cess for the cleanliness of the country, and the mavi over cess ku vandu GST la padichirpinga compensation cess to compensate the cess, states they are bringing the cess. So idella pandradhukku appuram you will get the total tax that is payable. Okay, after this you have to reduce the taxes paid in advance. Taxes paid in advance. Okay va? It can be advance tax, TDS or TCS. Advance tax na enna, assessee himself is paying the tax. TDS or TCS means some other person is paying the tax for the assessee. We are going to learn in detail. Then idella mudinjadukku appuram net tax payable or refundable. Sometimes enna agum, if the taxes are less and tax paid in advance is more, அட்வான்ஸ்ல ஏற்கனவே அதிகமா கட்டிட்டீங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும், ரீஃபண்ட் கிடைச்சு. ஓகேவா? ஸோ டாக்ஸ் பேபிளாகவும் இருக்கலாம், ரீஃபண்டபிளாகவும் இருக்கலாம். After doing all this, you have to find out your tax payable or refundable. Why we are finding out? So that we can give this information to the government in the return of income. Okay, this return of income is only self assessment. Self assessment means the assessee himself is checking his income, finding out the taxes and declaring to the government. அவங்கள அசஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க. ஓகே, செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட். குயிக்கா திருப்பி ஒரு தடவை பார்த்துக்கலாம். Steps to calculate total income. First, determine what type of a person the assessee is. Then, based on that, determine the residential status, whether resident or non-resident. Then, based on the residential status, classify the total income into 5 heads of income: salary, house property, profit and gains of business or profession, capital gains, income from other sources. Okay. If there is income, there might be exemptions or deductions also. Exemption means an income that is not taxable. Deduction means an expense that is allowed against the income. Okay. Then there might be certain incomes which are other person's income but assessable in assessee's hands. So you have to club those incomes. Then if at all there is any loss, based on the provision, you have to set off or carry forward the losses. You will find out gross total income. After gross total income, reduce the chapter 6A deduction, you will find out total income. This total income, after finding out, you have to apply the tax rates, normal tax rate and special tax rate to find out the tax. On the tax, add the surcharge, reduce the marginal relief, and if at all 87A rebate is applicable, reduce the rebate. Okay, you will find out health and education cess. After this, you have to find out health and education cess, which is generally how much? 4%. Okay, then reduce the taxes paid in advance. You will find out the net tax payable or refundable. With this information, file the return of income. Now, first step is what? Finding out the person. For this only, we are going to learn the basic concepts chapter. Basic concepts chapter. So let's come to basic concepts. Okay, basic concepts. Basic concepts on there. See here, first section that we are going to learn in the Income Tax Act is section number 4, which speaks about levy. Income tax is levied on. Levied means what? Levied means applicable. Yaar mele income tax applicable or edu mele income tax applicable. Income tax is levied on total income of the previous year of every person. Total income of the previous year or every person. Total income ni enna therinjikkiradhukku we have to know what is the income concept, year therinjikkiradhukku year concept, and person therinjikkiradhukku person concept. First, let us quickly see what is income concept. So income can be regular income or casual income. It means what? Regular means periodically, மாசமா ஒரு இன்கம் வருது, ஒரு வருஷமா ஒரு இன்கம் வருது. Casual means irregular, இப்போ மட்டும் தான் வந்திருக்கு, அப்புறமேல் வருமா வராதான்னு தெரியாது. That is casual income. Is regular income taxable under income tax or casual income? Answer is both are taxable under income tax. Regular இருந்தாலும் சரி, casual இருந்தாலும் சரி. Next, income refers to the net income and not the gross receipts. Okay, this I already told you. Then, is income taxed on due basis or receipt basis? For this, you have to know what is the accrual concept. Okay, see Kanna. Let's say March and April. Okay, for March month, we are taking example of salary. Okay, March month salary is due to be paid, means generally the employer should be paying the salary on 1st of April 0104. However, the employer did some delay and he actually paid the salary on 5th of April. Okay, now what is accrual, what is due, what is receipt? First and foremost, the person is working in the organization in the month of March. Hence, the income is said to accrue in March. எப்போ வந்து அந்த வேலை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்களோ அந்த நாளைக்கு வந்து இன்கம் அக்ரூ ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும். ஓகே, then due means the date on which the person is having the right to receive that particular income is due, and receipt means actual receipt of that particular income. Actually, when that person is receiving the income is receipt. Now comes the question whether income is taxed on accrual, income is taxed on due, or income is taxed on receipt basis. Answer is it differs from case to case basis. ஒவ்வொரு ஹெட்ல வந்து ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி கொடுத்திருக்கு. In that head we are going to study whether it is due, accrual, or receipt. Okay, now quickly let us see difference between capital and revenue receipt. First and foremost, why we should know the difference between capital and revenue is because capital receipt is not taxable unless it is provided in the Income Tax Act. Income Tax Act la வந்து எழுதி இருக்கு இந்த capital receipt is going to be taxable. அப்படி எழுதி இருந்தா மட்டும் தான் taxable, எழுதலனா taxable கிடையாது. However, revenue is always taxable unless exempt. Revenue receipt வந்தா it will always be taxable, but Income Tax Act la exemption கொடுத்திருந்தா மட்டும் தான் exempt. That is why it is we have to know the difference. So first and foremost, capital receipts come from fixed capital. Okay, ஒரே அமௌண்ட்ல வந்து அமௌண்ட் பிளாக் ஆயிருச்சு or fix ஆயிருச்சு, that amount வந்து later on if it is sold, okay, or if it is given away, then whatever money will come, it is called capital receipt. One simple example I'll take and all I will try to apply. Okay, let us take an example of house. Okay, this house is being sold by X to Y. Let's say this house X is a chartered accountant, so his work is not buying and selling houses. Okay, but he has bought a house, so this house is a capital asset. When he sells the house or when he buys the house, it is fixed capital because he is not buying and selling the houses again and again. Anga fix airch and the capital, hence it is fixed capital. That is why later on when this house is sold, the money received will be called capital receipt. Okay, but revenue receipts come from circulating capital. Circulating capital, if at all Mr. X was a builder, இதே வீடு வந்து வாங்கி வித்து திருப்பி அத பணம் வச்சு திருப்பி வீடு வாங்குவாங்க திருப்பி விக்குவாங்க, the money will keep on being circulating, hence it is called circulating capital. Circulating capital வச்சு பணம் வந்தா it is revenue receipt. Next, capital asset transfer பண்ணா capital receipt. Capital asset தவிர, it means for example trading asset, businessல வந்து stock வச்சிருக்காங்க, அது transfer பண்ணா it is revenue receipt. Capital asset meaning we are going to see in capital gain chapter. Then revenue receipt is the capital receipt comes when the source of income itself is sold. For example, in the வீடு இருக்கு, from this house rental income comes. I give this house on rent and I get rental income. If I sell the house, the source of income itself is sold. And then when I get the money, it is called capital receipt. However, revenue receipt is not source of income, it is income from the source. Income from the source. It means what? This rental income is there, no? This is revenue receipt. And the source lende vara income. Next, capital receipt is not in ordinary course of business, revenue receipt ordinary course of business. So இதே example, chartered accountant ஒரு வீடு விற்கிறாங்க, it is not his ordinary course, his ordinary course is doing the profession. Okay, hence it is capital receipt. If builder is selling the house, it is his ordinary course, hence it is revenue receipt. Now if purchase is not done with the intention to resell, then it is capital receipt. இதே next point கூட பாருங்க, for example shares acquired and sold as an investor. So for example, if I am buying this house, okay, and I do not have an intention to resell this house, I am buying for my purpose, okay, or keep it for a long period of time, then when I sell this house, the money received is capital receipt. But if I am buying the house itself to sell the house, then it is revenue receipt. Okay va? Similarly, shares irukla, shares. So two type of people buy the shares, investor and trader. Investor and trader. Investor வந்து எதுக்கு வாங்குவாங்கன்னா அந்த கம்பெனில இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்றதுக்காக வாங்குவாங்க. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், I like Reliance as a company and I want to contribute to the growth of Reliance and I want to have a share of their profits. That is why I will buy Reliance company shares. This is called investor mindset. Now இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து, I am buying the shares of Reliance because I feel tomorrow the price will increase. So I will buy now and sell it tomorrow so that I will gain some profit or capital gain. This is called trader mindset. From an investor person mindset means purchasing with the intention to, not with the intention to resell, but later on if you sell, it is called capital receipt. And if you purchase with the intention to resell and if you are selling, it is called revenue receipt. See here, it is very, very difficult to see and find out what is capital, what is revenue, because who knows what is the intention? Intention is all in the mind only, no? So that is why litigation comes. Litigation means lots of fights, cases and everything based on capital receipt and revenue receipt. So idhukku example irukku, gifts, liquidated damages, compensation by employer on termination of service. So gift is a one time thing, hence if you are receiving a gift, it is generally capital receipt. Liquidated damages இப்போதைக்கு நான் டெப்த்ல போல, அவ்வளோ ரெலவெண்ட் இல்லை. அண்ட் காம்பன்சேஷன் பை எம்ப்ளாயர் ஆன் டெர்மினேஷன் ஆஃப் சர்வீஸ். ஸோ சர்வீஸ் டெர்மினேட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக, ஆர் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஐ எம் கோயிங் டு மை எம்ப்ளாயி அண்ட் டெல்லிங் ஹிம் டேக் திஸ் 2 lakh rupees, யூ லீவ் த ஜாப். திஸ் இஸ் காம்பன்சேஷன் ஆன் டெர்மினேஷன். திஸ் இஸ் நாட் இன் த ஆர்டினரி கோர்ஸ், ஒரு தடவை தான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். ஸோ இட் இஸ் அ கேபிட்டல் ரிசீட். ஓகே, ஹென்ஸ் இந்த காம்பன்சேஷன் ஆன் டெர்மினேஷன் இருக்குல்ல, இஃப் இட் இஸ் given in the income tax act, then only it will be taxable. If it is not given, it will not be taxable. But அது கொடுத்திருக்கு, அது நாங்கள் படிக்கும்போது பார்த்துக்கலாம். Next, sale of stock is revenue, rent is revenue, interest, salary, etc. revenue. So this was income concept. Then income definition is there. அது வந்து if you are getting time, but இப்போ உங்களுக்கு மேலே தான் எக்ஸாம் இருக்கு, ஸோ அதை விட்டுருங்க. income definition you just leave. எக்ஸாம் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூவில் அவ்வளோ ரெலவெண்ட் இல்லை. Now we will come to year concept. Total income taxable. So அதனால income னு என்னன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். Now year. There are 3 types of years. Financial year, previous year, assessment year. Financial year in India means the year starting from 1/4 to 31st of March. Okay. Then assessment year is the year. It also starts from 1/4 to 31st of March. And it is the year in which income is taxed. It is the year in which income is taxed. Then what is previous year? Previous year is the year previous to the assessment year. அதனால தான் அதோட பேர் previous year. Okay. Generally it is from 1/4 to 31st of March. ஆனா புது பிசினஸா இருந்தா, it is date of setting up of that business till 31st of March. புது சோர்ஸ் ஆஃப் இன்கம் இருந்தா, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ரெண்டல் இன்கம் வர ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கு, ஸோ த டேட் ஆன் விச் த சோர்ஸ் கேம் இன் டு எக்ஸிஸ்டன்ஸ் டில் 31st of March. 1/4 ஆரம்பிக்காது, எப்போ இன்கம் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கோ அன்னிலிருந்து 31st of March வரைக்கும். தட் இஸ் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர். அண்ட் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் இஸ் த இயர் இன் விச் த இன்கம் இஸ் earned. Income is earned. Okay, that is why we should not get confused, because all our questions are based on previous year. மற்றவங்க ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் பார்த்தாங்கன்னா ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர்னு நினைப்பாங்க, பட் நம்ம ப்ரீவியஸ் பார்க்கும்போது கரண்ட் இயர்னு பார்த்து தான் நாங்கள் சால்வ் பண்ணோம். ஃபார் அஸ் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் ஆக்சுவலி மீன்ஸ் வாட்? ப்ரிசீடிங் ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர். புரியுதா? உங்களுக்கு வந்து whenever you are getting question, suppose the previous year relevant for May 23 examination is from 1/4/2022 to 31/3/2023. உங்களுக்கு இந்த வருஷத்துல இருந்து தான் எக்ஸாம்ல கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வரும். Okay, so this will only be called previous year, the year in which the income is being earned. Sir, what is 2122 called? 2122 will be called preceding previous year. Okay. Now, சீக்கிரமா brush up பண்ணிக்கலாம். Section 2 clause 9 defines assessment year 12 months from 1/4 to 31/3 immediately following the previous year, and it is the year in which the income is taxed. என்னோட notes வந்து what I have given you, in that you will see generally keywordsல இருக்கு or pointsல இருக்கு and நிறைய இடத்துல abbreviations யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கு, short forms யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கு. But exam timeல வந்து you are not going to use abbreviations and try to make full sentences and write. Okay, but make sure these keywords are present. Write in your own words, no problem, but write in full sentences. Next, section 3 defines previous year, financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. New business or profession irunda, date of setting up of the business till 31st of March. New source of income irunda, date in which the source comes into existence, ennikku and the source ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கு till 31st of March. For any other case, 1/4 to 31st of March. It is the year in which the income is earned. Okay. Now, idla vanda previous year is an important definition, theory point of view. So, idu you by heart. Sir, concept important ah, memory important ah? Answer is rendume important. Okay va? Conceptual ஆவும் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும், at the same time concept உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கு. ஒரு சில இடத்துல வந்து memory plays a very crucial role, especially when you learn tax rate, TDS rate, salary oda definitions, limits, etc. அங்க வந்து concept help பண்ணாது, நீங்க மனப்பாடம் பண்ணாதான் you will be able to answer. இங்க பாருங்க, previous yearல வந்து concept will help you because இங்க you know what is the concept. புது business இருந்தா அந்த எப்போ அந்த business ஆரம்பிக்கும் அன்னிலிருந்து நாங்க கவுண்ட் பண்ணணும், அது நம்ம conceptually புரியும்னா you need not by heart all this, automatically you will be able to write. Okay va? Next, previous year for undisclosed sources of income. Let us see. Sir, what is this undisclosed source of income? Generally, I told you, while filing the return of income, the assessee himself will declare that I am having all these incomes: salary income, house property, PGBP, etc. However, certain incomes the assessee will be earning, but mischievously he will not be disclosing it in the income tax return. This is only called undisclosed source of income. Undisclosed source of income la there are 5 different types that we are going to study. Whatever the type of undisclosed source of income, the Income Tax Act gives a punishment. Enna punishment na, undisclosed source of income means what? Ninga munnadi disclose pannala, so you have done a cheating pannirukanga government kuda. That's why when the government finds out this income, it will be taxed at 60%. 60% tax, adukku mela 25% surcharge, and adukku mela 4% health and education cess. Total pota 78%. 78 வரும் போட்டு பாருங்க. So calculator la போடலாம். 60 இருக்கு, அந்த 60 plus 25 பண்ணக்கூடாது, 60 மேல 25% போடும். எவ்வளவு வருது? 60 மேல 25% எவ்வளவு வருது? 15 வருதுல, 15. So 60, 15. Now 60 and 15, 75. 75 மேல நீங்க 4% போடும். எவ்வளவு வருது? 3. So 60 plus 15 plus 3, you will get at 78%. Because we are going to learn that surcharge is a rate on income tax. 25% surcharge இருக்கு. Surcharge இருந்தா அது income மேல கண்டுபிடிக்க கூடாது, income tax மேல கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். இதே மாதிரி health and education cess is not on the income, it is on income tax and surcharge combined. Okay. So huge consequences. இது தவிர interest and penalty is also there. That is not a part of your syllabus, but practically speaking, interest and penalty also will be there. Generally what happens is, if 100 rupees is undisclosed source, tax will come to 110 rupees or 120 rupees. So இருக்கிற பணம் போயிடும், அதுக்கு மேலேயும் he has to give some money. Now let us see what are the different types of undisclosed source. Generally it is not so important concept, but for this exam I feel that this is very important because idla vandu ஒரு amendment இருக்கு. Okay, So firstly, let us learn section number 68, that is cash credit. Cash credit. Sum credited in the books of accounts of the assessee. Okay. So books of accounts na enna? Balance sheet. Let's say company is having balance sheet, any assessee is having balance sheet. Balance sheet la, let's say there is a credit. In the credit one, they have not shown it as an income. So this is called cash credit. It can be in the books of account or it can be in the bank account. Okay. Now there is a credit in the books of accounts. Okay, it is not there in the income tax return. Assessing officer will come and ask that what is the reason that you have not shown this credit in the books of accounts. If the reason is satisfactory, assessing officer will leave the assessee, no problem. If the reason is not satisfactory or the assessee is not able to give reason at all, then this entire amount will be treated as undisclosed source of income. Undisclosed source. And in the provision la da amendment vandirukku. Enna amendment na? Please take this last page in this chapter. Idhe chapter la 4.6 ஒரு explanation கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Let's see the explanation. However, where the sum so credited consists of a loan or a borrowing to any such amount by whatever name called, any explanation offered by the assessee in whose books the sum is credited shall not deem to be satisfactory unless the person in whose name such credit is recorded also offers an explanation about the nature and source of income so credited, and such explanation in the opinion of assessing officer has found to be satisfactory. This is unga study material la indha mari da wordings irukku. You are expected to write this type of wording only in your examination. Na kuduthathu vandu point wise da irukku, so that you can grasp the concept and remember everything. Ipo idla vandu enna solla varanga, let me tell you with an example quickly. So for example, there is a loan, okay, from Mr. Ram of 1 crore. Balance sheet is balance sheet of Mr. Shyam. Mr. Shyam oda balance sheet பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. Assessing officer என்ன find out பண்ணிருக்காங்க, இங்க ஒரு loan வந்திருக்கு, 1 crore rupees க்கு loan வந்திருக்கு. Now assessing officer is asking Mr. Shyam, what is the reason that this 1 crore has come into this balance sheet or in the bank account. 1 crore வந்து bank account லயும் வந்திருக்கலாம். அந்த bank account statementல 1 கோடி ரூபாய் பார்த்து assessing officer கேள்வி கேட்பாரு, 1 கோடி ரூபாய் எங்க இருந்து வந்துச்சு? Mr. Shyam will tell that I have taken a loan from Mr. Ram. Earlier this was treated as satisfactory and assessing officer will leave the assessee. But இப்போ இந்த provisionல புதுசா என்ன கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்கன்னா, now it is the duty of assessing officer to also go to Shyam and ask, where did you get this 1 crore to give as loan to Mr. Shyam? புரியுதா? உங்ககிட்ட இந்த 1 கோடி ரூபாய் எப்படி வந்துச்சு? Now if Mr. Ram is able to give satisfactory explanation, no problem, that I am having this, I have earned this income, I have paid the taxes on it, with this taxed income only I am giving the loan, then no problem. But if Mr. Ram either does not give explanation or does not give satisfactory explanation, this 1 crore will be treated as undisclosed source of income for Ram also, for Shyam also. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? ரெண்டு பேத்துக்குமே undisclosed source of income. Next, when you get the time, திருப்பி breakல வந்து நீங்க திருப்பி ஒரு தடவை go through பண்ணுங்க, you will be able to understand. Further, any explanation offered by a closely held company in respect of any sum credited as share application money, share capital, share premium, or any such amount by whatever name called in the accounts of such company shall be deemed to be not satisfactory unless the person being resident in whose name such credit is recorded also explains about the nature and source, and such explanation in the opinion of assessing officer has found to be satisfactory. இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? They are talking about closely held company. Closely held company. Closely held company means what? A company which has a very limited number of shareholders. Easy understanding, let us imagine private limited company. ஒரு private limited company இருக்கு. அதுல வந்து we are not talking about public limited company or listed company etc. because அதுல வந்து SEBI will take care. யார் amount கொடுக்குறாங்க யார் கொடுக்கல அதெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக தான் இருக்கு. But closely held company ல let's say there is a credit of share capital, share application or share premium. Amount has come, let's say it is 1 crore. Similar, same situation, the assessing officer will come to this company and ask, how did you get the money? They will tell, I got share capital, share application or premium from Mr. Y. From Mr. Y. Now, earlier they used to leave it, but now the assessing officer has to go to Mr. Y and ask, where did you get the money to give as share capital? If Mr. Y is able to explain, no problem. If not able to explain, then it will be treated as undisclosed source. This additional condition would not apply if the person in whose name the sum is recorded is a venture capital fund or venture capital company registered with SEBI. Okay, this 1 crore, if let's say Mr. Y is there, no, he is proprietor of a venture capital fund registered with SEBI. அந்த கேஸ்ல வந்து இவங்களுக்கு கேள்வி கேட்க வேண்டாம், ஏன்னா already the sums and all are monitored by SEBI, no problem. So this is undisclosed source of income la first one, cash credit. Next, section 69, unexplained investment. Unexplained investment. If at all there is investment made by assessee, but investment is kanam in the books of accounts, not there in the books of accounts, assessing officer finds out. In such case, he will ask for explanation. Explanation is satisfactory, na, no problem. Explanation not satisfactory means he will treat it as undisclosed source of income in the financial year in which the investment was made. Next, section 69A, unexplained money etc. So if at all there is any money or bullion, bullion means what? Valuable metal in raw form. Valuable metal in raw form. Gold coins, okay, silver biscuit etc. all those things. Money, bullion, jewelry or any other valuable article not recorded in books of accounts. So if there is any money, bullion, jewelry, any other valuable article not there in the books, assessing officer will ask for explanation. If there is no explanation or no satisfactory explanation, it will be treated as income in the financial year it is found. Next, section 69B, investment not fully disclosed. Earlier what did I tell? Investment, money, bullion and all not at all disclosed, but now disclosed but not fully disclosed. For example, ஒரு கோடிக்கு கோல்டு வச்சிருக்காங்க, ஆனா பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்ல வந்து 60 lakhs தான் காட்டியிருக்காங்க, 40 lakhs காட்டல. புரியுதா? ஸோ இந்த பேலன்ஸ் 40 lakhs இருக்குல்ல, எந்த வருஷத்துல கண்டுபிடிப்பாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல undisclosed source of income. Excess amount will be deemed to be the income in the financial year in which it is found. Next, section 69C, unexplained expenditure. Now there is an expenditure for which the source cannot be explained. இப்போ என்னாச்சுன்னா, let's say in the profit and loss account an expenditure is not at all mentioned, but assessing officer found out that such type of expenditure is done. So obviously what will he think? He will think that money with which he has done the expenditure would have been black money. That is why he did not show this expenditure. Hence the assessing officer will go to the person and ask, what is the source of this expenditure? Where did you get the money? If he is able to give satisfactory explanation, no problem. No satisfactory explanation, na, undisclosed source. Expense will be treated as income. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? For example, ஒரு expense பண்ணிருக்காங்க 1 crore. Assessing officer will ask, இந்த 1 கோடி ரூபா செலவு பண்றதுக்கு எங்க இருந்து வந்துச்சு? அந்த explain பண்ண முடியலனா, this 1 crore of expense will be treated as income. Undisclosed source of income. Undisclosed source. Now, can the assessee tell that in Income Tax Act only net income is taxable? So income is 1 crore and I have done an expense of 1 crore. So I will reduce this 1 crore. Net income is 0. So I will not pay the tax. அப்படி சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன்னா this income is, this expenditure will be treated as income and at the same time no expense is allowed against such income. புரியுதா? Hence entire expense will be treated as income, entire amount taxable. Okay, அதுதான் கொடுத்திருக்கேன். No deduction is allowed. Section 69D, amount borrowed or repaid on hundi. Okay, if borrowing or repayment is made in any mode other than account pay check, amount of thank you. Okay, if amount already taxed cannot be taxed again, hundi is like a bill of exchange but without any support from bank. So hundi means what? Earlier bill of exchange concept உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? ஒரு bill வந்து bank கிட்ட போயிட்டு கொடுப்பாங்க and bank will give some money, a percentage of it immediately. Bank will go and collect the amount of bill from the person. So the same concept without the bank is called hundi. For example, Mr. A is there, he has sold goods to B. Now B has to give the payment in 4 months, but A wants amount now itself and the amount is 1 crore rupees. So what will happen? A will go to another person, Mr. C, and C will give him 95 lakhs now itself. After 4 months, C will collect 1 crore from B. This transaction is hundi transaction. Okay, if this type of transaction is happening when C is giving amount to A and when C is receiving amount from B, this should be through account pay check. Okay, if it is not through account pay check, entire amount will be treated as undisclosed source. However, sometimes giving the amount also will not be in account pay. When amount is received back also not in account pay. If both are not in account pay, only first one will be considered as undisclosed, second one will not be considered as undisclosed because ஒரே amount க்கு ரெண்டு தடவை tax பண்ண வேண்டாம். Okay, so in the financial year of borrowing or repayment, it will be considered as undisclosed source of income. Against undisclosed source, basic exemption limit and the 2,50,000 claim பண்ண முடியாது, deductions reduce பண்ண முடியாது, எந்த income இருந்தாலும் சரி இந்த undisclosed source of income கூட set off பண்ண முடியாது, losses set off பண்ண முடியாது. Okay, this you have to be careful. So this is undisclosed source. Now 5 cases where previous year oda income previous year liye tax பண்ணுவோம். Okay, generally what happens, previous year oda income assessment year la tax பண்ணனும், but sometimes previous year oda income previous year அதே வருஷத்துல வந்து assess பண்ணி முடிச்சிருவாங்க. What are those 5 cases? First case மட்டும்தான் section 172 non-resident shipping business. This is the only compulsory case. It means what? Each and every time it will be taxed in the previous year itself. Assessment year க்கு போவே மாட்டாங்க. மீதி 4 case 174, 4A, 5 and 6. இந்த 4 case வந்து if assessing officer wants, he can tax it in the same year, else he can leave it and it can be taxed in the next year also. Okay, so non-resident shipping business, 7.5% of the freight paid or payable will be considered as income. So listen here. So when ship is coming, the boat illa ship and consider பண்ணிக்கலாம். The ship is coming from USA to Tamil Nadu. Okay, while and it is delivering the goods and going back to USA. When it comes and delivers the goods, obviously the government cannot wait till the assessment year because after it is gone back to USA, it is not possible to catch hold of the ship and get the income tax. That is why whenever it is coming to India, whatever freight it will get, for example, it received 1 crore as freight from India. This 1 crore is 7.5%. It is how much? 7,50,000. 7,50,000 வந்து income treat பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Okay, the government will assume that 7,50,000 is your income after all the expenses and everything. On this you pay the tax, right? And this is compulsory, every time this will happen. Next, section 174, person leaving India during the previous year or shortly after the previous year with no intention to return back. ஒருத்தவங்க வந்து இந்தியா விட்டு வெளியே போறாங்க, assessing officer feels he will never return back, so now itself let us tax him. That is next. So income of the year till the probable date of departure will be taxed. Section 174A, AOP, BOI or AJP, association of person, body of individual or artificial juridical person which is formed for a particular purpose. ஒரு particular purpose காக form பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. For example, let's say A and B both formed AOP together to construct a building. இதுல நிறைய flats construct பண்ணிட்டு சேல் பண்ணிட்டு and இந்த AOP dissolve பண்ணிரலாம்னு பார்த்தோம். ஓகேவா? So when the building was constructed and all the flats were sold, obviously this AOP will dissolve since the purpose is over. Now after AOP is dissolved, next year let's say both of them did not pay the tax. So assessing officer, if he will go to A will tell that take tax from B. If he goes to B will tell take tax from A. Now why to get confused? Hence assessing officer will tax that AOP in that year itself. When A and B are together, in the previous year itself he will collect the tax. Okay, this is all at the discretion of assessing officer. If he wants, he can collect then itself. If he does not want, he can wait also, no problem. Next, section 175, likely to sell, transfer, dispose or part with any asset or property to avoid the tax. So for example, let's say there is an empty land. Okay va, in the land மேல நான் ஒரு டென்ட் கட்டிட்டேன். டென்ட் கட்டிட்டு சர்க்கஸ்க்கு வந்து ரெண்ட் கொடுத்துட்டேன். ஓகே, தென் சர்க்கஸ் ரெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இதெல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, திருப்பி இந்த டென்ட் வந்து நான் ரிமூவ் பண்ணிடுவேன். கரெக்டா? நவ் when I do this, it is possible that tomorrow I will tell the assessing officer that there was no such tent at all. இந்த land அப்படியே தான் இருந்துச்சு. அதனால when assessing officer wants, he will see this tent and he will know so and so amount of rent is going to come. Now in that year itself we can collect the tax. Okay, and tent மட்டும் இல்ல, any property if it is there, if I am likely to sell, transfer, dispose or part with the asset or property with the intention to avoid the tax, then assessing officer will tax it then and there itself. Section 176, discontinued business. Business itself is going to discontinue. Then tomorrow no business is there itself, then where will the assessing officer go to collect the tax? Hence, income of the year till the date of discontinuance, assessing officer will tax it in that year itself, same previous year. So these are the 5 cases where income of previous year is taxed in the previous year itself. Right? Now income concept முடிச்சாச்சு, person concept முடிச்சாச்சு, sorry year concept முடிச்சாச்சு, person concept ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 5 minutes will take a break and after that we will start. பில்டிங்லயே இருங்க, பில்டிங் வெளியே போகாது. ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் அவ்வளோ இருக்கு. சரி, இவ்வளோ டைம்ல உங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ட்ரையாக இருக்கு, பட் ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாம் பக்கத்துல இருக்கு, அந்த சீரியஸ்னஸ் இருக்கு. ஸோ கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டப்பட்டு லிசன் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இங்கே எல்லாமே புரிஞ்சிச்சுன்னா எக்ஸாம் எடுத்துட்டு வெரி ஈஸி. we are staying here only for this class, you have come? For example. You are doing artificial process. Only writing. Foundation group. First time like Chennai level. And over here. Skill coaching class Chennai level, right? Coaching கொடுக்கிறது next Chennai level. To join for Tamil Church by pastors. I don't mind about that. He is taking 3 of 1, there is a huge trouble. Another is taking a different place. You know, pasta program like that. ஃபுல் பேட்ச் இருக்கும்போது வந்து என்ன இருக்குன்னா நடுவில் நிறைய எக்ஸாம்பிள்ஸ் இருக்கு, ஸ்டோரிஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு. ஸோ அதில் அவ்வளோ ட்ரையாக இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு, கொஞ்சம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக லிசன் பண்ணுறேன். இப்போ டக் ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஒரே ஷார்ட்ல முடிக்கிறதுனால எல்லாமே புரியும், பட் நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ண வேண்டியது, கொஞ்சம் போர் அடிக்கிற மாதிரி. அப்லோட் நான் மே 23 பண்ணேன். இது ரிவிஷன் லெக்சர் எல்லாமே. இப்போ நான் இது எடுக்கிறது வந்து எனக்கு யூடியூப் சேனலில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வில் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் எவ்ரிதிங் within 20 to 25 hours everything is revised. அதில் எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷன் எதுவுமே இருக்காது, குயிக்காக எல்லாமே படிச்சிருக்கேன். இப்போ ரிவைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு அது ப்ளஸ் அதில் ஸ்பீடு யூடியூப்ல ஸ்பீட் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணி 1.5 1.75 பார்த்தா சீக்கிரமாக We'll start. Okay. So person ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி first we should know what is assessment, what is assessee. Assessment வந்து very simple procedure to determine the income by the assessing officer. But nowadays assessing officer illa, assessee himself is also determining his own income. That is also assessment. So assessment can be normal assessment or self assessment. Normal assessment includes normal or reassessment. Normal includes self. Okay, இது தவிர assessing officer கூட assess பண்ணா அது normal assessment. ஒரு தடவை assessment முடிஞ்சாச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பி பண்ணா it is reassessment. Okay, this is a part of final syllabus. Interல வந்து இதுக்கு மேல you need not know. Section 2 clause 7 defines assessee. Generally we know that assessee is a taxpayer, but here we are going to learn the detailed definition. So who is the assessee? Number 1, any person by whom tax or any other sum is payable. So tax or cess, interest, penalty எது இருந்தாலும் சரி கட்ட வேண்டியது இருந்துச்சுன்னா he is a assessee. Next, proceeding has been initiated. Proceeding means any action taken by assessing officer is initiated. Means assessing officer வந்து ஒரு action எடுத்திருக்காங்க for his income. Means அவங்க for example one person is there, Mr. X. Okay, he has earned an income of rupees 10 lakhs, but he has not at all shown this income. Now assessing officer will come and take an action on this person to ask whether this income is taxable or not. Hence he will become assessee. Okay, so for his income, next, income of other person in respect of whom he is assessable. For example, for a child income, parent is assessable, correct? So parent oda income மேல கேஸ் போடணும்னா child oda income மேல கேஸ் போடணும்னா parent கிட்ட தான போவாங்க. Then the parent will become assessee. Fine. Next, his loss. So அவங்க loss மேல ஏதோ action எடுக்கணும் or such other person's loss. His refund or such other person's refund. So அவங்க loss தப்பா claim பண்ணிருக்காங்க அது மேல action எடுக்கணும். Then also he is assessee. Then அவங்க refund அதிகமா claim பண்ணிட்டாங்க அது மேல action எடுக்கணும். Then also he will be called assessee. Okay, or for such other person's refund or for such other person's loss also, if any action is going to be taken, they will be called assessee. Okay, next, deemed assessee. Income tax act la if some places deem or it will assume that this person is an assessee means he is assessee. Okay, similarly, deemed assessee in default. Assessee in default means assessee who has done a default or something wrong as per the act. Okay va, assessee in default irundha kandipa he also has to be assessee. Only an assessee can be assessee in default. Okay, adanal assessee in default deem பண்ணியாச்சுனா அவங்களும் ஒரு assessee தான். So யாரெல்லாம் assessee? Number 1, tax or any other sum is payable. Number 2, proceeding is initiated for his income of any other person in respect of whom he is assessable, his loss or such other person's loss, his refund or such other person's refund. Then deemed assessee in default. Okay, then section 2 clause 31, person வந்து important definition even from theory point of view. So there are 7 types of persons as per income tax act: individual, HUF, firm including limited liability partnership, company, AOPBOI, that is association of person, body of individual, local authority, and artificial juridical person. Firstly, we will see individual. Individual means natural person, that is human beings. So human beings are called individual. If an individual is a minor, assessment is done on the guardian. Okay, it can be parent, other than parent and the guardian. Then if an individual is of unsound mind, assessment is done on the manager. Unsound mind என்ன mental ஆயிட்டாங்க, lunatic, they are not able to take their own decision. In such case, the person who is managing them அவங்க மேல assessment பண்ணுவாங்க. Similarly, if a person is deceased, then assessment is done on legal representative. இறந்துட்டாங்கன்னா the person who is legal representative of them அவங்க மேல assessment பண்ணுவாங்க. Next, let's come to Hindu undivided family, HUF. So Hindu undivided family can be formed only by the person who are either in the Hindu religion or Jain religion or Buddhist or Sikh. Other religions cannot form Hindu undivided family. So kelvi varum, Zoroastrianism, Sikhism, Judaism, Christianity avanga vandu HUF form pannalama panna mudiyadhu. They cannot form HUF. Next, what is HUF? As per Hindu law, all males lineally descended from a common ancestor including wife and daughter is Hindu undivided family. So all the males avangaloda wife avangaloda daughter, Hindu undivided family oda part. Ipo Hindu undivided family la there are three categories of persons: karta, member, co-partner. Karta da head of the family. Member are all the members who only get the benefit of expenses like food expense, okay, clothing. So ella expenses irukla adoda benefit vandu members edukalam. And co-partners are the members who are having the right to partition or right in the family property. Family property la vandu avangalukku rights irukum. Fine. இப்போ யாருக்கெல்லாம் ஃபேமிலி ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியில் ரைட்ஸ் இருக்கும் மீன்ஸ் ஆல் த மெம்பர்ஸ் ஆஃப் HUF பட் அதர் தென் வைஃப் அண்ட் டாட்டர் இன் லா. டாட்டர்ஸ்க்கு கூட ரைட் இருக்கு. Earlier before 2005 daughters did not have rights in the family property. Now daughters are having right but wife and daughter in law not having the rights. Why are they not having the rights? Because they are having the rights in their parents' property. Okay. Next, school of Hindu law. There are two type of school of thought in HUF: Dayabhaga school, Mitakshara school. Dayabhaga school வந்து வெஸ்ட் பெங்கால் அண்ட் அசாம்ல வந்து அதிகமாக ப்ரிவிலண்டா இருக்கு. ரெஸ்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவில் மிதாக்ஷரா ஸ்கூல் ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவாங்க. தயாபாகா ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து நோ ரைட் டில் த ஹெட் ஆஃப் ஃபேமிலி டைஸ். ஸோ கருத்தா இறந்தது வரைக்கும் மற்ற மெம்பர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ரைட் அண்ட் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கிடையாது. ஓகே, ஹென்ஸ் ஃபாதர் அண்ட் ஹிஸ் பிரதர்ஸ் வில் பி co-partners. ஸோ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் தாத்தா இறந்துட்டாங்கன்னா அப்பா அண்ட் அப்பாவோட அண்ணன் தம்பி தான் co-partners. குழந்தைங்க co-partners கிடையாது. But in Mitakshara school, right is by birth and not by succession. Hence, even children will be co-partner in the family property. Okay. Can one HUF contain another HUF? Answer is yes. So, tata oda HUF irukku, adukkullara appa oda HUF irukku. It is possible. Section 2 clause 17 defines company. So company la enala included. Number 1, Indian company under section 2 clause 26. Indian company na enna? Indian company means registered under Companies Act and registered office in India. What is Indian company? Registered office வந்து இந்தியால இருக்கு. Companies Act 1956 இல்ல 2013 ல ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. That is Indian company. So company la வந்து யாரெல்லாம் included? Number 1, Indian company is included. Number 2, body corporate under any law. It means what? வேற ஒரு கண்ட்ரியோட லால வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனி ரெஜிஸ்டர் ஆயிருக்குன்னா that is also a company in Income Tax Act. For example, Meta Incorporation, Facebook oda parent company. It is incorporated under US oda company law. Still, it will be considered as company in India also. Okay. So body corporate under any law. Next, assessed as a company under Income Tax Act 1922 before 1/4/1970. So இது பழைய provision. பழைய Income Tax Act ல வந்து கம்பெனியா ரெஜிஸ்டர் கம்பெனியா ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்கன்னா that is also company. Then whether incorporated or not, Indian or not, declared by CBDT as a company, then for those respective years it will be called company. CBDT வந்து ஒரு பர்சனை கம்பெனியா டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா it will be called company. Fine. Now what are the classes of companies? So there are two classes of company: domestic, foreign. Okay வா? இது பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் நீங்க டாக்ஸ் ரேட் டிட்டர்மைன் பண்ண போறீங்க. டொமஸ்டிக் கம்பெனிக்கு டிஃபரெண்ட் டாக்ஸ் ரேட், ஃபாரின் கம்பெனிக்கு டிஃபரெண்ட் டாக்ஸ் ரேட். ஸோ ஃபாரின் கம்பெனினா என்ன? நாட் அ டொமஸ்டிக் கம்பெனி. ஓகே. This type of definition is called mutually exclusive definition. Okay va? For example, in the definition irukla, foreign company is not a domestic company. This is called mutually exclusive definition. Mutually exclusive definition means definition itself excludes the other possibility. Hence, there is no chance that a company can be both domestic and foreign. புரியுதா? அதுதான் mutually exclusive. Then what is domestic? Domestic na Indian company is domestic. Indian company always domestic. Indian company tavara, if any company has made an arrangement to declare and pay dividend in India out of the income taxable in India, that will also be considered domestic. Okay, so who is domestic? Indian company domestic. Other than Indian company arinda, if they are declaring and paying dividend in India out of the income taxable in India, they are also domestic. All the other companies are foreign company. Right? Next, if CBDT declares a person as a company, it will be called as company. Idu paathomla. If CBDT declares a person as Indian company na, it will be called Indian company. So that is also Indian company. And adu thavara central government, state government and union territory avangaloda law la oru company form pannirukanga na, that is also Indian company. For example, Karnataka government is there, it will form KSRTC, Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation. Okay, Tamil Nadu State Road Transport Corporation. It is not a company registered under company law, but it will be considered as Indian company. So that is company. Next, firm. So partnership firm oda meaning and LLP, that is limited liability partnership oda meaning, you have to see under respective act. And the act la enna definition kuduthirukko, Income Tax Act layum same definition. Limited liability partnership. And minor will be considered a partner if admitted for the benefits of the partnership firm. Now, association of person, body of individual. Pair paathale or difference kandupidichidalam. Enna difference na, body of individual means it can only be a group of individual. Association of person means it can contain other than individual also. For example, one partnership firm and one company is coming together and forming a group. It is called association of person. Purida? But veru individual mattum irunda, it can be AOP also, BOI also. Purida ungalku? So if there are only individuals, it can be AOP also, BOI also. In such case, how to find out? It means if the group of individual have joined for a common purpose to produce the income, it is AOP, association of person. Means avanga vandu சேர்ந்து avanga da income சம்பாரிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க, avanga கிட்ட தான் அந்த income ஓட rights இருக்கு. It is AOP. Body of individual merely receive the income, but they are not having the rights to spend that income. Body of individual. AOP example vandu co-heir, co-legatee, co-donee. Heir and legatee la vandu enna difference na, co-heirs come because of a will, co-legatee come directly because of death. இப்போ for example, father இறந்துட்டாங்கன்னா அவங்க ரெண்டு children இருக்காங்க, both let's say one son and one daughter, both son and daughter will be called as co-legatees. Okay, and father will எழுதி இருக்காங்க and அந்த will மூலமா son and daughter கிட்ட property வந்திருக்குன்னா they will be called co-heirs. Okay, legal heir ரெண்டு legal heir இருந்தா both will be called co-heirs. Fine. Now executors means executors of a will. For example, father irukanga, there are two co-legatees. Okay, one son A and daughter B, but rendu perume kutti kutti kulandaiya irukanga, adnala enna agum, father oda property vandu executors kitta poidum. Executors vandu idu distribute panniruvanga later on when they become old. Okay, or gain the major age, adult agumbodhu. Now this executor is there, no, he is not having the rights of this property or right on the money. That's why group of individual who are executors will be body of individual. Okay va, ஏனா அவங்க வந்து அந்த பணம் சம்பாரிச்சது கிடையாது, செலவும் பண்ண முடியாது. இதே மாதிரி trustee. Okay, trustees means a group of people who manage the trust. if they are receiving the donation, they cannot use the donation for themselves. They have to use it for the trust only. Hence, they will be called body of individual. Okay. Then who will be using the money? Co-donees. Hence, co-donees are called association of person. ஏன்னா அவங்க வந்து அந்த பணம் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். So this is the difference between AOP and BOI. And see here, AOP and BOI are considered a person even if they are not formed for earning any income. So income பண்றதுக்காக தான் அந்த group form பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. Fine. This is an explanation. Explanation is given as a clarification to the section. Okay. And partnership firm are not included in AOP BOI. Partnership firm la வந்து அது defined இருந்தா அது partnership firm. Other than partnership firm, if there is any group, then only it will be considered as AOP or BOI. Fine. Now local authority, next one. Any authority that is having a control or management of a municipal or local fund. For example, Chennai Corporation. Chennai city manage பண்றதுக்காக ஒரு fund allocate பண்ணுவாங்க, state government, central government. அந்த fund யூஸ் பண்றதுக்கு யார்கிட்ட ரைட்ஸ் இருக்கு, they will be called local authority. Okay. Local authority வந்து அவங்க jurisdictionல என்ன சப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களுக்கு என்ன இன்கம் வருதோ அது மேல டாக்ஸ் கிடையாது. So Chennai Corporation is supplying anything, okay, water, electricity, any other goods or services within its jurisdiction. On that income, no need to pay the tax. However, if it is supplying outside Chennai jurisdiction, then other than water and electricity, they have to pay the tax. Water and electricity supply panna, never it is taxable. Fine. Now one special point panna, listen here. Local authority vande, it is included in person definition. Okay. It means the section is wantedly trying to avoid central government and state government. புரியுதா? Central government, state government இங்க வந்து easily government னு கொடுத்திருக்கலாம். பட் என்ன கொடுத்தாங்க? Local authority கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Local authority கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு என்ன காரணம்னா, they are specifically trying to tell that central government and state government is not a part of person definition. Since they are giving it separately. ஏன் இது நான் specifically சொல்றேன்னா, because you see, next you will learn artificial juridical person. In that first point பாருங்க, not falling under any other head. So ஒரு person இருக்காங்க, he is not there in the first 6 category na, they will be called artificial juridical person. So some people might assume that central government or state government will be called AJP. But it is not so. Central government and state government are not AJP because specifically local authority எழுதியிருக்காங்க. It means that they want to avoid central government and state government. So actல வந்து ஒரு provisionல என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க அது வெச்சும் மீனிங் derive பண்ணனும், என்ன கொடுக்கல அது வெச்சும் மீனிங் derive பண்ணனும். ஓகேவா? So now, and there is a reason why central government is not included. Because central government க்கு income என்ன? Income tax. So tax மேல tax மேல tax அந்த cycle போயிட்டே இருக்கும். So to avoid it, central government is not included in person. Similarly, state government also, because income tax central government னு ஒரு தனி country கிடையாது, இந்தியால தான் இருக்காங்க. So income tax வெச்சு what will they do? They will give this money to the states. Okay. So for state also it is an income. Hence central government, state government, not a person. Now, so artificial juridical person ல யாரெல்லாம் வராங்க? Idol, deity. So for example, ஒரு கோவில் இருக்கு, கோவிலோட statue பேர்ல people are giving the money as donation. That statue is a artificial juridical person. Okay. University is an artificial juridical person. Bar council, artificial juridical person. So this is AJP oda example. So with this basic concepts we have learned. Revision வந்து இந்த okay, 2 more concepts are there. This I will complete. Section 2 clause 10, average rate of tax. Average rate of tax means easy calculation. In total income tax, divide by total income into 100. This is average rate. In the average rate எங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா section 192. இது கூட நீங்க லிங்க் பண்ணணும். Section 192, TDS on salary. why you are learning average rate of tax to apply it in section number 192, TDS on salary. How to calculate average rate of tax? Income tax divided by total income into 100. Okay, அது TDS படிக்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிளும் சொல்றேன். Next, section 2 clause 29C is MMR, maximum marginal rate. Maximum marginal rate. Maximum marginal rate is the highest rate applicable to individual HUF AOP. Highest rate of tax that can be applicable to individual AOP and BOI, sorry, is the maximum marginal rate. It means slab rate la yaar varangalo avangalukku highest tax evlo kuduklu. For example, in individual, if you see 30% is the highest tax, adukku mela surcharge highest வந்து 37%, அதுக்கு மேல highest cess is 4%, மூணுமே சேர்ந்து you will get 42.74%. that is maximum marginal rate. இது ஏன் சார் படிக்கிறோம்? Because this you are going to learn in section 192A, that is TDS on withdrawal from EPF. withdrawal from provident fund nu போட்டு TDS on withdrawal from provident fund. Camera work agலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். 1 second, I'll call. check. Okay, that so basic concepts வந்து பார்த்தாச்சு. இப்போ சீக்கிரமா tax rates let us see. Please take the tax rates. For assessment year 23-24. So as I told you, for May 23 and November 23 examination, what is the previous year? Previous year starting from 1/4/2022 to 31/3/2023. Okay, hence previous year is 22-23 and assessment year is 23-24. Firstly, let us see what is the tax rate for individual. Up to 2 lakh. So now we are learning the normal tax rates. Special tax rates வந்து அந்தந்த சாப்டர்ல படிக்கலாம். At the end எல்லாமே summarize பண்ணிக்கலாம். And even the new tax regime also in that chapter we will learn, and at the end we will sum up everything. Fine. So now old tax regime or the normal tax rates we are studying. Up to 2,50,000 individual need not pay any tax. So tax will be 0. That is why this 2,50,000 is there. No, this is also called basic exemption limit. Or income tax act oda language la it is called maximum amount not chargeable to tax. Means it is the maximum amount till which tax is not applicable. Fine. So up to 2,50,000 tax is not applicable. Now some benefit or advantage is given to resident senior citizen, resident super senior citizen. Who is a resident senior citizen? Resident senior citizen means age of 60 or more. Resident super senior citizen means age of 80 or more. Okay, and when will the person be called 60 or more? It means if the person is born during at any time during the previous year, then if he completes 60 years of age, he will be called resident senior citizen. At any time during the previous year, if a person completes 80 years of age, he will be called super senior citizen. Hence, listen here. One case happened. A person was born on 1/4/1963. Okay, previous year is what? 22-23. Fine, which means 1/4/22 to 31/3/23. Now, when does he celebrate his 60th birthday? He celebrates on 1/4/2023. By one day he missed out to become senior citizen. But this person is there, no? He had a plan and he went and filed a case against income tax department that I should get the benefit of senior citizen. The case went to court, and in court he proved that he is a senior citizen. How did he prove? He proved by telling that on 31/3/2023 I completed 60 years of age, and on 1/4/2023 it is the first day of my 61st year. On 31/3/2023 I completed 60 years of age. 1/4/2023 is the first day of the 61st year. Hence, even though I am born on 1/4/2023, I prove the point that I have completed 60 years of age in the previous year 22-23. Hence, consider me as senior citizen. Okay. So he won the case, and later on even the CBDT brought a circular that if a person is born on or after on or before 1/4/1963, he is senior. On or before 1/4/1943, super senior. And obviously assessee can take the benefit of beneficial circulars, so they will take the benefit. Hence, for senior citizen and resident, what is the benefit? Up to 3 lakh rupees, no need to pay any tax. Super senior citizen and resident, up to 5 lakh rupees, no need to pay any tax. Okay, but non-resident இருந்தா this benefit is not applicable. 250 is only the limit. Then above 2,50,000 or 3 lakhs as the case may be, up to 5 lakh rupees, tax is 5%. Above 5 lakh rupees up to 10 lakh rupees, tax is not 10 karna 20%. Here some students might get confused. Then above 10 lakh rupees 30% tax. So 5, 20, 30. There is no 10% slab. Okay. Hindu undivided family, AOP, BOI, AJP, taxed same as normal individual. Up to 250, no tax. Above 2,50,000 up to 5 lakh rupees, 5%. Above 5 lakh up to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, 30% tax. Then firm, limited liability partnership, local authority. There is no slab. Entire income 30% tax. Then cooperative society, up to 10,000, 10%. So nil tax ka slab e kadiyadu cooperative society ku. Okay, above 10,000 up to 20,000, 20%. Above 20,000, 30% tax. Then company la two types, domestic company, foreign company. Foreign company na 40% tax. Domestic company la previous year 2021, okay va, means preceding previous year ku innum munnadi irukra varsham. Fine. So for previous year 22-23, preceding previous year பார்க்க கூடாது, அதுக்கும் முன்னாடி இருக்கிற வருஷம் பார்க்கணும். அங்க வந்து if the turnover is up to 400 crores, then during the previous year tax rate is 25%. Okay, other than that 30%. Sir, what if a company formed on or after 1/4/2021, previous year 2021 ல வந்து 400 கோடிக்குள்ளார டர்ன்ஓவர் இருக்கணும்னு சொன்னேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் ஃபார்ம் ஆயிருக்குன்னு என்ன பண்றது? It means in 2021, however their turnover was less than 1 crore only, it was 0. So 25%. Okay. Now let's come to surcharge. Tax rates பார்த்தாச்சு, surcharge பார்க்கலாம். Surcharge is a percentage of income tax. So இப்போ surcharge ல படிக்கிற percentage income மேல போடக்கூடாது, income tax மேல கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Okay, and there is no slab rate system. Okay, so what is slab rate system? We studied income tax, correct? Income tax rates up to 250, 0, up to 5 lakh, above 250, above 5 lakh, 5%, up to 10 lakhs, 20%, above 10 lakh, 30%. This is slab rate system. For example, 12 lakhs income irunda, it is coming in the highest slab. So directly can you put 12 lakh into 30%? Yes or no? Answer is no. This is wrong. 12 lakh into 30% போடக்கூடாது. So எப்படி போடணும்? 0 to 2.5 lakhs. 0, 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs. எவ்வளோ வருது? 2,50,000 into 5%. How much? 12,500. Then 5 lakh to 10 lakhs வரைக்கும் amount is how much? 5 lakhs multiplied by 20. So it will come to 1 lakh. And then 10 lakh to 12 lakh, it is coming to 2 lakhs multiplied by 30, is come to 60,000. So 1,72,500. இதுக்கு மேல health and education cess. Hence, if income is going beyond a certain slab, still you have to give the benefit of the basic slabs or lower rate slabs. So why are they giving? Because every single individual should get the right of the exemption and the lower tax rate. Okay va? வெறும் income high இருக்கறனால இந்த rights வந்து அவங்களுக்கு போயிரும்னு அர்த்தம் கிடையாது. Rights still will be there. Hence slab rate ல you have to find out the tax. Okay va? ஆனா surcharge-க்கு வந்து slab rate கிடையாது. Surcharge-ல கூட நாங்க என்ன படிக்கிறோம்? Total income above 50 lakhs up to 1 crore, 10% surcharge. Above 1 crore up to 2 crores, 15%. Above 2 crores up to 5 crore, 25%. Above 5 crores வந்து 37% surcharge. ஆனா if suppose ஒரு லிமிட் தாண்டிடுச்சு, let's say 2 crores-க்கு மேல இருக்கு, 2 crores-க்கு மேல இருந்தா எவ்வளவு வரும்? 25% வரும். 25% on the entire amount. ஓகேவா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 50 lakhsக்கு ஒரு percentage அந்த மாதிரி கிடையாது. சர்சார்ஜ்க்கு வந்து டைரக்ட்லி யூ ஹேவ் டு புட் த percentage. Income tax slab rate system, surcharge no slab rate system. Fine. Next, form LLP local authority. The cooperative society inga varadu, inga cut pannirunga and you put it here, domestic company and cooperative society. Domestic company and cooperative society. So form LLP local authority, total income above 1 crore, 1 கோடிக்கு மேல போனா 12% surcharge. Domestic company and cooperative society, 1 கோடிக்கு மேல up to 10 crores 7%, above 10 crores 12%. Foreign company இருந்தா total income above 1 crore but up to 10 crores 2% surcharge, above 10 crores 5% surcharge. ஏன் சார் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி இருந்தாலும் சர்சார்ஜ் ரேட் கம்மியா இருக்கு? இட் இஸ் பிகாஸ் டாக்ஸ் ஏற்கனவே அதிகமா இருக்கு, அதனால சர்சார்ஜ் கம்மியா போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஓகே, தென் ஸ்பெஷல் டாக்ஸ் இது ஏற்கனவே பார்த்துட்டோம். 115 BBE 60% is the rate of tax, 25% is the surcharge. Then rebate under section 87A. Rebate means what? Rebate means discount given on the tax. In normal language, if we tell, it is a discount. Enna discount? Discount of up to 12,500. Evlo tax irukudho 12,500 varaikum the government will give discount. When will the discount be given? Number 1, if a person is a resident. Number 2, if a person is an individual. And number 3, if total income is up to 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees varaikum income irundha, for a resident individual, discount of 12,500 will be given on the tax. Okay, this is called rebate under section 87A. After finding all this, as I told you, health and education cess 4% of income tax plus surcharge minus relief nu potrunga, minus marginal relief. minus marginal relief. Marginal relief வந்து கொஞ்ச நேரத்துல பார்க்கலாம். Then income வந்து finally கண்டுபிடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் you have to round off to the nearest multiple of 10. After that tax you will find out that also you have to round off to the nearest multiple of 10. So this is the tax rates. Now once again let us see the tax rates quickly and then we will solve one or two questions. Okay, so individual, firstly individual ku vandu up to 2,50,000 no tax. Then if an individual is a resident senior citizen, up to 3 lakhs no tax. For an individual who is a resident super senior citizen, that is 80 or more age, up to 5 lakh rupees no tax. Then 2,50,000 or 3 lakhs as the case may be, adla irundhu 5 lakhs varaikum evlo tax? 5% tax. Above 5 lakhs up to 10 lakhs 20% tax. About 10 lakhs 30%. Then HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, up to 2,50,000 no tax. Above 250 up to 5 lakhs 5%. Above 5 lakhs up to 10 lakhs 20%. Above 10 lakhs 30% tax. Then firm, LLP, local authority, மூணுக்குமே entire income 30%. Then cooperative society, first 10,000 10%, above 10,000 up to 20,000 20%, above 20,000 30% tax. Company வந்து domestic, foreign company 40%, foreign company 40%. domestic ல வந்து previous year 2021 ல 400 crores வரைக்கும் turnover இருந்தா 25%, other domestic company 30% tax. Then surcharge plus there is no slab rate system, it is a percentage of income tax. Okay, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, that is all the persons who are getting slab rate benefit. Okay va, avanga ellathukkum total income above 50 lakhs up to 1 crore. So it means what? 50 lakhs varaiku surcharge varadu, 50 lakhs ku mela pona da surcharge varum. 50 lakhs, why is surcharge introduced? So that the rich can be taxed even more. Okay, so above 50 lakhs up to 1 crore 10%, above 1 crore up to 2 crores 15, above 2 crores up to 5 crores 25, above 5 crores 37%. Firm, LLP, local authority. That is the people for whom entire income மேல 30% tax இருக்குல்ல அவங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ன total income above 1 crore 12% surcharge. Domestic company, cooperative society 1 கோடியிலிருந்து 10 கோடி வரைக்கும் 1 crore up to 10 crores 7%, above 10 crores 12%. இதே மாதிரி foreign company 1 crore up to 10 crores 2%, above 10 crores 5%. 115 BBE la tax rate is 60, surcharge rate is 25. Then rebate, if the income of a resident individual is up to 5 lakhs, total tax or 12,500, whichever is lower will be given as rebate. Total tax or 12,500. Sir, tax say if you see 5 lakhs ke evlo tax varum, 12,500 na tax e varum. So பேசாம entire tax will be given as discount னு சொல்ல வேண்டியதானே? ஆன்சர் சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன்னா there will be special rates. ஓகேவா? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் செக்ஷன் 112 னு ஒன்று படிப்போம். அங்க tax rate will be 20%. So let's say 5 lakhs is the income. 20% tax போட்டா எவ்வளவு வருது? 1 lakh. Up to 2,50,000 let's say there is no tax. 250 to 5 lakhs வரைக்கும் 20% வரும். So 2,50,000 multiplied by 20%, which is how much? 50,000. Hence rebate எவ்வளவு கிடைக்கும்? 12,500 தான் rebate கிடைக்கும். 37,500 will be payable. புரியுதா? அதனால never say entire tax, always say total tax or 12,500, whichever is lower. Right? Then marginal relief. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரே ஒரு question. நீங்க question bank எடுத்துக்கோங்க. Question bank. This question bank is nothing but all the questions from your study material. அங்க reference கொடுத்திருக்கேன். இதுதான். Question number 7 இல்ல. Question number 6 you solve. Question number 6. You take your notebook and solve. Since we have to complete everything quickly on time, so அதனால ரொம்ப என்ன சொல்றது steps, provisions, presentationல கவனிக்காம answer சீக்கிரமா எப்படி கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம் அது பாருங்க. And then regarding presentation, definitely I am going to guide you. நீங்க எப்படி present பண்ணணும். Question number 6. Mr. Raghav, age 26 year and resident, having a total income of 4,40,000, comprising his salary, income, interest on bank. Compute his tax liability. So how much will be the tax? Nil. 87A, tax will be nil. So generally in the question exam வராது, because very easy question. வந்தா கூட MCQ ல வரும். MCQ ல ஒரு மார்க் கூட கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. But still, if at all this question comes, then எப்படி present பண்ணனும்னா first வந்து put an heading, calculation of income tax of so and so percent, particulars, amount. ஓகேவா? Then particularஸ்ல வந்து up to 2,50,000 இவ்வளோ, up to 5 lakh இவ்வளோ. tax போட்டு total போட்டுருங்க. கீழ minus section 87A rebate, entire tax you reduce, answer is 0. அவ்வளோ. Okay. Now let us talk about marginal relief. Marginal relief. basically என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, I told you that for surcharge there is no slab rate system. Hence, entire rate will be applicable if the amount crosses a certain limit. Because of that, what is happening is sometimes the tax, additional tax will be more than the additional income itself. Okay, wow. For example, the tax is coming, let's say income is 2 crores. 2 crores. Okay. 2 crores variko income irunda, what is the surcharge rate? 15%. Then let's say the income increases by 1 lakh rupees. The surcharge rates come to how much? 25%. Adanale, just because 1 lakh rupees is increasing, how much tax will increase? Let us see. 2 crores, quickly tell me what will be the tax. 2 crore, we determine up to 2.5 lakhs nil, up to 5 lakhs 12,500, up to 10 lakhs 1 lakh, then up to 2 crores. 1 crore 90 lakhs multiplied by 30%. How much? 57 lakhs. 57 lakhs plus 1,12,500, 58 lakh 12,500. Okay, idukku mele you have to add another surcharge. Surcharge at how much percentage? 15%. How much? 58 lakh 12,500 multiplied by 15%. Correct? Now total 66 digit solunga. Okay. Now idhe mari 2 crore 1 lakh, same 1,12,500 plus 1 crore 91 lakh multiplied by 30%. Total, okay, plus 25%. Total now idukku difference solunga. 7303,125 minus 668437. So the income increased only by 1 lakh rupees, but the tax has increased by 6,18,750 rupees. Or 1 lakh increase பண்றதுக்காக 6 lakhs tax increase ஆயிருச்சு. இது ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்காக என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா marginal relief concept கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. The government is telling through the Income Tax Act that we will not collect taxes, additional tax more than the additional income. Hence, they are telling 1 lakh additionally it has increased, no, income. So we will increase the tax also by 1 lakh only. Remaining amount we will give you marginal relief. So it means what? Idla vandu 1 lakh inno reduce panikalam, which is what? 5,18,750 we will give you as marginal relief. So marginal relief is also a type of discount given on the income tax. So marginal relief less panni adukapram you add the health and education cess and finish the answer. Now idhe same vandu how to put it in a structured manner. Structured manner la marginal relief is very easy. Actual tax minus limit tax minus total income above the limit. So first generally naanga enna pannanom, step number 1 or summa number 1 போட்டுட்டு calculate tax on actual income. Tax on actual income, that is 2 crore 1 lakh, அது மேல full tax கண்டுபிடிச்சிரணும். up to 2,50,000 எல்லாமே steps எல்லாமே you have to write. okay, அதுக்கெல்லாம் marks இருக்கு. then step number 2, tax on limit. Limit means what? Limit means the limit of surcharge which is very nearby the actual income. So for example 2 crore 1 lakh income kadichirukuna, then 2 crores is the limit. 1 crore 4 lakhs income irundhuchuna 1 crore you should take as the limit. What is the amount of surcharge limit that is nearby the actual income? Adha you have to take it as limit. Then tax on the limit you have to find out. Number 3, total income above limit. Above limit. Third step, இது heading போட்டுட்டு என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். 2 crore 1 lakh total income above the limit என்ன? இது அவுட் இருக்கா? tax on limit na tax on 2 crores. 2 crores மேல எவ்வளவு tax வருதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Then total income above the limit means what? limit க்கு மேல income எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? So 2 crores 1 lakh is 1 lakh above the limit. So this will be 1 lakh. Correct? Then step number 4, marginal relief. Marginal relief will be 1 minus 2 minus 3. Okay va? Actual income oda tax minus limit oda tax minus total income above the limit. You will find marginal relief. And last step, in the step 1 irukla, actual income oda tax minus you reduce step number 4, that is marginal relief, discount. So 1 minus 4 you have to do. After that calculate the health and education cess, final tax payable. Now in the structure vechittu you solve that question. 2 crores oda question neenga solve pannirunga, calculation neenga seekirama potukalam because you have already done, no? Or you solve 5 crore question, so extra practice ayirum. adhe idla wait, let me tell you. Question bank la question number 5, question number 5. Solve question number 5. First you have to put the heading. Idu full up solve pannunga, correct solve pannunga, exam la eppadi eluduvingalo andha mari. First put the heading tax on actual income of 5 crore 1 lakh or tax on 5 crore 1 lakh, then find out the tax. See, in the mari you can present. Look at the board. First tax on 2 crore 1 lakh, you found out the answer, surcharge add panni. Then tax on 2 crores including surcharge, total income above the limit, marginal relief A minus B minus C or 1 minus 2 minus 3 eppadi vena neenga eludhalam. There is no A B C eppadi eludano, that is your wish, how you want to present. And then marginal relief 1 minus 4, then add health and education cess. Check. So 5 crore 1 lakh மேல எவ்வளோ tax வருது? Including surcharge 203342225. Okay, then tax on 5 crores exact with 25% surcharge. 625. Fine. So and total income above limit is 1 lakh. What is the marginal relief? One 17,18,600 is the marginal relief. So this amount can be reduced from the actual tax. So final tax payable will be how much? A minus D or 1 minus 4. So 2 crore 3 lakhs minus 17 lakh 18,000. எவ்வளவு வருது? நீங்க இப்படி கூட போடலாம், இல்லனா நீங்க this plus this கூட போடலாம், ரெண்டுமே ஒண்ணுதான். After this you have to add health and education cess at 4%. 44625. You will get the answer, final answer, total tax payable. Now marginal relief kappuram the health and education cess should be calculated as per the provision. Logically it is totally wrong because health and education cess நாங்க லாஸ்ட்ல calculate பண்றனால still the total tax is more than the total income. நீங்க பாப்பீங்கன்னா அது அதிகமா வரும். For example நீங்க இது போட்டு பாருங்க, எவ்வளவு வருது? Final answer is what? 50. And on this amount calculate the health and education cess tax on limit. Tax on limit இருக்குல plus health and education cess எவ்வளவு வருது? 4%. add பண்ணிருங்க, add பண்ணி final answer 192,56250. so இப்போ இதுக்கும் இதுக்கும் difference பாருங்க. 1,04,000. so final answer நீங்க பாப்பீங்கன்னா income has increased by 1 lakh but tax has increased by 1,04,000. still 4,000 ரூபாய் tax அதிகமா இருக்கு. அது ஏன் 4,000 அதிகம்? 1 lakh ஓட 4%, that is health and education cess. After marginal relief we are finding out, that is why it is excess. But the law is like that, marginal relief should be found out before cess and after that only cess should be calculated. Okay, so I hope இப்போ basic concepts and tax rates இது வந்து உங்களுக்கு conceptually clear ஆயிருக்கு. ஒரு தடவை திருப்பி after lunch வந்து நாங்க go through பண்ணிக்கலாம் so that you can revise and it will get installed in your head. But now let us go to residential status. Okay, residential status chapter. Residential status. Firstly, let us see how to determine the residential status. எப்படி வந்து residential status கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுன்னு சீக்கிரமா பார்த்துக்கலாம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி let us see what is the definition of India. Quickly let us complete this. Section 2 clause 25 defines India. India வந்து territory as per article 1 of the constitution. It means all the states including Jammu and Kashmir. Then territorial water, seabed, subsoil, continental shelf, exclusive economic zone, other specified maritime zone, airspace above the territory and territorial water. So basically என்ன சொல்ல வராங்கன்னா, number 1 territory as per article 1 of the constitution, it means all the states. Then territorial water, territorial water வந்து உள்ளக்குள்ளார இருக்கிற ரிவர்ஸும் இருக்கலாம், lake, pond and everything, and at the same time it can also be the area of 12 nautical miles. Territorial water வந்து generally it is 12 nautical miles. Nautical mile வந்து mile கிடையாது, it is more than a mile, it is a different measure of calculation itself. Shore லந்து 12 nautical miles வரைக்கும் it is called territorial water, and shore லந்து 200 nautical mile வரைக்கும் it is called exclusive economic zone. Okay va? Territorial mile வரைக்கும் it is considered an integral part of India. Exclusive economic zone வந்து actually India கொஞ்சம் வெளியே போயிருது, but ஏன் அது exclusive economic zone னா அங்க இருந்து தான் oil and everything will get extracted, sea ல இருந்து extract பண்றாங்க. Okay, so this is also considered in India definition as per Income Tax Act. Then continental shelf, seabed, subsoil. So இப்போ basically ஒரு shore இருக்குன்னா shore ஓட first region, initial region will be called subsoil. Subsoil. Then subsoil லந்து தான் தண்ணி ஆரம்பிக்கும். Okay, தண்ணி ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் டீப்பா போனா it will become continental shelf. Continental shelf. And then lastல ரொம்ப டெப்த்ல வந்து இருக்கிற ஏரியாவோட பேரு தான் seabed. So basically surface ல என்ன சொல்ல வராங்கன்னா, surface ல இருக்கிறதும் இந்தியா, கீழே இருக்கிறதும் இந்தியா, மேலே இருக்கிறதும் இந்தியா. ஓகேவா? So subsoil, so the territory, entire land mass is India. Territorial waters உள்ள இருக்கிற rivers and வெளியே இருக்கிற 12 nautical miles also India. அது தவிர exclusive economic zone 200 nautical miles also India. Then தண்ணிக்குள்ள போகும்போது subsoil, continental shelf, seabed also a part of India. And இது எல்லாத்துக்கு மேலே இருக்கிற airspace is also a part of India. Other than that, there is a act called Other Specified Maritime Zone Act. And the act la வந்து specified maritime zone கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க, அதோட டீடைல்ஸ்ல போக வேண்டாம். But as per that act also, whatever specified maritime zone is there, that is also India. So this is India definition. Territory as per Article 1, territorial water, seabed, subsoil, continental shelf, exclusive economic zone, other specified maritime zone, and airspace above the territory and territorial waters. Okay, now let's come to residential status, and most important, residential status of individual எப்படி determine பண்றது. Because most probably residential status ல இருந்து question வந்தா it will involve residential status of individual. If this you are thorough, most probably 4 marks minimum you will be scoring in your examination. At least 4 marks exam ல வரும், up to 10 marks கூட வரலாம், 10 marks 12 marks கூட இந்த chapter ல இருந்து வரலாம். So let us see how to determine residential status of individual. First, there are two basic conditions given in section 6 subsection 1. First basic condition, stay in India is 182 days or more in the previous year. Okay va? இப்போ listen here. First நீங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, citizenship, residential status ரெண்டுமே ஒண்ணு கிடையாது. Indian citizen is different, resident is totally different. Australian citizen can also be Indian resident. So அது வந்து இருக்கலாம். Citizenship is based on the domicile, means நீங்க எந்த கண்ட்ரியில பிறந்திருக்கீங்க, and residential status is based on the number of days that is stayed inside the country. நான் இந்தியால வந்து எவ்வளவு நாள் வந்து தங்கி இருக்கேன். So even if Chris Gayle is coming to India and staying for 200 days, he will be considered resident. ஏன் residential status கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம்? Resident இருந்தா more income will be taxable, non-resident இருந்தா only the Indian income is going to be taxable. Now for residential status, firstly there are two basic conditions. Okay va? Basic condition is number 1, 182 days or more. 182 days or more is the first basic condition. the first basic condition satisfy ana, check. First basic condition satisfy ana, always and always the person will be called resident. No doubt at all. 182 days or more, yaar irundhalum seri resident. Next basic condition, 182 days illa, adukku kammiya irukku. Then you see second basic condition. Second basic condition means if the stay in India is 60 days or more. அதுக்கு தான் நாங்கள் இந்தியாவோட டெஃபினிஷன் பார்த்தோம். ஏன்னா ஸ்டே இன் இந்தியா கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். இந்தியா அதுக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இந்தியா என்னன்னு தெரியணும். ஓகேவா? தட் இஸ் வை வி லேர்ன்ட் மீனிங் ஆஃப் இந்தியா. 60 days or more plus means what? And means both should be satisfied. And 365 days or and எழுதிடுறேன் நான், சே வேண்டாம். 365 days or more in 4 preceding previous years. This you have to check. Okay va? Ana in the 4 preceding previous years ku vande there are a few exceptions, means 3 full exception, 1 partial exception. அந்த எக்ஸெப்ஷனுக்கு வந்து நீங்க இந்த கண்டிஷனே பார்க்க வேண்டாம். யாரு வந்து அந்த எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ல கவர் ஆயிட்டாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு வந்து நீங்க செகண்ட் பேசிக் கண்டிஷனே பார்க்க வேண்டாம். யூ நீட் நாட் see. Okay, so if this is satisfied, okay, it means if here you are telling yes, then you have to see exception. Fine. If a person is not covered under exception also, then he will be resident. Fine. But if a person is covered under exception, then or the person is not even staying for 60 days. 60 days க்கு மேல தங்கி இருக்காங்கன்னா எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ல வந்திருக்காங்களா இல்லையான்னு பாருங்க. ஓகேவா? எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ல வரலனா அவங்க ரெசிடென்ட் தான். எக்ஸெப்ஷன்ல வந்துட்டாங்கன்னா நீங்க 60 days கண்டிஷனே பார்க்க வேண்டாம், அவங்கள நான் ரெசிடென்ட்னு சொல்லிடலாம். So here if it is no, then you have to see whether the person is deemed resident. ஓகேவா? இங்க கூட இது எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு புரியும். இப்போ கொஞ்சம் கன்ஃபியூசிங்கா இருக்கும், பட் வர வர எல்லாமே புரிஞ்சிரும். Here you have two questions, whether yes or no. Deemed resident la yes na RNOR, deemed resident la no na always NR. Here also resident irukangala adu kandupidikiradhukku appuram you have to see additional condition. Okay, if any one is satisfied, then RNOR. If not satisfied, if all the conditions not satisfied, then ROR. கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சு I'll make you write this, draw this also கொஞ்சம் neat mannerல. So இதுதான் basic structure. So first வந்து இந்த ஸ்ட்ரக்சரை பார்த்து தான் நீங்க ஸ்டெப் பை ஸ்டெப் போனீங்கன்னா you will be able to decide whether a person is resident or not. ரெசிடென்ட் இருந்தா ROR RNOR. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து நாங்க என்ன பார்க்கணும்? பேசிக் கண்டிஷன். பேசிக் கண்டிஷன் நம்பர் 1, 182 days இல்ல அதுக்கு மேல தங்கி இருக்காங்களா? If 182 days or more, blindly you call him resident. Okay. Second basic condition, if the stay in India is 60 days or more and 365 days or more in the 4 preceding previous years. So நம்மளுக்கு வந்து previous year applicable for your exam is what? Previous year 22-23. So in 22-23 minimum 60 days he should be there in India. Then previous year 21-22, 20-21, 19-20, 18-19, all these 4 years combined he should at least stay for 365 days. Both these conditions should be satisfied. Both are satisfied means he will be resident. However, for this condition alone there are a few exceptions. What are the exceptions? See here. Number 1, Indian citizen leaves India as a crew member of Indian ship. If there is an Indian citizen who is going outside India as a crew member of an Indian ship, then you need not see this condition, need not see the second condition, just to see first one satisfy aachina resident, first one satisfy agalana non resident. Clear? Then person leaving India for employment outside India, Indian citizen leaving India for employment outside India, then also no need to see 60 days condition, just to see the first one. Third, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin. Person of Indian origin means what? If the assessee himself or either of his grandparents, amma illana appa, or either of the grandparents, amma oda amma appa illa appa oda amma appa, are born in undivided India. Undivided India na India before partition in 1947. India before partition la vandu avanga porandirukanga, then the person will be called person of Indian origin. Indian origin. So see here, let's say there is a person P oda father mother born in India in 1985. P oda grandparents, let's assume all of P's grandparents born in the year 1949. Now, is P a person of Indian origin? Yes or no? Answer is no. P is not person of Indian origin. Yana 1947 partition independence ku munnadi avanga vandu porandirukku India. Puriyudha? Self or parents or either of grandparents should be born in undivided India, not divided India. Fine. But P is born in India itself, then P will be Indian citizen. That is a different thing. I am only talking about person of Indian origin. Okay. Now, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India. Now listen here. First two conditions we saw leaves India. Leaves India as crew member of Indian ship, leaves India for employment outside India. Now what we are seeing, visiting India. Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India during the previous year, and his total income other than income from foreign source is up to 15 lakhs in the previous year. Is up to 15 lakhs in the previous year. So Indian source other than foreign source na enna Indian source income. Okay va? But income tax la Indian source ni engeyume kudukala. So we are going to learn what? Other than income from foreign source. Adu enna we will see in some time. If the income other than income from foreign source is up to 15 lakhs, 15 lakhs illa adu kullara irundha in the 60 days condition e paaka vendam. 15 lakhs ku mele irundha 60 days ku badala 120 days pottu paru. Okay. If Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India and his total income other than income from foreign source is more than 15 lakhs, then instead of 60 days consider it as 120 days. So put instead of 60 put as 120 and do the calculation. If the stay is 120 or more and 365 or more in the 4 preceding previous year, resident, below 120 na non-resident. Okay. So that is the calculation. After doing this, residenta non-residenta kandupidichiralam. Residenta irunda you have to find out whether ordinary or not ordinary. Okay va? Non-residenta irunda you have to see whether he is deemed resident or not. Okay va? Deemed resident na enna? Deemed resident means notwithstanding anything contained in 6(1). This notwithstanding means non-obstante clause. Non-obstante clause. It means what? If you have any section in which the first word is telling notwithstanding anything contained, means this section and another section, if at all there is a fight, ஒரே பர்சனுக்கு ரெண்டு செக்ஷன் அப்ளிகபிளா இருந்தா then this will win. இந்த செக்ஷன் win ஆயிரும். இந்த செக்ஷன் தான் பார்க்கணும், அந்த செக்ஷன் பார்க்க வேண்டாம். That is the meaning of non-obstante clause. Hence, it is given notwithstanding anything contained in 6(1). இப்போ நாங்கள் அதெல்லாம் பார்த்தோம்ல 6(1) எல்லாம் ப்ரொவிஷன் பார்த்துருக்கோம். அந்த செக்ஷன் இந்த செக்ஷன் ரெண்டுமே கிளாஷ் ஆச்சுன்னா this section will win. Okay. If Indian citizen having total income other than income from foreign source more than 15 lakhs, if he is not liable to tax in any other country or territory by reason of his domicile or residence or any other criteria of similar nature, will be considered as deemed resident. However, this will not apply to resident as per 6(1). Okay va? Now listen. So நிறைய கண்டிஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. கண்டிஷன் நம்பர் 1, இந்தியன் சிட்டிசனாக இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் டீம்ட் ரெசிடென்ட்ல கவர் ஆகும். கண்டிஷன் நம்பர் 2, டோட்டல் இன்கம் அதர் than இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் ஃபாரின் சோர்ஸ் 15 lakhsக்கு மேலே இருக்கணும். கண்டிஷன் நம்பர் 3, எந்த கண்ட்ரியில் ரெசிடென்ட் இருக்காங்களோ அந்த கண்ட்ரியில் அவங்க டேக்ஸ் பே பண்ண மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. அண்ட் கண்டிஷன் நம்பர் 4, அவங்க 6(1)ல ரெசிடென்ட்டா இருக்கக்கூடாது. All 4 conditions are satisfied, then he is a deemed resident, and deemed resident is always RNOR. Always RNOR. Resident, not ordinarily resident. Now let us see the additional conditions for resident, not ordinarily resident. 4 condition பார்ப்போம். ஏதோ ஒன்று satisfy ஆச்சுன்னா RNOR, 4மே satisfy ஆகலனா ROR, resident ordinary. If an individual is there, if he is having the choice, what will he try to become? Resident ordinary or resident not ordinary? He will try to become resident not ordinary, because not ordinary இருந்தா கம்மியா இன்கம்ல டாக்ஸ் பே பண்ணும். அது இமேல் நாங்க பார்ப்போம். Section 6 subsection 6, additional conditions to be RNOR. Any one needs to be satisfied. Number 1, non-resident in at least 9 out of 10 preceding previous year. So 22-23 விட்டுருங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற 10 வருஷத்துல அட்லீஸ்ட் 9 இயர்ஸ்ல he should be non-resident. Okay. Condition number 2, stay in India 729 days or less in the 7 preceding previous years. So previous year 22-23 க்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற 7 இயர்ஸ்ல he should have stayed for 729 days or less than that. Maximum 729. Next, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India during the previous year, total income other than income from foreign source more than 15 lakhs, whose stay in India is 120 or more but less than 182 days. This is basically who? This partial exception பார்த்தோம்ல, இவங்க தான். சீக்கனா இந்தியன் சிட்டிசன் ஆர் பர்சன் ஆஃப் இந்தியன் origin 15 lakhs வரைக்கும் இன்கம் இருந்தா அவங்களுக்கு செகண்ட் பேசிக் கண்டிஷனே பார்க்க வேண்டாம். ஓகேவா? பட் 15 lakhsக்கு மேலே இருந்தா அவங்க சிக்கிட்டாங்க. பிகாஸ் ஃபார் தெம் 60க்கு பதிலாக 120 days பார்க்கணும். பட் ஸ்டில் 120 to 182, 120லேருந்து 182 daysக்கு நடுவில் இருந்தா தே வில் பிகம் ரெசிடென்ட். கரெக்டா? 182க்கு மேலே போனால் எப்படியோ ரெசிடென்ட் தான். ஹென்ஸ் இந்த 120லேருந்து 182 daysக்கு நடுவில் வரனால these people became resident. No, now they will feel angry that நீங்க வந்து நம்மளுக்கு ரெசிடென்ட் ஆக்கிட்டீங்க, so we have to pay more tax. So the government told, okay, don't worry, ரெசிடென்ட் ஆக்கிட்டோம், பட் ரெசிடென்ட் நாட் ஆர்டினரி ரெசிடென்ட். நீங்க so ordinary அளவுக்கு நீங்க டாக்ஸ் பே பண்ண வேண்டாம், நாட் ஆர்டினரி ரெசிடென்ட். so still some benefits we will give you. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? இதே மாதிரி deemed resident கூட அப்படிதான். people will become very very angry. I am not at all covered in residential status, still you are telling me I am a resident, you are deeming that I am resident, so they will get angry. Hence the government is giving a relief that if you are a deemed resident, you will always be resident, not ordinarily resident. Okay va? 2 point. So if all the conditions not satisfied, RO, resident, ordinarily resident. இப்போ திருப்பி ஒரு தடவை பார்க்கலாம். செக்ஷன் 6, this you have to be thorough. அப்படியே மனப்பாடம் பை ஹார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு தரோவா இருக்கணும். செக்ஷன் 6 subsection 1, பேசிக் கண்டிஷன். நம்பர் 1, 182 days or more. 182 days or more இருந்தா always resident. ஓகேவா? ரெசிடென்ட்டா இருந்தா you have to see additional condition, ordinary, not ordinary, other. Then except second condition, 60 days or more and 365 days or more in the 4 preceding previous years. But அதுக்கு வந்து there are 4 exceptions. Exception number 1, Indian citizen leaving India as a crew member of Indian ship. Exception number 2, Indian citizen leaving India for employment outside India. Exception number 3, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India. இப்போ இந்தியால வராங்க during the previous year, total income other than income from foreign source up to 15 lakhs. Then அவங்களுக்கு பார்க்க வேண்டாம். more than 15 lakhs இருந்தா 60 க்கு பதிலா 120 days பண்ணி calculation பண்ணணும். Okay. இப்போ after this you will find out whether a person is resident or non-resident. Resident இருந்தா see the additional condition ROR RNOR. Non-resident இருந்தா see the deemed resident point. ஓகேவா? deemed residentல என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? Indian resident இருக்கணும். total income other than income from foreign source 15 lakhs க்கு மேல இருக்கணும். எந்த கண்ட்ரில ரெசிடென்ட்டா இருக்காங்களோ அங்க டாக்ஸ் பே பண்ண மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. அண்ட் மேல இருக்கிற ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ்ல வந்து அவங்க ரெசிடென்ட் கிடையாது. all four are satisfied na deemed resident. Deemed resident always RNOR. Now additional conditions for RNOR. Resident not ordinary resident. If any one is satisfied, the person will be RNOR. All not is satisfied na ROR. First one, non-resident in at least 9 out of 10 preceding previous years. Second one, stay in India 729 days or less in the 7 preceding previous years. Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India, total income other than income from foreign source more than 15 lakhs and stays between 120 to 182, and then deemed resident. Okay, இப்போ இது பாருங்க. So first என்ன பார்க்கணும்? 182 days or more. Okay, if yes, then obviously resident. If no, see the second basic condition, 60 days or more or 365 days. If it is no, then non-resident. Correct? Non-resident இருந்தா you have to see deemed resident point. Deemed resident to cover ஆகலனா கண்டிப்பா non-resident. Fine. Now if it is yes, then you have to see whether covered under exception. Indian citizen leaving India for crew member of Indian ship or employment outside India. Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India and total income other than income from foreign source up to 15 lakhs and more than 15 lakhs irundha 60 க்கு பதிலா 120. If they are covered in exception, then they will become non-resident. Not covered in exception na, sorry, if they are covered in exception na, they will become non-resident. Non-resident irundha see the deemed resident point. Not covered in exception na, they will become resident. Resident இருந்தா you have to see additional condition. 4 additional condition में satisfy ஆகலனா ROR. ஏதோ ஒன்னு satisfy ஆச்சுனா RN. Okay, just take 2 minutes, just go through this once. ஒரு தடவை திருப்பி ஒரு தடவை படிச்சுக்கோங்க. Earlier and all it was very simple. First basic, second basic. Second basicல கூட ரெண்டு exception மட்டும்தான். And additional condition ரெண்டு மட்டும்தான். It was very simple. Last 2 years தான் இந்த other than income from foreign source 120 days deemed resident எல்லாமே வந்திருக்கு. So now asking residential status has become a favorite question for the examiner. So easily one can be confused, especially multiple choice question. Okay, now we'll see some other miscellaneous points. Person of Indian origin is a person who himself, either of his parents, either of his grandparents, born in undivided India. Income from foreign source means income accrue or arise outside India, except income derived from business controlled or profession set up in India. Then you will be clear. Residential status has to be determined every year. In the calculation, varsha panano. So if a person is resident in previous year 2023, it is not necessary that he will be resident next year also. Next year it can change. Stay in India includes the stay in territorial waters, because territorial water also part of India only. Continuous stay in India is not compulsory. So 182 சொன்னல ஒரே ஷாட்ல 182 days stay பண்ணனும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. 2 months இப்போ ஒரு இன்னும் திருப்பி வெளிய நாடு போயிட்டாங்க, திருப்பி இந்தியாக்கு வந்து again ஒரு 4 months, like that it can be in breaks also. Date of arrival and date of departure should be calculated in India, very very important. So date of arrival, date of departure. For example, if a person is leaving coming to India on 1st April, okay, or random date vechikalam 11th April, okay, and leaving India on 15th October, then what is the number of days you have to calculate? So April la vande in the 11th ennikku kalambi irukangalo, this also should be included in India ennikku vandirukangalo, and 1510 ennikku kalambi irukangalo, that also should be included in India. So in April how many days? How many days stay in India? India la evlo 20. 11th annik India la vandirukanga, so 10 days is outside India, so 20 days in April. May, June, July, August, September, October, how many days? 15. So 15. So like this you have to calculate the exam. Can individual be resident in more than one country? Answer is yes, very much possible. Because inga rules வேற மாதிரி இருக்கலாம், வேற கண்ட்ரில வேற மாதிரி இருக்கலாம், ரெண்டுலயும் applicable இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கலாம். Concept of ஆனா ரெண்டு கண்ட்ரிலயும் டாக்ஸ் வந்துருச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது? Both countries will be having an agreement called double taxation avoidance agreement. Okay, இதெல்லாம் final level வரும். Based on that agreement, both countries will decide who is having the right to tax that person. So the other country will give up the tax. Concept of resident and citizen are different. In income tax, citizen can be a non-resident, non-citizen can be a resident. Both are possible. Okay, so individual residential status paathachu. Now let us talk about crew of special case. Indian citizen who is a crew of a foreign bound Indian ship. Indian citizen who is a crew of a foreign bound Indian ship. See ipo enna aguduna, listen here. Foreign bound Indian ship na enna? Indian ship that is going from India to a foreign country or coming from foreign country to India. Okay va? So let's say for foreign bound Indian ship irukku, this ship is there, no? So it will travel through the coastline and then it will go to foreign country. Let's say it is going to Malaysia. Okay, and I told you 12 nautical mile, 200 nautical mile is considered in India for residential status calculation. இப்போ எப்போ இந்த ஷிப் இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியே வருது, எப்போ உள்ள போகுது, அதெல்லாம் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். It is very difficult to decide. Hence, if at all there is an Indian citizen who is a crew member of such a ship, an Indian ship which is going to a foreign country or coming from a foreign country, he is getting a special type of calculation for residential status, and it is told that period is excluded from stay in India. Means இப்போ நான் என்ன சொல்றேனோ, it will be considered that it is outside India. என்னது? From date of joining in CDC, CDC na continuous discharge certificate, to date of signing off in CDC. CDC is nothing but it is like an attendance register. When you go inside the ship, you have to sign and go inside. While coming out, you have to sign and come outside. Continuous discharge register. Now, from the date of joining in till the date of signing off will be considered as outside India. outside India. Generally, date of coming and date of going is considered in India. And in the case it is considered outside India. Okay, so both dates should be considered outside India. Here you should be very careful. Both date of joining and date of signing off should be counted for the period of exclusion, even though they are date of arrival and date of departure. So this is a special case. Now let us solve one or two questions. Question number 1 paranga. Question number 1. Very easy only. Find out the answer soon, then we will discuss. Done. So Mr. Anand is an Indian citizen, member of the crew of a Singapore bound Indian ship, engaged in carriage of passengers in international traffic departing from Chennai port on 6th June 2022. From the following details, determine the residential status of Mr. Anand for 23-24, assuming that his stay in India in the last 4 previous years preceding 22-23 is 400 days. Okay, so date entered into continuous discharge certificate in respect of joining is 6th June. Date entered into continuous discharge certificate in respect of signing off if is 9th December. So now listen here. Date of joining is 6/6. Date of signing off is 9/12. So what is the exclusion? First we will see, then we will reduce it from the total days to find out what is the stay in India. So 6th June and the exclusion arambikudu. So what is the period in June that is excluded? 30 minus 5. So 25 plus July, August, September, October, November, December la vandu 9 days. Coming to how much? 187. Now since 22-23 is not a leap year, we will take 365 days. So 365 minus 187 is equal to 178. 178 is the stay in India. Now first basic condition, 182 days or more, not satisfied, hence that condition failed. Second basic condition, whether we have to see, answer is no, we need not see, because this person is covered in the exception. In exception, Indian citizen who is leaving India as a crew member of Indian ship. Okay, and be very careful, it is Indian ship. Always Indian ship ku mattumda in the benefit. Indian ship illana in the benefit kadayadu. Okay, this CDC benefit also, that exception also, both are only for Indian ship. Hence this person will be non-resident. Okay, next, this question we have seen. We'll come back to the provisions. And for other than individual, let us see how to determine residential status. Very simple. HUF, firm, partnership firm, LLP, AOP, BOY, local authority, AJP. இவங்க எல்லாத்துக்கும் it means what? Other than individual and company. எல்லாத்துக்கும் control and management of affairs எங்க இருந்து control பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க அந்த organization. If it is wholly outside India, non-resident. Even partly in India, resident. Wholly outside India, non-resident. Even partly or fully in India, na resident. And HUF also there is a concept of ROR and RNOR, like resident. How to find whether HUF is ROR or RNOR? It depends on Karta. So if HUF is a resident, then see whether Karta is ROR. If Karta is ROR, HUF is ROR. If Karta is not ROR, HUF is RNOR. Okay. Now you see the answer or find out the answer of the question number 4. The business of HUF, very simple. Business of HUF is transacted from Australia. All the policy decisions are taken in Australia. Mr. E, the Karta of HUF, who was born in Kolkata, visits India during the previous year 22-23 after 15 years. Means 22-23 க்கு முன்னாடி 15 years வரைக்கும் அவங்க இந்தியாலயே கிடையாது. He comes to India on 1/4/2022 and leaves India for Australia on 1/12/2022. Determine the residential status of Mr. E and HUF for the assessment year 23-24. So listen here. Firstly, let us see Mr. E. Mr. E stays in India for how many days? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December la vandu 1 day. Correct? So total how many days? 245 days. 245 days. Now since the stay in India is 182 days or more, Mr. A will be called as resident. Whether he is resident ordinary or resident not ordinary, answer is he will be not ordinary resident. Yena because last 15 years liye India la illa. So definitely any one of the two conditions is satisfied, no? So first condition is என்ன 9 out of 10 preceding years la he should be non-resident. அதே satisfy ஆயாச்சு RNOR. இல்லனா அடுத்தது கூட நீங்க பாப்பீங்கன்னா 729 days or less, that also will be satisfied. So he is a RNOR. So Karta is RNOR. So what is HUF? HUF is non-resident. HUF is non-resident. Why? Because all the policy decisions are taken in Australia. Okay, va? So, karta ROR, RNOR, you have to consider only when HUF itself is a resident. புரியுதா? So HUF resident இருந்தா மட்டும் ROR, RNOR பார்க்கணும். HUF non-resident இருந்தா non-resident. Okay. Now let us see company. Company வந்து உங்களுக்கு டீடைல்ல it is not covered in your syllabus. Hence, for company also when you look, it might seem like it is like any other person. கம்பெனில என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Non-residentனா other than resident. Resident யாரு? Indian company is always resident and any other company other than Indian company if POEM is in India. POEM means place of effective management. It is the place where key management and commercial decisions are in substance made. So எந்த placeல management and commercial decision எடுக்கறாங்களோ that is called place of effective management. அது இந்தியால இருந்துச்சுன்னா resident, இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில இருந்துச்சுன்னா non-resident. This place of effective management is a very detailed concept. ஆனா இது உங்களுக்கு ஃபைனல் லெவல் தான் கவர் ஆகும். இந்த இன்டர்ல வந்து உங்களுக்கு இவ்வளவு தெரிஞ்சா போதும். Place of effective management. If it is in India, company is a resident. Not in India, non-resident. Indian company always resident. Indian company always resident. Okay. One more question let us solve. This one we will see. இது குயிக்கா நீங்க சால்வ் பண்ணுங்க, then we will discuss the answer. Mr. Bretley, an Australian cricket player, visits India for 100 days in every financial year. This has been his practice for the past 10 years. Find out his residential status. Would your answer change if it's not Bretley, it is Srinath who is an Indian citizen? Okay, and C, what would be your answer if Srinath visits India for 120 days instead of 100 days? சீக்கிரமா நீங்க வந்து first you see all the 3 questions and according to you what will be the answer, then we will discuss. Okay. Bretley visits India for 100 days in every financial year. So orally itself, first one easily we can solve. First year la வந்து previous year 22-23, previous year 22-23 ல எவ்வளவு நாள் இருக்காங்க? 100 days. First basic condition 182 days or more, not satisfied. Second basic condition 60 days or more and 365 days or more. So second basic condition க்கு வந்து 60 days or more இருக்கு and 21, 22, 20, 21, 19, 20, 18, 19. So இதில் வந்து 100 each, correct? 100, 100, 100, 100. So which is more than 365 days. That is why he is a resident. He is a resident. Now we have to find whether ROR or RNOR. For that, any one of the basic additional conditions can be satisfied, RNOR. None satisfied na ROR. Okay. So first basic condition வந்து என்ன? 9 out of 10 preceding previous yearsல வந்து NR இருக்கும். ஆனா இந்த கண்டிஷன் வந்து ஆன்சர் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் பண்றது கொஞ்சம் லென்த்தி. அதனால டைரக்டா செகண்டுக்கு போலாம். ஓகேவா? 729 days or less. இப்போ லாஸ்ட் 7 இயர்ஸ்ல வந்து எவ்வளவு நாள் தங்கி இருக்காங்க? 700 days. 700 days, which is 729 days or less. That is why you can call him RNO. It is not necessary that you have to go in that order only, and it is not necessary that you have to solve each and every point. உங்களுக்கு ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சால்வ் பண்ணாமே ஆன்சர் கிடைக்குதுன்னா you stop with that. Unnecessarily next one போவேன். Okay. Then second one. Would your answer change if the above facts relate to Srinath, an Indian citizen who resides in Australia, represents the Australian cricket team? Would the answer change? Answer is yes. The answer will change because Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting in India during the previous year, அவங்களுக்கு வந்து exception இருக்கு second basic conditionக்கு. If their income is up to 15 lakhs, you need not see the second basic condition. If their income other than income from foreign source is more than 15 lakhs, 100 க்கு பதிலா 120 போடும். ஓகேவா? 100 தான் இருக்கு, 120 போட்டாலும் கவர் ஆகாது. அதனால செகண்ட் கேஸ்ல Mr. Srinath will be what? Non-resident. ஆனா third caseல வந்து 120 ஆக்கிட்டாங்க. Okay, so here there will be two answers. If the income other than income from foreign source is up to 15 lakhs, then he is non-resident. If it is more than 15 lakhs, then he will be considered as resident. Resident இருந்தா you have to see the other additional conditions. Additional conditionல மூணாவது additional condition நான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன்ல, இந்த மாதிரி சிக்கிறவங்க வந்து RNOR consider பண்ணுவாங்க. So you can call him as RN. Okay. So I hope you are clear with this. With this residential status, how we have to find, we have already seen. It's 12:45. உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் 15 minutes 20 minutes தாங்கலாமா இல்லை இப்போவே break? 15-20 minutes okay no? So I will take this scope of total income. ஏன்னா லஞ்ச்க்கு அப்புறம் கான்செப்ட் எடுத்தா உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ட்ரையாக இருக்கும். ஸோ வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கான்செப்ட். இது பேசிக்ஸ் வந்து நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன். தென் வில் பிரேக் ஃபார் லஞ்ச் அட் அரௌண்ட் 1 for 45-50 minutes. Then we will start once again. So residential status, how to determine, we have seen. Now we will see why we are determining residential status, and that is because of scope of total income. Scope of total income. Now for the entire total income is divided into many subcategories. First subcategory, income received in India. Second one, income deemed to be received in India. Third, income accruing or arising. Fourth, income deemed to accrue or arise. Fifth one, in India. Fifth one வந்து income accrue and received outside India, but business control profession set up in India. Sixth one, accrued and received outside India, business control profession set up also outside India. Then any other foreign income, and lastly remission of income. இப்போ first four பாப்பீங்களா, the first four categories is called Indian income. first 4 categories is called Indian income. So what is Indian income? Received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India. இந்த 4 வந்து Indian income. Indian income is taxable for everybody. ROR, RNOR, NR யார் இருந்தாலும் சரி it is taxable. Okay. Next category வந்து என்னது? It is foreign income but Indian source. Foreign income Indian source. இது நீங்க எழுதாதீங்க. Foreign income but Indian source. So it means what? Accrued and received outside India. Indiaக்கு வெளியில தான் the income has been earned and income has been received, but it is controlled from India or a profession has been set up in India. In such case, it is a foreign income because foreign countryல தான் சம்பாதிச்சிருக்காங்க, but it is an Indian source. ஏன்னா இங்க இருந்து தான் கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஓகேவா? So for example, Reliance is having a subsidiary. Okay, let's say in Dubai. In Dubai, that subsidiary is working and earning the income. So that it is working there only, income also it is earning there. But since the control is from Reliance, which is from India, that is why it will be considered foreign income but Indian source. Okay, foreign income from Indian source. Hence, இப்போ நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா, and last one பாருங்க, income accrued and received outside India, business control, profession setup outside India. It means what? Purely foreign income. Foreign income, foreign source. Okay, and last one, any other foreign income. Purely foreign means foreign la வந்து dividend கிடைச்சிருக்கு or interest கிடைச்சிருக்கு, என்ன வேணா இருக்கு. Any other foreign income. Remission இப்போதைக்கு பார்க்க மாட்டோம், அப்புறமேல் பார்க்கலாம். Now listen. Hence I can tell that last two is foreign source. Okay, last 3 பாத்தீங்கன்னா is foreign income and first 5 is other than foreign source. You have to be very very clear. This you write. First 4 வந்து Indian income, first 5 வந்து Indian source னு ஒரு wording கிடையாது. That is why we are calling Indian source as other than foreign source, because that is the language used in the act, other than foreign source. Five, six, 7. Point number 5, 6, 7 வந்து foreign income and last 6, 7 வந்து foreign source. Done. So இப்போ Indian income is what? Received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India. Then in other than foreign source, other than foreign source என்ன? Indian income அது எல்லாமே other than foreign source தான். அதை தவிர foreign income for which the control is from India, that is also other than foreign source. Okay வா? So received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, and accrue and receive outside India but from business control or profession setup in India, that is other than foreign source. Okay va? Then purely foreign source வந்து என்ன? எல்லாமே வெளியே தான் இருக்கு, and other foreign income is also purely foreign source. Now why we are learning this? Other than foreign source, you know why we are learning, because it is coming in the residential status calculation. And also see here, for resident, ordinarily resident, ROR, global income is taxable. It means what? All the 7 are taxable. Then For resident not ordinarily resident other than foreign source is taxable. Other than foreign source. ஆக்டில் வந்து இந்தியன் சோர்ஸ்ன்னு கொடுத்திருந்தா ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக இருந்திருக்கும் புரியறதுக்கு. பட் அதில் எப்படி கொடுத்துருக்கோ அப்படி தான் நம்ம படிக்கணும். Other than foreign source. So Indian income means what? Income received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, and accrued and received outside India from business control or profession set up in India. In the அஞ்சு income வந்து taxable for R and OR. And non-resident இருந்தா வெறும் Indian income is taxable. That first four. Okay. In the exam you are not going to write like this. In the exam you are going to write entire thing. Non-resident இருந்தா for a non-resident. See, when you are doing residential status question வந்தா வெறும் answer கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு maybe 4 ல இருந்து 1 mark you will get. 2 marks will be the provision. 2 marks, 1 mark may be for the working and 1 mark will be for the final answer. Provisionல வந்து என்ன எழுதணும்? Number 1, you have to write how to determine the residential status. The basic conditions. 182 days or more, 60 days or more and 365 days or more. அதெல்லாம் நீங்க எழுதணும். Additional condition, everything. What and all is applicable for that question, all those provisions you have to write. After that, you have to find out the residential status, ROR, RNOR, NR. Then if at all the question is also asking you to find out whether that income is taxable or not taxable, then you have to write this provision also, that if an ROR is there, then for that ROR, the global income na, you should not write global income, you have to write everything. Income received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, foreign income which is controlled from India, foreign income which is controlled outside India, other foreign income, everything you have to write. Okay, ellame எழுதணும். Then you find out the answer. Okay, calculation. So you are clear with this? Then now let's talk about remission. Remission means it is coming from the word remittance. Remittance means sending money. Remittance means sending the money. So if I am sending my money to someone else, it means what? I am remitting the money. Okay. Remission of income is not taxable for anyone because it is not at all an income. It is just sending the income from one person to another person. Okay. So for example, Mr. P does work in USA, receiving salary in USA. After receiving the salary, he will send the salary to his mother in India. Is the amount taxable in the hands of mother? Answer is no, not taxable, because already taxed income he is sending to his mother. It is just a remittance. Mother is not earning any income. புரியுதா? Sir, USA ல வந்து இந்த income மேல tax கட்டல. Let's say USA ல tax கிடையாது. Let us assume there is no tax in USA and now he is sending this money to his mother. Now will it be taxable? Answer is no, because still it is not an income, it is just sending the income. We should not be bothered whether it is taxable in that country or not taxable. You get my point? If it is a remittance, it will not be taxed. But sometimes in question, what will happen is they will confuse you. If salary is not received in USA, directly the company gives salary to mother's account in India, then it will be called received in India and it is taxable. If first time where it is coming, if it is coming in India, means it is received in India and it is taxable. Hence, first accrual or receipt is taxable wherever it is. Accordingly, you have to take. After receiving first time, then they are sending, means it is remission. Remission you should not consider for calculation. Okay, it is not taxable for anyone. It is just using the already taxed money. Then receipt by other person on behalf of assessee will also be considered as receipt. So for example, if A wants to make a payment to B, so for B it is income. A is giving an amount to B, for B that amount is income. Okay, now let's say instead of giving to B, he is giving to C on behalf of B. On behalf of B. B வந்து என்ன சொல்றான், C actually எனக்கு அமௌண்ட் கொடுக்க வேண்டியது, ஓகேவா? ஸோ நான் சிக்கு வந்து அமௌண்ட் கொடுக்க வேண்டியது, அதனால நீ எனக்கு கொடுக்காத டைரக்டா சிக்கே போய் கொடுத்து. Still this amount will be considered as income of B. Okay. Same concept you will also learn in GST, transaction value. கண்டுபிடிக்கும் போது same thing you are going to learn, consideration. Okay, so that's the point. And next, this you will obviously understand, but still foreign income is not an income accrued in India just because it is included in balance sheet in India. So for example, there is a company called OnePlus. Okay, OnePlus வந்து BBQ Electronics ஓட subsidiary company. அவங்க வந்து இந்தியால OnePlus India ஒரு subsidiary இருக்கு, let's say it is Indian company. அவங்க அவங்களோட balance sheet they will be submitting. Now the Indian government also requires them to submit the consolidated balance sheet where they are giving entire company, even BBQ Electronics oda balance sheet included. So just because in their balance sheet they have included some foreign income, does it mean that that foreign income will be taxed in India? Answer is no. In simple terms, just because it is included in balance sheet, it does not mean that it will be taxable. Okay. So this is the point. Now the meaning of received in India means what? Very very clear. It is received in an Indian account. Okay, so it is received in India. Now deemed to be received in India na enna? Deemed to be received in India, there are 4 cases. This and all when we will learn salary you will be even more clear. First case is contribution to recognized provident fund more than 12% of salary. Okay, 12% வரைக்கும் it will not be taxable, 20% க்கு மேல it will be taxable as perquisite. அது வந்து salary chapterல பாப்போம். Now இங்க வந்து என்ன படிக்கிறோம், it is considered as deemed to be received in India. Means what? Confusion இருக்க கூடாது whether that salary will be taxable in India or not. It is deemed to be received, hence always taxable. Fine. Similarly, interest in recognized provident fund more than 9.5%, employer contribution in pension scheme, employer contribution and interest transferred from unrecognized provident fund to recognized provident fund. All these amounts, if at all they are taxable, they are called deemed to be received in India, and hence it will always be Indian income. Okay, when we will study salary you will be even more clear. Next, accruing or arising in India. I already told you accrual concept, correct? So March and April I already told you. So March la வந்து salary சம்பாரிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Let's say he is working in India. Okay, now let us assume he is working in India during March and April la வந்து salary is received in USA. So is it Indian income or not? Answer is yes, it is Indian income. ஏன்னா accrue ஆகும்போது வந்து இந்தியால தான் வேலை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. This is called accruing or arising. So it is accruing. Arising வந்து you can take a case of business. Business வந்து டெல்லியில பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. டெல்லியில தான் business பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. But business ஓட amount is received in New Zealand. Since the business itself is in Delhi, it means the income is arising from Delhi. So wherever it is received does not matter. It will always be considered as Indian income, accruing or arising in India. Then let us see the fifth one, accrued and received outside India, but business controlled or profession set up in India. One small example I'll take, very very easy, you already understood, but still. Let's say there is a CA firm set up in India, and the CA firm வந்து இந்தியால branches open பண்ணிட்டு இப்போ துபாயில கூட branch open பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Okay, and the Dubai branchல there are separate set of people and everything, but branch is controlled by CA firm in India. So when the Dubai firm is earning an income, it is foreign income only, but it is controlled or set up from India, hence it is other than foreign source, not foreign sourced, other than foreign source. புரியுதா? ஏன் இது படிக்கிறோம்? Because it is taxable for RNOR, and also this is used for calculation of residential status, and these both are pure foreign income. எல்லாமே வெளியே இருக்கு. Now one only is left, that is deemed to accrue or arise in India. இது வந்து lunch முடிச்சு பார்த்துக்கலாம். So we'll break now, and at 1:50 we will start the class. check, 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 check. Okay, so residential status, we have seen how to determine the residential status. Scope of total income also we saw. Now the only one concept that is pending is deemed to accrue or arise in India. Deemed to accrue or arise in India. So let us see what are the parts in deemed to accrue or arise in India one by one. No. So first and foremost, we learnt what are the four types of Indian income. Income received in India, income deemed to be received in India, income accruing or arising in India, and income deemed to accrue or arise in India. So first three we saw. Now we are seeing income deemed to accrue or arise in India. It means what? In all the cases that we are going to see in this, whether or not it is accruing or arising or not, you need not get confused. You should consider it as Indian income. Okay. ஏன் இந்த செக்ஷன்ல எல்லாம் கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா ஏன்னா இந்த எல்லா கேசஸ்ல கன்ஃபியூஷன் வரலாம் whether this is an Indian income or not an Indian income. Confusion வரக்கூடாது. Straightly you can classify it as Indian income. Okay. So first and foremost is section 9 subsection 1 clause 1, income through or from business connection in India. Business connection. இப்போ இந்த business connection na என்னன்னு பார்க்கலாம். It itself is a very lengthy concept discussed in the next page. To understand business connection, let me in short tell you about the difference between business in India versus business with India. Okay, there are two types of terms: business in India, business with India. What is the difference? If business is done in India, it is Indian income. If it is done with India, it is not Indian income. Okay. Let us take my example. I am providing classes of CA Inter in pendrive. Pendrive classes I am providing. Let's say I am providing my classes in South India, but two students from Nepal also purchase my class. Nepal also purchased my class. This is called business with Nepal. Business with Nepal. It means what? Two students from Nepal came and purchased my classes. I am not targeting the Nepal students. I am not going to Nepal and taking classes. I am not having place of business or website in Nepal. I am providing classes in India, but by chance two Nepal students also bought my classes. This is called business with Nepal. Hence, when the two students bought this class from me, I am earning a profit. Should I go to Nepal and pay the tax? Answer is no, not required. But if I am going to Nepal, taking classes in Nepal, okay, and then I am earning such income, then it is Nepal income. I have to pay taxes in Nepal. That is called business in Nepal. Okay. Similarly, business in India means coming into India and doing the business substantially. Business with India means a few Indian customers are there. Okay, let's say Apple is there in USA. Indian customers are buying the Apple products from USA and importing into India. This is what business with India. For this, the Apple company need not pay any taxes in India. You get my point? But if Apple company is coming here, establishing its store, from the store of people are purchasing, then it is called business in India, taxable in India. But I give you clear examples of business in India versus business with India. However, in many cases it is not very clear to differentiate between business in India versus business with India. Why? Because see, business, if it is with India, then tax need not be paid. Hence, everyone will try showing that it is business with India and not business in India. To remove this confusion, there are certain cases where even though it is business with India, it will be considered as business in India and taxable. And predominantly that case is through dependent agent. Dependent agent. So what happens is, instead of selling the products, let's take Apple company example. Apple is selling its phones. Okay. Instead of coming to India and setting up an Apple store, what it will do? It will appoint an agent in India, and it will tell the agent to purchase from Apple, and the agent will sell the products in India. Okay. Now the Apple company will try telling that the agent is a customer. He is only buying products from me. So I am doing business with India, and Apple will try to escape. Okay. This should not be done. That is why provisions of dependent agent are there in section 9. Right. So who is a dependent agent? If at all any transaction from a non-resident is happening through dependent agent, it will be called business connection in India. Business connection in India means deemed to accrue or arise in India. It means what? Indian income. Okay. In short, Indian income. So what is dependent agent? Dependent agent is a person who is having authority to conclude the contracts. It means what? Non-resident will enter into contract, but the authority is there with the agent. Such agent is called dependent agent. Okay. I am not going too much in depth, only brushing the concepts, that is enough. Okay. This you please remove here and put it here, this arrow mark. Exam point of view lende avlo important kadiyadu, but still you should be knowing the concept. That is why I am covering quickly. Second one, concludes contract. Authority irukko illiyo theriyadu, ana contract போட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. For example, let us take BBK Electronics is a foreign company which sells mobile phones through various brands. Now let's say BBK Electronics is appointing an agent, Mr. A, in India. We do not know whether A is a dependent agent or not. We have to find out. Only if we find out, then this will be called business connection, and the sale of phones will be taxable in India. Income from the sale of phones. Okay. So now Mr. A, first point what we saw, Mr. A has the authority to conclude contracts. It means what? Mr. A can enter into a contract between, Mr. A can make a contract between BBK Electronics and Indian customer. That is first point. Second point, we do not know whether he has authority or not, but he is making contracts. He is entering into contracts where contract is between BBK Electronic and Indian customer. Then also he is a dependent agent. Second point. Third point, he has a principal role in the contract. Means he is only organizing the contract either in the name of the non-resident or for transferring the ownership of non-resident's property, or granting the right to use the property of non-resident or or the property that the non-resident has right to use. For example, BBK Electronics, let us assume it is having a machine. Okay. Now Mr. A, if he is playing a principal role in the contract of sale of this machine, then also he is dependent agent. Next, let's say machine is not sold but machine is given for rent. Right to use the machine is being given. In such case, if Mr. A is playing a principal role, then also he is dependent agent. Next, provision of service. If BBK Electronics and Indian customer are coming into a contract of service, in that also if Mr. A is playing a principal role, then also he is dependent agent. So all these are dependent agent. Next, without any authority maintains the stock. So he is not having any rights, but still he is maintaining stock of BBK Electronics in India. Okay, that is also dependent agent. And then secures order for non-resident or common control. So what happens is, see, listen here. Now, when BBK Electronics is appointing Mr. A, it can easily be found out that Mr. A is a dependent agent. So what will BBK Electronics do, you know? It will tell OnePlus is its subsidiary company, OnePlus, to appoint Mr. A, okay, and Mr. A will sell goods of BBK Electronics in India. Purida? So this is called common control. In this case also, Mr. A will be called as dependent agent of BBK Electronics. Okay. Same thing, even if OnePlus is asking BBK Electronics to appoint an agent. Agent is selling OnePlus phones to Indian customer. Then also Mr. A will be called dependent agent of OnePlus. So the reverse case can also happen. Subsidiary can ask holding, holding can also ask subsidiary, and also one more case. Listen, BBK Electronics has one more subsidiary called Oppo. Now, OnePlus wants to sell the phones in India. If it is appointing Mr. A, easily he will be caught. OnePlus will be caught. If it is asking holding, then also it will be caught. So what can OnePlus do? OnePlus will tell BBK that you tell Oppo to have a dependent agent for selling my phones. This is called common control. Common control. OnePlus wants to sell phone in India. It will tell its subsidiary. Subsidiary will tell another holding company. Holding company will tell another subsidiary. Subsidiary will appoint the dependent agent to sell OnePlus phone in India. This is also case of dependent agent. Then also Mr. A will be called dependent agent of OnePlus. Whose phones are being sold? OnePlus phones. So this is common control. So other non-resident controlling a non-resident, Y controlling X, then other non-resident controlled by non-resident, holding subsidiary, subsidiary holding, X to Y, and both under same control, Z to X, Z to Y. This concept, with the example you will easily be able to understand. Next, exception to business connection in India. So what is the exception to dependent agent? Answer is independent agent. So if an agent is independent, he cannot be considered as dependent. When is the person called independent agent? Number one, agency is his ordinary course of business, and number two, he does not work mainly for the non-resident and he considers himself not dependent. Okay, so not only for BBQ, for other phone suppliers also, if some person is working, he will not be considered as dependent agent. Get my point? If a person is independent agent, then the transaction through independent agent will not be considered as business connection in India. Dependent agent மூலமா பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் business connection. Dependent agent மூலமா பண்ணலனா business connection கிடையாது. So this is business connection in India. Now let us see second part, that is significant economic presence. Business connection in India there are two parts. Part number one, dependent agent. Part number two, significant economic presence. Significant economic presence is what? It is actually a cheating that is done by the Income Tax Act only. People are actually doing business with India, but so many Indian customers are there. So amount is going to them, and Income Tax Department is feeling very, very jealous that we are not able to get the income tax from that income. So the Act has introduced this section of significant economic presence, where it is telling that even though it is business with India, we admit that it is business with India only, but still we will collect tax from you because you are earning in crores and crores. So we are not going to leave you. Okay. So in significant economic presence, there are 2 points. Point number one, if a person provides goods or services, including download of data or software, where the payment exceeds 2 crores from a person in a year. This 2 crores is from a person in a year. from a person in a year. For example, ஏதோ US software company பேர் சொல்லுங்க. Any outside software company. IBM. Okay, so let's say IBM is there. Mr. PB approached IBM to purchase software. Software வந்து 3 crores க்கு வந்து purchase பண்ணிருக்க. In such case, since the payment that I am making for software during the year is more than 2 crores, this entire amount will be considered as significant economic presence, and entire amount will be considered deemed to accrue or arise in India, and income tax should be paid. Even though I am doing business with IBM, I am just an Indian customer. IBM has not come to India. I am only going to IBM and purchasing the software, but still they have to pay the tax in India. Government இது rules எல்லாம் போட்டிருக்காங்க, but tax எப்படி வாங்குறது, that is a practical difficulty. Let us not go into depth of that. Let us just study the provision. Next, soliciting business or interaction through digital means with users above 3 lakh. So if there are more than 3 lakh users for a particular business, okay, then that also will be considered as significant economic presence. Entire income from more than those 3 lakh users will be taxable in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India. For example, Facebook or Instagram is having more than 3 lakh users. So the amount that it is getting will be considered Indian income, and it does not matter whether there is an agreement in India or not, whether the non-resident is having any place of business, or whether the non-resident is coming to India and rendering services. It does not matter. Okay, that is why I told, even though it is business with India, still it is taxable, right? Just because the volume is huge or the numbers are more. So this is business connection in India. Now let us study 5 exceptions for business connection. 5 exceptions for business connection. First exception is operations not in India. Okay, so business connection in India only relates to the operations that are done in India. For example, if there is a dependent agent and he is doing some work, let's say he is taking some orders from Indian customer as well, and he is acting as a dependent agent in Sri Lanka as well, then only for the Indian customer base it will be considered as business connection. For Sri Lankan customers it will not be considered Indian connection. Okay, even this point that we saw, soliciting business interaction through digital means, this is also considered as Indian income, user base above 3 lakh. But if it is not relating to India, it will not be considered as business income. But there are 3 cases where it is clearly told that it is Indian. In 3 cases, let us see in the previous page. Previous page, see here, income attributable to operations carried out in India includes, number 1, income from such advertisement which targets a customer who resides in India or a customer who accesses the advertisement through IP address located in India. Okay, so it means what? Customer who resides in India means Indian customer, or IP address located in India means what? Indian computer. Okay, so என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, இந்தியன் கஸ்டமருக்கு ஆட்ஸ் காட்டியிருக்கீங்க, இல்லைனா இந்தியன் கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல ஆட் காட்டியிருக்கீங்க. இந்த ஆட்ஸ்ல இருந்து வர பணம், okay, is operation in India. Operation in India means business connection in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, Indian income. Okay, next one, income from sale of data collected from a person who resides in India or from a person who uses IP address located in India. Okay, so Indian customer illa Indian IP address, Indian computer oda data sell பண்ணிட்டு அதுல இருந்து வர income is also operations in India. Fine. Next, income from sale of goods or services using the data from a person who resides in India or from a person who uses IP address located in India. ஸோ இந்தியன் கஸ்டமர், இந்தியன் கம்ப்யூட்டர், இதோட டேட்டா செல் பண்ணிட்டு கிடைக்கிற பணம் இந்தியன் இன்கம். அண்ட் அந்த டேட்டா வச்சு கூட்ஸ் ஆர் சர்வீசஸ் செல் பண்றாங்களே, that income is also Indian income. Okay, so for example, let's say Facebook is collecting Indian customers data. Okay, Indian customer data and selling the data to Apple. Selling the data to Apple. Apple will give money for this data, correct? This money is operation in India. Then Apple will use the data to sell iPhone to Indians, correct? So income from sale of this iPhone is also operation in India. You get my point? Next, purchase for exports. If I am purchasing goods from outside India just to export outside India, then also it is not business connection. Okay, okay. Next, collection of views or news in India for transmission outside India. If any news agency is coming to India, collecting the news and showing it outside India, it will not be considered as business connection. This is to encourage the foreign media to come into India. For example, British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, will come into India, take the news and show it on their channel. It is not business connection. Next, shooting films in India is not business connection in India, but there is a condition. In a condition, it should be from a non-resident. The non-resident person should be the producer, who is a non-citizen. He should also not be a citizen. Non-resident, non-citizen. If shooting is done by partnership firm, it should not have any citizen partner. If shooting is done by a company, it should not have any citizen shareholder, Indian citizen shareholder. Only then shooting of films in India, the income from such shooting will not be considered business connection. Next, activity to display rough diamond in SNZ by FMC. SNZ na special notified zone. Please write special notified zone. And FMC means foreign mining company. This also very peculiar point, where let's say the government wants to encourage the sale of diamonds in India. அதுக்கு வந்து எக்ஸிபிஷன் வைப்பாங்க. எக்ஸிபிஷன்ல வெளிய கண்ட்ரீஸ்ல இருந்து people can come display their diamonds and sell their diamonds. இங்க வந்து டைமண்ட் சேல் பண்றதுக்கு மேல இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் போட்டாங்கன்னா யாருமே வர மாட்டாங்க. That is why what they will do, the government will notify an area as special notified zone. In the notified zone la, if you keep an exhibition where the diamonds are being sold, it will not be taxable. Okay, so 5 cases. What are the 5 cases where it is not business connection? Number 1, operations not in India. Number 2, purchasing for exports. Number 3, collection of news or views in India for transmission outside India. Then shooting of films in India by a non-resident who is a non-citizen or does not have citizen partner or does not have citizen shareholder. Then activity to display rough diamonds in a special notified zone by foreign mining company. Okay, so this is all business connection in India. In case of significant economic presence, only income related to A and B will be deemed to accrue. Okay, A and B, this we can ignore. Now let's come to the other points in deemed to accrue or arise in India. Second point வந்து income through or from any property in India. So if any property is situated in India, for example, there is a land in India, from that a rent is coming, then that rent, because the land is in India, it will be considered as Indian income. Okay, let's say Mr. John living in USA has an land in India? Delhi. Mr. John is where? USA. He is giving to this land to Mr. Jacob, who is there in UK. Rent is also being paid in UK and USA only. But will it be considered Indian income? Answer is yes, because land is in India. புரியுதா? Transaction எல்லாமே இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில தான் நடக்குது, but still it is Indian income because land is in India. This rent is related to the Indian land. Next, asset or source of income in India. So if there is any asset in India or any source of income in India, then income from that asset or source will be considered Indian income. Example, there is a fixed deposit in SBI. SBI la fixed deposit இருக்கு, அதுல இருந்து interest வருது. Let's say interest டைரக்டா US அக்கவுண்ட்ல பே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இந்தியால தான் FD இருக்கு, பட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் எங்க கிடைக்குது? யூஎஸ்ல கிடைக்குது. Still it will be considered Indian income because FD is in India. Source வந்து இந்தியால இருக்கிறனால Indian income. Okay, next, transfer of capital asset. Transfer of capital asset situated in India. So இந்தியால ஒரு capital asset இருக்கு. Example, sale of machinery. Okay, let's same example எடுத்துக்கலாம். மிஸ்டர் ஜான் வந்து இந்தியால ஒரு மெஷின் வச்சிருக்காங்க. இந்த மெஷின் வந்து மிஸ்டர் ஜேக்கப்க்கு வித்துட்டாங்க. He sold it to Mr. Jacob and both are outside India, but still since the machinery is an Indian capital asset, it will be considered Indian income. Okay, next, salary earned in India will always be deemed to accrue or arise in India. இந்தியால வேலை பண்ணிட்டு சம்பாரிச்ச salary. Let's say Google one employee is working and for a project for 3 months she has come into India. Okay, for a project she is working in Google USA. So the 3 months she will earn salary, correct? That salary will be Indian income because she is coming here and earning that salary. Okay, next, rest or vacation before or after service in India is also included. Now what will happen, you know, this Google employee is there, no, from US. She will come for 3 months for doing the project. Let's say for 3 months the income is 6 lakhs. 3 months income is how much? 6 lakhs. 2 lakhs per month. What she will tell, or what Google will also tell, that I am sending her on 2 months vacation plus 1 month project. So they will try to cheat by telling that in 2 months she is not earning any salary. This is a vacation which is given by Google, and for 1 month only she is earning salary. So இது ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்காக என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, if immediately before or after the work any vacation or rest period is given, that also will be included in service in India. So 2 மாசம் vacation 1 மாசம் salary சொல்ல முடியாது, 3 மாசமே salary has to be included. Okay, next, இந்தியால சர்வீசஸ் ரெண்டர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க and அந்த சர்வீசஸ் ரெண்டர் பண்றதுக்கு பென்ஷன் வந்திருக்கு, that also taxable in India. So for example, let's say a person served in Indian army till retirement வரைக்கும் இந்தியன் ஆர்மில இருந்தாங்க. After that entire family moved to Australia. இந்தியன் கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து பென்ஷன் கொடுப்பாங்க, கரெக்ட்? பென்ஷன் வந்து ஆஸ்திரேலியாக்குள்ள கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. Now this pension is relating to the service that was done in India, correct? Hence that pension, even though if it is received in Australia, it will be considered Indian income. Right? Next, salary by the government to an Indian citizen for service rendered outside India. Indian government giving salary to Indian citizen working outside India. Classic example is the people working in embassy. Okay, so for example, US la there is Indian embassy. In Indian embassy, Indian citizens will be working. They are government employees. Indian government will be giving them salary. This salary is deemed to accrue or arise in India and these embassy people should have to pay tax in India. However, apart from salary, if any allowance or perquisite is given, that is fully exempt. Salary mattunda tax, perks and allowance irundha adu fully exempt. Sir, perks na enna, allowance na enna, adu salary padikumbodhu paathukalam, and I will link this point there also. Next, ஒரு Indian company dividend கொடுத்தா it is always deemed to accrue or arise in India. Next, last point first பார்த்துக்கலாம். Money paid without consideration by a non-resident to a resident to a non-resident or foreign company where the amount is more than 50,000. See, India வந்து gift, that is 50,000 க்கு மேல கொடுத்தா that amount is taxable. We will learn in IFOS 56-10. 50,000 க்கு மேல gift taxable. Similarly, if a resident is giving a gift of more than 50,000 to a non-resident, that will be deemed to accrue or arise in India and hence taxable in India. Resident வந்து gift கொடுக்கறாங்கன்னா அந்த அதுவும் இந்தியால வந்து taxationல கொண்டு வரணும். That is why it will be taxable in India. இந்த 50,000 எதுக்கு வருதுன்னா it is coming from section 56-10 that we will study in IFOS chapter. Money paid without consideration na enna? Without receiving anything, just money is being given. It's nothing but gift. Okay. Now let us see interest, royalty, fee for technical service. Before this, let us see what is royalty and fee for technical service. Okay. Royalty na enna? Quickly I am going through the definition. Royalty means consideration including lump sum consideration excluding capital gain. Royalty means what? Consideration. எதுக்கு consideration கிடைக்குது அதான் இனிமே படிக்க போறோம். But it should not include capital gain. Means அந்த consideration capital gain headsல cover ஆகுதுன்னா அது royalty கிடையாது. அங்க cover ஆலனா மட்டும்தான் அது royalty ன்னு சொல்லலாம். எதுக்கு கிடைக்குது consideration? Number 1, transfer of a right or license relating to patent, invention, model, design, secret formula, process, trademark, etc. So all these intangible asset related right or license, if it is being sold or transferred, then the amount received will be called royalty if it is not covered in capital gain. Okay. Next, imparting any information for using patent. Actually இந்த 3 பாயிண்ட்லயும் இந்த வேர்ட்ஸ் காமன் இருக்கறனால நான் ஒரே ஷார்ட்ல கொடுத்துட்டேன். நீங்க எழுதும்போது மூணுமே தனித்தனியா தான் எழுதணும். ஓகே. So imparting information for using patent, invention, model, design, secret formula, process, trademark, etc. So relating to this, if any information is given, for that if some money is received, that is also royalty. Next, usage of. Directly I am giving my patent to someone else to use. For using I am getting money. Okay, this is also called royalty. Next, imparting any industrial, commercial or scientific knowledge. For this if any money is received, that is also royalty. Usage of industrial, commercial, scientific equipment. If I am having any big equipment, that is I am lending to another person for usage and getting the money, that is also royalty. Then transferring right or license relating to copyright, literary work, artwork. Copyright, literary work, artwork, then also it is royalty. Okay. Then royalty also includes sale, distribution, exhibition of film. Sale, distribution, exhibition of films, cinematographic films, and services relating to all the above. Okay. In a process bracket la kuduthirukkenla, this process also includes if it is transferred by way of cable, satellite fiber, etc. Means process வந்து நீங்க agreementல கொடுக்கணும் இல்ல பேப்பர்ல தான் எழுதி கொடுக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. Even if the process is transferred by way of digital means, then also it will be covered under royalty definition. Okay. If I am giving the process to someone else and getting the money for either giving the process or allowing the use of the process or giving knowledge about the process, மூணுமே will be considered royalty. Then right to use computer software is a royalty but lump sum consideration for software to a non-resident under approved scheme, not royalty. So if central government comes with a scheme that நீங்க சாஃப்ட்வேருக்கு வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கு பணம் கொடுத்தா அது ராயல்ட்டி கன்சிடர் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னா கன்சிடர் பண்ணக்கூடாது. Fee for technical service. Fee for technical service includes fee for managerial, technical, consultancy. இங்க கூட கம்மா போட்டுருங்க. 3 different words. So managerial service means what? Leadership service. ஒரு இடத்துல போயிட்டு மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பண்றது, managerial service. Technical service is the service which requires special knowledge. Requires special knowledge. Consultancy means advice கொடுக்கிறது relating to certain topics or matters. So technical na verum technical service மட்டும் included கிடையாது. It includes technical, but it also includes managerial and consultancy service, and also includes plus கொடுத்திருக்கேன்ல, it means it includes. Negative means excludes. Okay, includes fee for providing technical personnel. Fee for technical personnel. Technical personnel means what? Personnel means staff. Okay, so let's say I have hired an IT company. அவங்க வந்து என்னோட premises-க்கு வந்து computers எல்லாம் செக் பண்ணிட்டு ரிப்பேர் பண்ணிட்டு போறாங்க. This is technical service. So the amount that I am giving to the company for this service is fee for technical service. இப்போ அவங்க வந்து அவங்களோட ஸ்டாஃபை என்னோட ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல அனுப்புறாங்க ஒர்க் பண்றதுக்கு. ஸோ அவங்களுக்கும் நான் பணம் கொடுத்தா that is also fee for technical service. ஆனா நானே ஒருத்தங்களை ஹையர் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களுக்கு salary கொடுத்தா that is not fee for technical service, that is salary. ஓகேவா? So hence does not include salary paid. Next, consideration for construction, assembly, mining. Construction, assembly, mining related இருந்தா அது fee for technical service கிடையாது. இப்போ let us see how to treat royalty, interest, fee for technical service. Now we are seeing only the cases where a non-resident is receiving the interest, royalty or fee for technical service. Resident வந்து receive பண்றாங்கன்னா எப்படியோ ROR இருந்தா global income taxable, RNOR இருந்தா also majority casesல it will be taxable. Confusion வராது. Confusion எப்போ வரும்னா when a non-resident is receiving interest, royalty, fee for technical service, confusion will arise. So to remove the confusion என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Let us see one by one. If the government is paying interest, royalty or fee for technical service to a non-resident, Indian government paying to the non-resident, it is always deemed to accrue or arise in India, considered Indian income. Okay, now let's say resident is paying to a non-resident. Government non-resident ku kudukranga deemed to accrue or arise in India. Resident ku kuda non-resident ku kudukranga then also deemed to accrue or arise in India. Ana and the resident வந்து interest oda money borrowed. Where does interest come from? From the money borrowed. So either the money borrowed or royalty or fee for technical service, if it is used outside India, then it is not deemed to accrue or arise in India. Purida? See here. Money borrowed, fee for technical service or royalty for business or profession outside India or for making income from any other source outside India. So என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? Resident non-resident க்கு கொடுத்தா always deemed to accrue or arise. ஆனா அந்த ரெசிடென்ட் வந்து இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கன்னா not deemed to accrue or arise. ஏன்னா இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, இந்தியால யூஸ் பண்ணல. புரியுதா? Now ஒரு நான் ரெசிடென்ட் இன்னொரு நான் ரெசிடென்ட் கொடுத்தா generally it is not deemed to accrue or arise. ஏன்னா இந்தியாக்கு நான் ரெசிடென்ட் ரெண்டு டிரான்சாக்ஷன் பண்ணா இந்தியாக்கு சம்பந்தமே கிடையாது. ஆனா if the money borrowed or fee for technical service or royalty is used for business or profession in India, then it is deemed to accrue or arise in India. And fee for technical service or royalty for making income from any source in India, then also it is deemed to accrue or arise in India. But be very careful, inga money borrowed வந்து கிடையாது. be attentive. Money borrowed வந்து கிடையாது. Okay, very very important, because listen here, இது வந்து நான் உங்களுக்கு செப்பரேட்டா கொடுத்திருக்கேன். இது செப்பரேட்டா கொடுக்க தேவையில்லை, because here all the three wordings are being used, so you can read both of them together. Okay, எந்த source of income வந்து ஒரு resident, if the resident is using the money outside India na, it is not deemed to accrue or arise. But non-resident to non-resident, no, there is a difference. என்ன difference na, if non-resident is using money borrowed, fee for technical service or royalty for business or profession, that is Indian income. ஏன்னா இந்தியால யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Business or profession தவிர, means other income காக if they are using, then only fee for technical service and royalty will be considered as deemed to accrue or arise. Money borrowed will not be considered as deemed to accrue or arise. I'll give you an example. Biden borrowed from Trump to invest in Reliance shares. Okay, Biden வந்து Trump கிட்ட money borrow பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Biden is a non-resident, Trump is a non-resident. Okay, so Biden took money from Trump, okay, and invested in Reliance company shares. Reliance company shares ல இருந்து என்ன கிடைக்கும்? Dividend கிடைக்கும், இல்ல capital gain கிடைக்கும், which means what? It is not business or profession. Correct? Hence, when Biden is giving interest to Trump, this interest will not be deemed to accrue or arise in India. புரியுதா? Even though the amount is invested in India, the interest from the amount will not be considered as deemed to accrue or arise. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? இது ஒரே ஒரு confusing point, but if you are clear, you will easily be able to understand. So, if a non-resident is making payment to another non-resident, generally not deemed to accrue or arise. Okay va? Indian income கிடையாது. But money borrowed illa fee for technical service illa royalty, if they are using for business in India, it is deemed to accrue or arise. ஏனா business க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. business தவிர யூஸ் பண்றாங்கன்னா fee for technical service, royalty வந்து deemed to accrue or arise in India. ஆனா money borrowed இருந்தா interest is not deemed to accrue or arise in India. Next, dividend by foreign company outside India is not deemed to accrue or arise in India. ஒரு foreign company இருக்கு, இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில dividend கொடுக்குது, இந்தியாக்கு சம்பந்தமே கிடையாது. Next, no territorial nexus required for interest, royalty or fee for technical service to be deemed to accrue or arise in India. So listen here, இப்போ அதான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன், when a non-resident is paying another non-resident interest, okay, he is using the money borrowed for business in India. This will be considered as deemed to accrue or arise in India. Correct? ஏன்னா இந்தியால பிசினஸ்க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ இந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து இந்தியால வந்திருக்கா, இந்தியால வரலையா, எங்க பே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அது கேள்வியே கேட்க வேண்டாம். You just have to see where the money borrowed is being used. That is why they are telling there is no territorial nexus. Means பணம் எங்க இருந்து போயிருக்கு, எங்க வந்திருக்கு, அதெல்லாம் நீங்க பார்க்கவே வேண்டாம். எங்க யூஸ் ஆயிருக்குன்னு பார்த்தாலே you can find out whether it is deemed to accrue or arise in India or not. புரியுதா? So this is scope of total income. Hence, one more time, brushing up, let me just say that for a resident, ordinarily resident, entire income is taxable. India la irundhalum seri, veliyila irundhalum seri. For a non-resident, only Indian income is taxable. That is received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India. For a resident not ordinarily resident, other than Indian income, income controlled from India also taxable. Okay, so received in India, deemed to be received in India, accruing or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, accrued and received outside India from a business controlled or profession setup in India. Prida? So if you are clear, now let us just solve one question, then we will move to the next one. Question வந்து this one illustration number 8. உங்க இதுலயும் question number 8 இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். So quickly what you can do is all these items are there, no? இங்க நீங்க number 1 2 3 அந்த மாதிரி போடலாம். and உங்க நோட்புக்ல வந்து 1 2 3 போட்டுட்டு you can put 3 columns. 3 column போடுங்க. ROR, RNOR and NR. Whatever is taxable, that amount you put on all the 3 columns and find out the total quickly. Many points will be repeated only. எவ்வளவு மணி வரைக்கும் இருக்கும் கிளாஸ் சொல்லிருக்காங்க? 5 5 95. Tomorrow will start by 9:30. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்துருங்க. இன்னைக்கு மாதிரி 9:30 ஷார்ப் ஸ்டார்ட். 9 தான் நான் சொல்லியிருந்தேன். இங்கே 9 o'clock வருவாங்க, செட்டப் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ இங்கே 9:30 அது வரைக்கும் எல்லாமே எடுத்து வீட்டுக்கு போனதுக்கப்புறம் ரிவைஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம். இந்த மைண்ட் ஃப்ரீயாக விடுங்க. பிகாஸ் இங்கே ரொம்ப ஹெவியாக இருக்கும். மேக்ஸிமம் இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் வாட் சாப்டர் we are seeing அதோட கொஸ்டின் வரும். வாட் எவர் we are leaving ஒரு சில கொஸ்டின் தான் கிளாஸ் பண்ணும். Exemption படிப்போம். That you can go and buy. So அது buy hard தான். பார்க்கலாம். Individual age is 35 years, resident ordinary resident, resident not ordinary resident, non-resident. மூணு கேஸுமே இன்கம் பண்ணுது. First, interest on UK development bonds 50% received in India. UK development bond or interest is a foreign income, but since 50% is received in India, hence it is Indian income. So, ROI on the amount tax 10,000 because global income is taxable. ROI 5,000. Then income from a business in Chennai 50% is received in India. This is purely Indian income because it is arising from India. Chennai business. So 20,000 ROR, 20,000 RNR, 20,000 NR. Then short-term capital gains on sale of shares of an Indian company received in London. This is Indian income. Indian income. It is deemed to accrue or arise in India because it is a transfer of capital assets situated in India. Indian company or shares sale. Okay, that is why it is taxable for every year. Next, dividend from a British company received in London. It is purely foreign income. That is why taxable only for ROI. Okay. Next, long-term capital gains on sale of plant at Germany
50% received in India. Hence, for ROR 40,000, entire amount taxable. For remaining both 20,000 taxable. Because 20,000 is received in India. Balance is foreign. Next, income earned from business in Germany, controlled from Delhi, 40,000 received in India. ROR entire amount is taxable. For RNOR, how much taxable? 70,000 is taxable because it is other than income from foreign source. Okay? So entire 70,000 is taxable, and for non-resident 40,000 is taxable since it is received in India. Next, profits from business in Delhi managed entirely from London. For ROR 15,000 taxable. Then RNOR 15,000 taxable. For NR also 15,000 taxable because business itself is in Delhi. So income arising from India. Control income from house property in London deposited at a bank in London brought into India. So listen here. This waiver question contains two transactions. Okay. One transaction in London rent சம்பாதிச்சு rent சம்பாதிச்சு and second transaction வந்து இந்தியாவுக்கு remittance. There are two transactions but clubbed into one. புரியுதா? Hence this 50,000 வந்து divided into two parts. One is the income part, one is the remittance part. Remittance part is not taxable for anyone. Income part is taxable for everyone. புரியுதா? Hence 50,000 should be considered. அந்த ரெண்டோட டிரான்சாக்ஷன் வந்து ஆர்வார்ட் இன்கம் ஆகாது, ரெமிட்டன்ஸ் வந்து கன்சிடர் பண்ணணும். பட் ரெண்டுமே ஒரே பொசிஷன்ல கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, மிக்ஸ் பண்ணணும். ஹென்ஸ் 50,000 இஸ் இன்கம் ஃபார் RNOR நாட் இன்கம். ஓகே. Then interest on debentures in an Indian company received in London. Source of income in India. It means what? Deemed to our taxes. So 12,000 taxable every year. P for technical services rendered in India but received in London. Okay. For ROR fully taxable. For RNOR rendered in India, so it is taxable in India. Deemed to accrue right. See, even if a resident is paying a non-resident, then also it is taxable since it is rendered in India. Non-resident is paying a non-resident, then also it is taxable since it is rendered in India. And even if a resident is receiving, since it is rendered in India, then however be taxable. Next, profit from a business in Mumbai managed from London. Repeat the business in Mumbai. So entire amount is taxable since it is arising. Income from property situated in Nepal received there. So for ROR it will be taxable. RNOR not taxable, NR not taxable. Purely foreign income. Past foreign untaxed income brought into India during the previous year. Is it taxable? Answer is no. Because it is remittance. இங்க வந்து என்ன இருக்கு? Pure ஒரே transaction இருக்கு remittance. So it is not taxable. Even though it was not taxable earlier, but we should not be bothered. Remittance means not taxable. அது முன்னாடி டாக்ஸ் ஆச்சா ஆகலையா ஆகலையான ஏன் ஆகல அதனால நம்ம கவலைப்படணும். Remittance means not taxable. Income from agricultural land in Nepal received there and then brought into India. See, here also two transactions. Nepal agricultural income படிச்சிருக்கு, இந்தியால கொண்டு வந்திருக்கு. So two transaction. Income in Nepal, remittance to India. So income in Nepal is taxable for ROR, not taxable for both. Remittance is not taxable for India. Next, income from profession in Kenya, set up in India, received there, spent in India. First, spent in India வந்து நீங்க பார்க்கவே கூடாது. It is irrelevant information. Now, income from profession in Kenya, set up in India. It is from a professional setup in India. That is why for RNOR also it will be taxable. So 5,000 taxable for ROR, 5,000 taxable for RNOR, no tax for non-resident. Gift received on the occasion of wedding. Gift received on occasion of wedding, in higher course we are going to study that it is not taxable for anyone. Okay. Interest on saving bank deposit in State Bank of India. Saving bank deposit is generally taxed with income from other sources. Since the bank is in India, it means what? Source of income in India. Hence it is taxable for everyone. And it is on the deduction curriculum, 80 PTA, which we are going to learn in deduction chapter. Income from a business in Russia, controlled from Russia, purely foreign income. Hence, taxable only for ROR. Dividend from Reliance Petroleum Limited, Indian company. So it is taxable for everyone. Dividend from Indian company is deemed to occur or arise in India. 5,000, 5,000. Agriculture income from land in Rajasthan. Generally, since the income is arising from India, that is why it is deemed to occur or arise in India. However, agricultural income is exempt. Then total procurement. Match up. Voting. Okay. நல்ல ஸ்பீடு வரணும். Check.
லாஸ்ட் ஹாஃப் அன் ஹவர் சம்திங். இது இந்த சம் தானே நாங்கள் இப்போ ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி மைக் இருந்துச்சு, இந்த கொஸ்டினில் மட்டும் போடலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகே, டன். Now in this session we will quickly complete exemptions also. Then we will go for a break, and after the break house property வந்து 5 o'clock வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ முடியுதோ பண்ணிட்டு we'll continue tomorrow. So first இதுலயே I think 1 or 2 points left out I guess. ஒரே ஒரு சின்ன பாயிண்ட், ஸ்பெஷல் பாயிண்ட், ஸ்கோப் ஆஃப் டோட்டல் இன்கம்ல எம்சிக்யூல கேட்டா கேட்கலாம். salary of a non-resident seafarer. seafarerனா sailor மாதிரி, crew member of ship. non-resident crew member of ship for services rendered outside India on a foreign going ship received in NRE account. NRE na non-resident external account. இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியில சர்வீஸ் ரெண்டர் பண்றாங்க, ஒரு சீஃபேரருக்கு கிடைக்குது. இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியில தான் அவங்க ரெசிடென்ட்டா இருக்காங்க. they are not a resident in India and receiving money in non-resident external account, then the entire income is exempt. இது தவிர I think we have covered everything. So let's move to exemptions. Exemptions are as per Income Tax Act. We will call it incomes not forming part of total income. So exemptions are merely covered in the section number 10 in Income Tax Act. agricultural income and special economic zone we are going to cover in PGBP. Exemptions that are relating to the heads of income we are going to cover in that head of income. Even in your study material it is in that head of income. So which are not covered in the heads we are going to discuss now. Fine. So first and foremost, section 10 clause 2, members of HUF, share income from HUF is exempt. So if there is a HUF, okay, and members are there A, B and C, HUF will earn income and HUF will pay the tax on the income. Okay, after paying the tax, that is the taxed income will only get distributed to A, B and C, that is members of HUF. So when A, B and C are receiving this taxed income, it will not be taxed again in the hands of A, B and C, it will be exempt. Share income from HUF is exempt because the members are only constituting the HUF. HUF and members are not separate from each other. Okay. Next, similarly, even for a partner of a partnership firm or LLP, if the partner is receiving share income from the firm, then it is fully exempt, even if it was exempt in the hands of firm. So enna or case aachuna, listen here, there was a partnership firm A, B, C and Co, which was doing agriculture panni, they received 10 lakh rupees. They have 3 partners A, B and C, and they distributed the profit of 10 lakhs from agriculture. Now assessing officer came and he told that partnership firm has not paid the tax, that is why we will ask the partners to pay the tax. Okay, earlier we were exempting the partners, why? Because the firm had paid the tax. Then this case went to the court and court told that partner and partnership firm are one and the same, they are not different people. That is why when partnership firm receives agricultural income and gives it to the partner, the nature of income in the hands of partner is also agricultural income. Purida? So firm agriculture la sambarichu partner ku kudutha, partner agricultural income sambaricha mari. That is why it will also be exempt. Section 10 clause 4. And a company case la vandu adu kadiyadu. Company is a separate body corporate. It is a different person. Shareholders are different person. Hence, if company is earning from agriculture, giving dividend to shareholder, dividend will still be taxable. Okay, because dividend is separate. Section 10 clause 4. If an individual is a non-resident as per FEMA enna? Foreign Exchange Management Act. Irukka ungal syllabus la final la irukku nanukku. Foreign Exchange Management Act. So income tax act la residential status irukra mari FEMA la also residential status is there. On the act padi, if a person is a non-resident, then interest in non-resident external account will be exempt. Non-resident external account will be exempt. Also, if RBI permits a person to maintain non-resident external account, then also interest will be exempt. See, non-resident external account na enna? Generally the individual will be non-resident. Ana avanga India la adikadiya varuvanga, India la family ella irukum. Adnala India la they will send this money. This money they will send in non-resident external account. This will be considered like a foreign bank account in India. புரியுதா? இந்தியா கூட மிக்ஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க இந்த அக்கௌண்ட். அண்ட் ஏன் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க? ஏன்னா நிறைய ஃபாரின் எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் இந்தியால வரும் அதனால. ஸோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வாட் எவர் இஸ் earned in this NRE account will be fully exempt. டாக்ஸே கிடையாது. Now RBI எங்க வருது? Sometimes what happens in exceptional cases, RBI has to give permission. For example, COVID அப்போ வந்து நிறைய பேர் இந்தியாவுக்கு வந்துட்டாங்க. Although they were working in a foreign country, they came to India and they were residing in India. Now, since they are residing in India, they can't maintain NRE account. So they will go and approach RBI that please help us or please permit us to maintain non-resident external account. Hence, in this emergency case or exceptional case, RBI will give permission. RBI permission கொடுத்தா interest will be exempt. Then, section 10 clause 6. Section 10 clause 6 ல உங்க syllabusல 4 subsection 4 subclause covered இருக்கு. ஓகேவா? 10 clause 6 subclause 2, 6, 8 and 11. இந்த 4 subclauseமே applicable only to a non-citizen. Indian citizen க்கு கிடையாது. Indian citizen இல்லனா மட்டும்தான் இது இருக்கு. ஓகேவா? So first and foremost, officials of embassies etc. who are non-citizen. So எல்லாத்துக்குமே non-citizen தான். One second. This is also non-citizen. Okay, so official of embassy etc. For example, a person from USA is working in US embassy in India. Chennai US embassy irukku, anga vandu US la irundhu one person is coming and working. Their income will be exempt provided corresponding income of an Indian is also exempt. Enna solranga, India la irundhu US embassy la போய் யார் work பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு US exemption கொடுத்தாதான் நம்ம இங்க வந்து US peopleக்கு exemption கொடுப்போம். அவங்க கொடுக்கலனா நம்மளும் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். Okay, then they should not be carrying on any business or profession or any other employment in India. So வேற business பண்ணக்கூடாது, embassy ல மட்டும் தான் வேலை செய்யணும். Only then income will be exempt. Next, section 10 clause 6 subclause 6, employees of a foreign enterprise. Non-citizen employees of a foreign enterprise. So foreign enterprise na enna, any organization that is there in a foreign company. For example, WHO, World Health Organization, or Bill Gates Foundation, UNICEF irukla. There are so many organizations. etc. ஏன் வந்து நான் இந்த NGO பேர்ல எடுக்கிறேனோ, it is because the foreign enterprise should not be doing any business or a profession. Only then this exemption is there. Okay va? So if a non-citizen employee of a foreign enterprise is coming into India and working, his salary will not be taxable in India, provided 3 conditions. Number 1, that foreign enterprise is not doing business or profession. Number 2, stay in India should be maximum 90 days. Number 3, no deduction is allowed to the employer. In the WHO or Bill Gates Foundation irukangala, they should not be claiming this salary as expense. Okay va? இந்த salary expense claim பண்ணக்கூடாது. Sir, business ஏ இல்ல, அப்போ எப்படி salary expense claim பண்ணுவாங்க? Other than business income இருந்தாலும் salary expense claim பண்ணலாம் in certain cases. Donation receive பண்றதுக்காக or in other cases. But still அவங்க எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் கிளைம் பண்ணா இவங்களுக்கு எக்ஸம்ஷன் கிடையாது. இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட் ஸ்டில்லிங் நாங்க ஒரு தடவை தான் ஒரு அமௌண்ட்டுக்கு பெனிஃபிட் கொடுப்போம், ஒரு அமௌண்ட்டுக்கு 2 தடவை பெனிஃபிட் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். புரியுதா? நெக்ஸ்ட், எம்ப்ளாயி ஆன் அ ஃபாரின் ஷிப். ஸோ இஃப் there is any non-resident, non-citizen employee on a foreign ship and his stay is up to 90 days, his income is fully exempt. And if he is a non-resident seafarer receiving money in NRE account, then 90 days kuda venda, fully exempt. Adu andha chapter la paathom. Remuneration from foreign government for specified training. Okay, if a non-citizen is coming into India, okay, and Indian government la vande or government organization la avanga training பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கன்னா their income will be exempt. So if they are undertaking training in either the government or central government or state government, central government plus one or more state government together, subsidiary of central government, state government, company or corporation, any statutory corporation. Statutory corporation na enna, any company that is formed because of some law. Okay va? For example sonna, that Tamil Nadu State Transport Corporation, society financed by central government, state government or central government with one or more state government. Basically ரொம்ப டீடைல்ல போக வேண்டாம், கவர்மெண்டோட அண்டர்டேக்கிங் ஆர் கவர்மெண்ட் ரிலேட்டட் அண்டர்டேக்கிங்ல ஒரு நான் சிட்டிசன் இஸ் கம்மிங் ஹியர் அண்ட் டூயிங் ட்ரைனிங், தென் தேர் salary will be exempt. Next, now 10 clause 6D இதுல வந்து நான் சிட்டிசன்லாம் கிடையாது, அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 4ல தான் மட்டும் இருந்துச்சு. நான் கார்பரேட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் அண்ட் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி. See, நான் கார்பரேட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் அண்ட் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா இதுக்கு என்ன மீனிங் டிரைவ் பண்ணும்? It means what? If a person is other than company, you see whether the person is a non-resident or not. If a person is a company, then you see whether the company is a foreign company. Okay va? அதனால தான் என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, நான் கார்பரேட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் ஆர் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி. ஸோ யாருக்கு அப்ளிகபிள்? கம்பெனி தவிர வேற எந்த பர்சன் இருந்தாலும் சரி நான் ரெசிடென்ட் இருக்காங்களா இல்லையான்னு பார்க்கணும். கம்பெனில வந்து ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி இருக்காங்களா இல்லையான்னு பார்க்கணும். அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் இந்த செக்ஷன். இதே பாயிண்ட் தான் நாங்க அங்கேயும் பார்த்தோம். எங்க பார்த்தோம்? ரெசிடென்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்டஸ்ல டீம் டு அக்ரோ ஆர் அரைஸ் இன் இந்தியா ஹியர். மணி பெய்டு வித்வுட் கன்சிடரேஷன் பை அ ரெசிடென்ட் டு அ நான் கார்பரேட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் ஆர் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி. இங்கேயும் அதே மாதிரி தான் இருக்கு. ஓகேவா? So, if royalty fee for technical service is rendered to NTRO, National Technical Research Organization, இவங்களுக்கு வந்து royalty or fee for technical service இவங்க வந்து வாங்குறாங்கன்னா then that is not taxable. Means NTRO is paying royalty or fee for technical service, exempt. Victim of Bhopal gas tragedy. இப்போ இது I think உங்க சிலபஸ்லயே இல்ல. Bhopal gas tragedy ஓட victim இருந்தா if they are receiving any payment it is fully exempt. Next, 1010 BC, individual or legal heir. If a person is receiving compensation from central government, state government or local authority on account of disaster, okay, then the compensation is fully exempt. ஆனா இந்த compensation வந்து அவங்க லாஸா இல்ல டேமேஜா கிளைம் பண்ண கூடாது. புரியுதா? So listen here. For example, a person is doing business. Flood came. Because of the flood, he suffered a loss. Okay, va? Loss of 1 lakh. So government came to the rescue and gave him 1 lakh. This 1 lakh rupees is exempt. இந்த செக்ஷன்ல கொடுத்திருக்கு. Provided இந்த லாஸ் வந்து அவங்க எக்ஸ்பென்ஸா போடக்கூடாது, பிசினஸ்ல லாஸ் வந்து போடக்கூடாது இன்கம் கால்குலேட் பண்ணும்போது. பிகாஸ் ஏன்னா ஆக்சுவலா இது லாஸ் கிடையாதுல்ல, கவர்மெண்ட் காம்பன்சேட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, அதான் சொல்ல வரான். நெக்ஸ்ட், இஃப் an individual is receiving any payment from Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்தாலும் எக்ஸம்ட், மெச்சூரிட்டி இருந்தாலும் எக்ஸம்ட். Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. If any individual is receiving educational scholarship, யாருக்கும் ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் கொடுத்தா exempt. Next, MP and MLA, if they are receiving daily allowance or constituency allowance, fully exempt. Then any person, if they are receiving award for literary work, scientific work, art work, etc., approved by the central government, then it is exempt. Central government approved awards, for example, national award for best actor. Okay, national award கொடுப்பாங்க ஆக்டிங்காக. This is fully exempt. If any amount is received, fully exempt. Next, gallantry award recipient, if they are receiving pension, then it is fully exempt. In a condition, they should be a central government or state government employee. So private sector employees க்கு இது கிடையாது, central government, state government employee, and they should have received either Paramveer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra or Veer Chakra or other notified awards. இது வரைக்கும் எதுவுமே நோட்டிஃபைட் பண்ண கிடையாது. ஸோ பரம்வீர் சக்கர, மகாவீர் சக்கர, வீர் சக்கர ரிசீவ் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் இல்லை ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்ல வேலை செஞ்சிருக்கணும். அண்ட் இஃப் தேர் ரிசீவிங் பென்ஷன், இட் வில் பி எக்ஸெப்ட். நெக்ஸ்ட், அவங்க வந்து இறந்துட்டாங்கன்னா ஃபேமிலிக்கு பென்ஷன் கிடைக்கும். தட் ஃபேமிலி பென்ஷன் வில் ஆல்சோ பி எக்ஸெப்ட். பட் அதுக்கு என்ன கண்டிஷன்? தட் த ரெசிபியன்ட் should be dead and family includes spouse, children, parents, brothers or sisters if wholly dependent. ஸ்பௌஸ் அண்ட் சில்ட்ரன் வந்து டிபெண்டன்ட் இருந்தாலும் சரி இல்லைனாலும் சரி ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர் தான். பேரண்ட்ஸ், பிரதர்ஸ், சிஸ்டர்ஸ் டிபெண்டா இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர். ஓகே, இந்த டெஃபினிஷன் நிறைய இடத்துல வரும். நெக்ஸ்ட் செக்ஷன் 10 clause 26 மெம்பர் ஆஃப் ஷெட்யூல்ட் ட்ரைப். இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் எனி சோர்ஸ் இன் ஸ்பெசிஃபைட் ஏரியா. ஸோ ஸ்பெசிஃபைட் ஏரியா ரொம்ப டீட்டெயிலில் வந்து நான் போல. ஜென்ரலி யூ கேன் கீப் ஸ்பெசிஃபைட் ஏரியாஸ் நார்த் ஈஸ்ட் ஸ்டேட்ஸ், ஓகேவா, நாகாலாந்து, மிசோரம் எட்ஸெட்ரா, லடாக் அண்ட் தென் சர்டன் ஹில்லி ரீஜன்ஸ். அங்கே இருக்கிற ஷெட்யூல்ட் ட்ரைபுக்கு வந்து அதே ஏரியாவில் சம்பாதிச்சா என்டையர் இன்கம் இஸ் எக்ஸம்ட். ஓகே, அண்ட் ஏரியாவுக்கு வெளியில சம்பாதிச்சா இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அண்ட் டிவிடெண்ட் இஸ் எக்ஸம்ட். Even if they are earning dividend from USA, it is exempt. Okay, interest and dividend from anywhere exempt other than interest or from that region entire income is exempt. Entire income from the region is exempt. Outside the region interest and dividend is exempt for members of scheduled tribe. இதே மாதிரி same Sikkim is individual. If Sikkim is individual is earning any income in Sikkim, it is fully exempt. If the Sikkim is individual is earning income from outside Sikkim, interest, dividend fully exempt, other than interest, dividend taxable outside Sikkim. However, not applicable to a Sikkimese woman who got married to a non-Sikkimese man. Appo exemption poirum. Next, section 10 clause 30. Assessee, if he is engaged in growing or manufacturing tea in India, then subsidy received from the tea board is exempt. But அதுக்கு கண்டிஷன் இருக்கு. அந்த சப்சிடி எதுக்காக வாங்கி இருக்கணும்? ரீபிளான்டேஷன், ரீப்ளேஸ்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் த bushes or rejuvenation or consolidation of tea cultivation area. இந்த 4 பர்பஸ்ல ஏதா ஒரு பர்பஸ்க்கு வாங்கி இருக்கணும். ரீபிளான்டேஷன் திருப்பி பிளான்ட்ஸ் போடுறதுக்கு, ரீப்ளேஸ்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் bushes ஓல்ட் bushes ரிமூவ் பண்ணி புது bushes, ரிஜுவினேஷன்னா இருக்கிற bushes-ஐ வந்து இன்னும் இது ஹெல்த்தி ஆக்குறதுக்கு, அண்ட் கன்சாலிடேஷன் ஆஃப் டீ கல்டிவேஷன் ஏரியா. ஒரு சில ஏரியா ஸ்கேட்டர்டா இருக்கு, எல்லாமே கன்சாலிடேட் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு ஏரியால மாத்துறதுக்கு. அண்ட் தென் டீ போர்ட்ல இருந்து சர்டிபிகேட் வாங்கணும், தட் சப்சிடி இஸ் கிவன். ரிட்டர்ன் ஆஃப் இன்கம் ஃபைல் பண்ணும்போது இந்த சர்டிபிகேட்டும் சேர்ந்து அப்லோட் பண்ணணும். அதுக்கு தான் சப்மிட் டு ஏஓன்னு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஓகே, சிமிலர் எக்ஸம்ஷன் செக்ஷன் 10 clause 31 is given to assessee who is growing or manufacturing rubber, coffee, cardamom or any other specified commodity in India. So subsidy that is given from rubber board, coffee board, thus respective spice board will be exempt, and it is same condition. So these are all the exemptions. மற்ற exemptions வந்து list இங்க கொடுத்திருக்கேன், பட் நாங்க அந்தந்த head of incomeல discuss பண்ணுவோம். Now let us quickly see disallowance. Section 14A disallowance. Very simple concept. 14A disallowance na enna solranga, if an income is exempt, then its expenditure will also be exempt. Income exempt na expenditure also exempt. See, basically enna solல வராங்க, let's say a person A is there. There is a person called A. He is doing agricultural income. He is getting agricultural income and he is having agricultural expense. 1 lakh, income வந்து 3 lakhs. Fine. So income exempt, ஆனா expense வந்து நான் டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ணுவேன்னு சொல்ல முடியுமா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் நோ. அப்படி சொல்ல முடியாது. இன்கம் எக்ஸம்ப்டா இருந்தா அது ரிலேட்டட் எக்ஸ்பென்ஸும் எக்ஸம்ப்ட். இன்கம் சம்பாதிச்சாலும் சரி சம்பாதிக்கலனாலும் சரி, only 1 lakh expense is there but there is no income, still this income will not be allowed. புரியுதா? Because the expenditure is incurred to earn an exempt income. So whether the exempt income is earned or not, it does not matter. If there is an expenditure that is incurred to earn an exempt income, it will not be allowed as deduction. Okay, so no deduction shall be allowed against any income that does not form part of total income. If income is exempt, expense to earn it and the loss incurred relating to it is also exempt. Above is irrespective of whether income is earned or not. See here, இப்போ இது முன்னாடிக்கு வந்து it was clear, already வந்து கொஞ்சம் confusion இருந்துச்சு, that income சம்பாதிக்கலனா exempt இன்கமே சம்பாதிக்கலனா எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் வந்து எக்ஸம்ட் இருக்குமா இல்லையா? So now explanation has also come. In explanation, expenditure incurred during a previous year, say 22-23, in relation to exempt income would be disallowed while computing total income of that previous year by applying the provisions of 14A, even though such income has not accrued or arisen or has not been received during the said previous year. So முதல்ல வந்து it was understood, but now even an explanation has come. This is an amendment. இது முன்னாடி இல்ல, இப்போதான் வந்திருக்கு. இதுக்கு முன்னாடியும் இதே தான் படிச்சுட்டு இருந்தோம். ஓகே, ஸோ நோ டிஃபரன்ஸ் இன் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங். ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் எக்ஸம்ட் இன்கம் சம்பாதிச்சிருக்காங்க அண்ட் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் வந்து அசஸிங் ஆஃபீஸர் ஃபீல்ஸ் தட் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் வந்து டிஸ்அலோவ் பண்ணல, தென் ஹீ வில் கம் அண்ட் ஹீ வில் டிஸ்அலோவ். ஓகேவா? அதுக்கு வந்து ஹீ இஸ் ஹேவிங் திஸ் ரூல் 8D calculation and everything. திஸ் ஒன் டைம் யூ கோ த்ரூ, அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை, நீங்கள் ஒரு தடவை டேபிள் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. Fine. So these are the incomes that will not form part of total income. இதுல question number 4 மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கலாம். இந்த இது question bank. Exercise question number 4 in the study material. Question bankல வந்து question number 4. You see one time, then we will discuss. Examine with reason in brief whether the following statement are true or false. Number 1 என்ன? Exemption is available to Sikkimese individual only in respect of income from any source in the state of Sikkim. True or false? Answer is true. Answer is false. Yeah, false na, because only in respect of any source in Sikkim இல்ல, interest and dividend வந்து சிக்கிம்க்கு வெளியில சம்பாதிச்சாலும் it is exempt. ஓகேவா? Income from any source in Sikkim is exempt. Income from interest and dividend even outside Sikkim, from anywhere in the world, it is exempt. Okay, next. Pension received by a recipient of gallantry award who was a former employee of the central government is exempt from tax. Is it true or false? Answer is true or false? True dane. Gallantry award recipient, central government employee. True. Mr. A, member of HUF, received 10,000 as his share from income of HUF. Same is to be included in his chargeable income. True or false? Answer is false, because share income from HUF is exempt. அவ்வளவுதான். இப்போ மூணுமே குவிக்கா கொஞ்சம் ஃபோக்கஸா கேளுங்க. Quickly all the 3 tax rates and all the first 3 chapter ஃபுல்லா ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். Then we'll take a break and start with house property. Okay. So normal income tax rates. Individualக்கு வந்து assessment year 23-24 என்ன income tax rates up to 2,50,000 nil. In case of resident senior citizen up to 3 lakhs nil. In case of resident super senior citizen up to 5 lakhs nil. Above 2,50,000 or 3 lakhs as the case may be till 5 lakh 5%. Above 5 lakh up to 10 lakh 20%. Above 10 lakh 30% tax. Then for HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP up to 2,50,000 nil. Above 2,50,000 up to 5 lakhs 5%. Above 5 lakh up to 10 lakhs 20%. Above 10 lakh 30% tax. Partnership firm, limited liability partnership, local authority, entire income 30% tax. Cooperative society up to 10,000 10%, above 10,000 up to 20,000 20%, above 20,000 30% tax. Company, foreign company 40%, domestic company if the turnover or gross receipts in previous year 2021 is up to 400 crores 25%, other cases 30% tax. Then surcharge is a percentage of income tax and no slab rate system. Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP இவங்க எல்லாத்துக்கும் total income above 50 lakhs up to 1 crore 10%, above 1 crore up to 2 crores 15%, above 2 crore up to 5 crore 25%, above 5 crores 37% tax. Surcharge. Then firm, limited liability partnership, local authority, total income above 1 crore 12% surcharge. Domestic company and cooperative society, total income above 1 crore up to 10 crores 7% surcharge, above 10 crores 12% surcharge. Foreign company, total income above 1 crore up to 10 crores 2% surcharge, above 10 crores 5% surcharge. Then 115 BBE special rate of tax, the tax rate is 60%, surcharge rate is 25%. Then 87A rebate, section 87A tells that the government will give a rebate or discount of 12,500 or actual tax whichever is lower if three conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1 resident, condition number 2 individual, condition number 3 total income up to 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh மேல போனா 250 ல இருந்து tax start ஆகும். 5 lakhs குள்ளார இருந்தா rebate கிடைக்கும். Then health and education cess is 4% of income tax plus surcharge minus marginal relief. Now what is marginal relief? Actual tax minus limit tax minus total income above limit. உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ஹிண்ட்காக let me also give you marginal relief எப்போ வராது. See, no marginal relief. Limit income above 50 lakhs 52 lakhs 1 crore 3 lakhs 2 crores 10 lakhs and then 5 crores 5 crore 32 lakhs. இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா இந்த இன்கம் இருக்குல்ல for 50 lakhs 52 lakhs 52 lakhsக்கு மேலே வந்து இன்கம் போனா மார்ஜினல் ரிலீஃப் வராது. 50 to 50 lakhs 50 lakhsல இருந்து 52 lakhs குள்ளார இன்கம் இருந்தா தான் மார்ஜினல் ரிலீஃப் வரும். So 52 lakhsக்கு மேலே இன்கம் போச்சுன்னா then you don't calculate marginal relief, directly calculate the answer and leave it. Okay. இதே மாதிரி 1 crore வந்து 1 crore 3 lakhs 2 crores வந்து 2 crore 1 crore 4 lakhs ன்னு போட்டுருங்க. ஒரு safer margin எடுத்துக்கலாம். Even if special rates are there, you can escape. 1 crore 4 lakhs 2 crore 10 lakhs 5 crore 32 lakhs. So 2 crores to 2 crore 10 lakhs க்கு நடுவுல income இருந்தா you calculate relief. If it is more than 2 crore 10, you leave. Then next, rounding off of income. 288A income should be rounded off to the nearest multiple of 10. 288B tax should be rounded off to the nearest multiple of 10. Now quickly, to develop the nation the government needs two things: power, money. Power comes from constitution, money comes from own business, taxes, borrowings. We are concerned about taxes. Taxes are of two types, direct tax, indirect tax. Direct tax charged on income or wealth, indirect tax charged on goods or services. In direct tax, incidence does not pass. In indirect tax, incidence passes to end consumer. Direct tax is progressive, indirect tax is regressive. Power comes from constitution, but before giving the power, constitution places a restriction with article 265, which tells no tax can be levied except by way of law. Law irundha mattum da tax. Article 246 gives the power to make the law via 7th schedule, which contains union list, state list, concurrent list. Union list, the power is with the central government or the parliament. In that only there is entry number 82, which tells income tax on income other than agricultural income. So is Income Tax Act equal to Income Tax Law? Answer is no. Income tax law is a much wider term which contains 5 parts or 5 components. First component, the Income Tax Act. Income Tax Act brought into Parliament 1961, came into force 1/4/1962. Income Tax Act la வந்து chapter இருக்கும், section இருக்கும், schedules இருக்கும். Chapter வந்து என்ன? Group of sections. Sections வந்து 298 sections இருக்கு. It means 1 to 298, not the 298 sections, 1 ல இருந்து 298 வரைக்கும். Okay. Schedules வந்து 14. Schedules contain additional information. Generally, you read any section like section, subsection, clause, subclause. But if subsection are not related to each other, you will relate directly as section, clause, subclause. Okay. Then proviso is an exception or condition. It starts from the word provided. Explanation gives clarification. Annual Finance Act is brought by Parliament every year during budget to amend the Income Tax Act and to give the tax rate. Annual Finance Act la 4 part இருக்கு. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4. Part 1 la rate of current assessment year. Part 2, TDS rate of current assessment year. Part 3, advance tax and TDS rate for salary, which will become rate of the next assessment year. Then Part 4, rules to compute net agricultural income. Income tax rules given by CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes, to carry out the purpose of Act. Income tax rules also will contain rule, sub-rule, clause, subclause. Circular and notification. Circular is brought by CBDT. Notification is brought by central government or CBDT. Circular is to clarify doubts or to solve problems. Notification by central government is to implement the provision. Notification by CBDT is to make rules or amend the rules. Circular is binding only on CBDT, not binding on assessee. Notification is binding on everybody. Then decision by courts. High Court decision applicable only to the people in the state. Supreme Court decision entire country, and any other இது வந்து only to that person. Steps to calculate total income. First, determine what type of person the assessee is, individual, HUF, etc. Then determine the residential status, ROR, RNOR or NR. Based on that, classify the income into salary, house property, profit and gains from business or profession, capital gain, income from other sources. Then if there is any income that is exempt, then provide the exemption, and if there is an expenditure, provide the deduction. After that, do the clubbing. It means income of other person included in assessee's total income, and then if there is any loss, according to the provision, do set off or carry forward. You will get gross total income. From this gross total income, you can further reduce chapter 6A deduction. You will get total income. This total income you have to round off. Then apply the tax rates as applicable, old scheme or new scheme. Based on that, normal tax rate, special tax rate. Then find out the total tax. After that, add the surcharge, reduce the marginal relief. If at all income is within 5 lakhs, reduce 87A rebate. Then on the final answer, add health and education cess at 4%. Then reduce advance tax, TDS or TCS, that is taxes paid in advance. You will get the final figure. This you have to round off to the nearest multiple of 10. Tax payable or refundable. With all this information, file the income tax return. So idu over. Then basic concept. We studied that income tax is levied on total income of previous year of every person. Income na enna? Income can be regular income, casual income. So periodically varala and sudden varala, does not matter. Then income refers to net income, that is after deducting the expenses, and due or receipt basis, it depends on case to case basis. Capital and revenue receipt நீங்களே படிச்சுக்கோங்க. Then year concept. In year concept, we studied difference between financial year, previous year, assessment year. Financial year means from 1/4 to 31/3. Assessment year is the financial year in which the income is taxed. Then what is previous year? Previous year is immediately preceding the assessment year. It is the year in which the income is earned. Generally it is 1/4 to 31/3. Ana new business or profession irunda, it is date of setting up of the business till 31/3. New source of income irunda, it is the date on which the source comes into existence till 31/3. Okay, then undisclosed source of income. There are 5 types of undisclosed source. Number 1, section 68, cash credit. If at all there is a credit in the books of accounts, assessing officer will ask the reason. If assessee gives satisfactory explanation, no problem. If no explanation or assessing officer is not satisfied, that credit will be considered as undisclosed source of income and it will be taxed in the financial year of credit. And idhilana I gave you one more explanation, that is the amendment, where I told you if at all it is a loan or borrowing, then the person who is giving the loan should also explain the source of the money from where he got to give the loan. If he is also giving satisfactory explanation, then only the person can escape, illana it will be treated as undisclosed source. Similarly, if it is a company and getting share capital, share application, share premium money, then the person who is giving the share capital should also explain the source of the money. If they are able to explain the source, no problem. If they are not able to explain, now it will become undisclosed source of income. Next, section 69, unexplained investment. So if there is any investment which is not there in the books of accounts, assessing officer kandupidichifais, then it will be treated as income in the financial year in which the investment is made. Then section 69A, unexplained money, bullion, jewelry or any other valuable article or thing which is not recorded in the books of accounts. Assessing officer finds out, he will ask the explanation. Satisfactory explanation not given, it will be treated as undisclosed source of income in the financial year in which it is found out. Section 69B, investment not fully disclosed means partly disclosed pannirukanga, partly disclosed pannala. Enna pannaliyo adukku explanation kodukalo. Kodukka mudiyadana undisclosed source of income. எந்த வருஷத்துல கண்டுபிடிச்சாங்களோ. Then section 69C, unexplained expenditure. எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, ஆனா அதுக்கு பணம் எங்க இருந்து வந்துச்சுன்னு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண முடியல. In such case, expenditure will be treated as undisclosed source of income and against this no deduction will be allowed. Amount borrowed or repaid on hundi. Hundi transaction இருந்தா account pay check மூலமா தான் இருக்கணும். Account pay check மூலமா இல்லனா it will be treated as undisclosed source. ஆனா hundi borrowing undisclosed source ட்ரீட் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா ரீபேமெண்ட்டை திருப்பி ட்ரீட் பண்ண முடியாது, ஒரு தடவை தான் பண்ணலாம். undisclosed source of income இருந்தா it is taxed at 60%, அதுக்கு மேல 25% surcharge, அதுக்கு மேல 4% health and education cess. Against undisclosed source of income, no basic exemption limit is allowed, no deductions are allowed, no loss is allowed to be set off. Okay, then there are 5 cases where income of the previous year is taxed in the previous year itself. Assessment year வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ண வேண்டாம். First case 172, non-resident shipping business. So வெளிய countryல இருந்து ஒரு ship இந்தியால வருது. In such case 7.5% of the entire freight is deemed as income, tax is collected. 7.5% tax கிடையாது, அது income மேல தான் tax கண்டுபிடிக்கும். ஓகேவா? Next, section 174. If a person is leaving India or shortly going to leave India with no intention to return back, then income of the year till the probable date of departure can be taxed then and there in the same year. Section 174A, AOP, BOI or AJP formed for a particular purpose and the purpose mudira varikkum income can be taxed in that year itself. Okay, income of the year till the date of dissolution. Likely, if a person, section 175, if a person is likely to sell, transfer, dispose or part with any asset or property to avoid the tax, then income of the year till the assessing officer commences the proceedings, means assessing officer எப்போ action ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்களோ அது வரைக்கும், அந்த வருஷம் ஆரம்பிச்சதுல இருந்து அது வரைக்கும் will be considered as income in the previous year itself. Okay, Next, section 176, discontinued business. So income of the year till the date of discontinuance. Last 4 examples வந்து it depends on the assessing officer. If assessing officer wants, he can tax it in the previous year. If he does not want, he can let it go as usual. Next, person concept. Person concept la assessment விட்டுறலாம், assessee பார்க்கலாம். Assessee வந்து என்ன? Taxpayer. Taxpayer is the person by whom any tax or any other sum is payable, or proceeding is initiated for the assessment of his income or such other income in such other person in respect of whom he is assessable, his loss or such other person's loss, his refund or such other person's refund. Deemed assessee is also assessee. Deemed assessee in default is also assessee. Okay. Then section 2 clause 31 defines person. Person வந்து யாரு? 7 types of persons: individual, HUF, firm including LLP, company, AOP, BOI, local authority, artificial juridical person. Individual na என்ன? Human beings. Then HUF is Hindu undivided family. Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Sikh இந்த 4 religion வந்து HUF form பண்ணிக்கலாம். அது தவிர எந்த religion இருந்தாலும் பண்ண முடியாது. HUF ல வந்து there is Karta, members, co-partners. Karta வந்து head of the family. Members வந்து expense ஓட benefit மட்டும் எடுத்துக்கலாம். ஆனா ஃபேமிலில ரைட்ஸ், ப்ராப்பர்ட்டில ரைட்ஸ் கிடையாது. ப்ராப்பர்ட்டில ரைட்ஸ் யாருக்கு இருக்கு? co-partnerக்கு இருக்கு. Can daughter be co-partner? Answer is yes. Now even daughters can be co-partners, but wife and daughter-in-law cannot be co-partners because they will be co-partner in their parents' property. Okay. School of Hindu law இது நீங்க பாத்துக்கோங்க. Then section 2 clause 17, company. Company means what? It includes 4 categories. Number 1, Indian company. Indian company யாரு? Indian company means company registered under the Companies Act. It can be 1956 or 2013, and it has a registered office in India. Okay, that is Indian company. So Indian company is included in company. Then body corporate under any law means வேற ஒரு lawல கூட company இருந்தா income tax la it will be considered company. Then assessed as a company under Income Tax Act 1922 on or before 1/4/1970. So that is also company. And if CBDT declares an organization as company, then also it is company. Company are of 2 classes: foreign company, domestic company. Foreign company na enna? Not a domestic company. Domestic company na enna? Number 1, Indian company is always domestic. And number 2, a company which has made arrangement to declare and pay dividend in India out of income taxable in India, that is also domestic. So Indian company very special. Indian company irukangla, it is domestic also, it is covered in company definition also, it is covered in resident definition also. Okay va, ellathila adu covered irukku. Then firm. Firm includes LLP, limited liability partnership. The meaning of firm and LLP you should see in that act. Okay va. Association of person and body of individual. Association of person means a group of persons. It means what? Other than individual also can come and join. Firm can come and join, LLP can come and join, company can come and join. ஆனா body of individual ல வந்து வெறும் individuals தான் join பண்ணலாம். Now ஒரு group of individual can be called AOP also, BOI also. How to differentiate? Number 1, AOP க்கு வந்து they come together for a common purpose to produce the income, but body of individual merely receive the income. Okay, AOP க்கு example co-heirs, co-legatee, co-donee. Body of individual வந்து executor of will or trustees of a trust. Then AOP, BOI should be considered a person even if they are not formed for earning income. Okay, and partnership firm is not included in AOP, BOI. Partnership firm இருந்தா firmல தான் பார்க்கணும், firm இல்லனா மட்டும் தான் AOP, BOI definition பார்க்கணும். Local authority. Local authority is a authority which is in control of a control or management of a municipal or local fund. Example, Chennai Corporation. If it is supplying in its own jurisdiction, the income is not taxable. If it is supplying in outside jurisdiction, generally it is taxable except water and electricity. Then artificial juridical person. If any person is not falling under any other head above, then it will be considered as artificial juridical person. However, central government, state government is not a person. Idol, deity, universities, bar council are example of AJP. So this we have seen. Next, residential status. Quickly we will finish this. Residential status la first என்ன பார்த்தோம், individual க்கு residential status எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? There are two basic conditions under section 6 subsection 1. Basic condition number 1, stay in India is 182 days or more. If this condition is satisfied, always resident. Condition number 2, stay in India is 60 days or more during the previous year and 365 days or more in the 4 preceding previous years. For this condition, there are a few exceptions. In exception number 1, Indian citizen leaving India as a crew member of Indian ship, Indian citizen leaving India for employment outside India, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India during the previous year and their total income other than income from foreign source is up to 15 lakhs. And last one, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India during the previous year and their total income other than income from foreign source is more than 15 lakhs. In such case, instead of 60, considered as 120. First 3 cases க்கு வந்து அந்த இதே பார்க்க வேண்டாம், கண்டிஷனே பார்க்க வேண்டாம். லாஸ்ட் கேஸ்க்கு மட்டும் 15 lakhsக்கு மேல இருந்தா see the condition but 60 க்கு பதிலா 120 பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஓகேவா? Then if a person is not at all a resident, then see deemed resident point. So there are 4 conditions to be satisfied to become deemed resident. Number 1, Indian citizen ஆ இருக்கணும். Number 2, total income other than income from foreign source should be more than 15 lakhs. Number 3, they should not be taxed in that country in which they are staying. And number 4, they should not be a resident under the sections we have studied above. Then they will become deemed resident. Deemed resident always RNOR. Now let us see RNOR. Section 6, subsection 6. Additional conditions to be RNOR. If any one is satisfied, RNOR. If no condition satisfied, ROR. First condition, non-resident in at least 9 out of 10 preceding previous years. Second one, stay in India should be 729 days or less during the 7 preceding previous years. Number 3, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin visiting India during the previous year and total income other than income from foreign source is more than 15 lakhs and stay in India is 120 days or more but less than 182 days. Okay, and then deemed resident. So residential status, then PIO, person of Indian origin yaare, either himself or either of parents or either of grandparents born in undivided India. Income from foreign source means what? Income received in India, deemed to be received in India, accrue or arise in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India, accrue and arise outside India from business control profession setup in India. In the anju vande enna, income other than income from foreign source. Okay va? Then residential status has to be determined every year. Stay in India includes territorial matter. Continuous stay not compulsory. Bit irundhalu seri, you have to add everything all up. Okay, date of arrival, date of departure ரெண்டுமே இந்தியால தான் ஸ்டே பண்ணியிருக்கிற மாதிரி நீங்க கவுண்ட் பண்ணணும். Then individual can be resident in one or more countries also, more than one country also. Then Indian citizen if he is a crew member of a foreign bound Indian ship, okay, and if ship is on an eligible voyage. Eligible voyage நான் உங்களுக்கு ஏற்கனவே சொன்னேன், இந்தியால இருந்து அவுட்சைட் இந்தியாக்கு போகுது, அவுட்சைட் இந்தியால இருந்து இந்தியாக்கு வருது, that is eligible voyage. In such case, period excluded from stay in India will be from the date of joining in CDC till the date of signing off in CDC. Okay, so even date of joining, date of signing off ரெண்டுமே outside India இந்த கேஸ்ல மட்டும். Then HUF, firm, LLP, AOP, BOI, local authority, AJP எல்லாத்துக்கும் control and management of affairs fully இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில இருந்தா non resident, கொஞ்சம் கூட இந்தியால இருந்தா resident. And HUF கேஸ்ல resident இருந்தா you have to see karta. If karta is ROR, HUF is ROR. If karta is not ROR, HUF will be RNOR. Okay, then company. Company வந்து non-resident means other than resident. Resident என்ன? Indian company always resident. I already told you. Then other than Indian company if poem is in India or place of effective management is in India. Okay, then scope of total income. Scope of total income la we saw for resident, ordinarily resident, entire income from all the countries is taxable. Resident, for a non-resident only Indian income is taxable, and for resident not ordinarily resident, income other than income from foreign source is taxable. Okay, so Indian income na enna? Received in India deemed to be received in India, accruing in or arising in India, deemed to accrue or arise in India. Then accrued and received outside India from a business controlled or profession set up in India is foreign income but other than foreign source. Okay, then accrued and received outside India from a business controlled or profession set up outside India, pure foreign income, foreign source. Then any other foreign income. Okay, so I hope with this you are clear. Then let us see quickly what is deemed to accrue or arise in India. First business connection பார்த்துக்கலாம். Business connection எதுக்கு படிக்கிறோம்? Business connection we are learning because business connection is deemed to accrue or arise in India and hence Indian income. Business connection la there are two major categories: dependent agent, significant economic presence. Dependent agent na yaru? Number 1, an agent who has authority to conclude contract or already concluding contracts. Number 3, principal role in the contract. Number 4, without authority maintaining the stock. And number 5, securing the orders for the non-resident or control or common control. Okay, then what is exception to business connection? Independent agent. If the agent is not dependent, if the agency is his ordinary course of business and does not work mainly for the non-resident, then he will be independent agent. Independent agent na business connection in India kadayadu. Then significant economic presence. There are two cases of significant economic presence. Number 1, goods or services sell பண்றாங்க and payment from a person during a year 2 கோடிக்கு மேல வருது. That is significant economic presence. Number 2, 3 lakhsக்கு மேல users இருக்காங்க and income வருது. That is also significant economic presence. This will be considered as business connection in India whether or not there is any agreement, non-resident has a place of business or non-resident is rendering service in India. Okay, then there are 5 exceptions to business connection. Number 1, operation not in India. Number 2, purchase for the purpose of export. Number 3, collection of news or views in India to transmit outside India. Number 4, shooting of films in India where the producer is either non-resident who is a non-citizen or no citizen partner or no citizen shareholder. And lastly, activity to display rough diamond in special notified zone by foreign mining company. Fine. So 5 points are there. Now lastly, income deemed to accrue or arise in India. Very simple. So business connection in India is deemed to accrue or arise. India la property irunda adoda income will be deemed to accrue or arise. Asset or source of income India la irunda deemed to accrue or arise. India la irukra or capital asset transfer panna deemed to accrue or arise in India. Then India la sambaricha salary deemed to accrue or arise. And the India la earn பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கல that service அதுல இருந்து தான salary வருது. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற or just அப்புறம் இருக்கிற vacation that is also included in salary. இந்தியால சர்வீஸ் ரெண்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அதோட pension is also deemed to accrue or arise. Indian government is paying salary to Indian citizen outside India is deemed to accrue or arise, hence taxable, but perks and allowances not taxable. Dividend by Indian company always deemed to accrue or arise in India. Then money paid without any consideration means எதுமே வாங்காம just பணம் கொடுக்கிறது. ஒரு ரெசிடென்ட் ஒரு நான் கார்ப்பரேட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் இல்ல ஃபாரின் கம்பெனிக்கு 50,000 க்கு மேல கொடுக்கறாங்கன்னா it is deemed to accrue or arise in India, taxable in India. Interest, royalty, fee for technical service. If government is giving to non-resident, it is deemed to accrue or arise in India. If resident is giving to non-resident, generally deemed to accrue or arise in India. Ana, if the resident is using for the purpose of using it outside India, na, it is not deemed to accrue or arise in India. If non-resident is giving to another non-resident, na, generally not deemed to accrue or arise. Ana, if money borrowed, fee for technical service or royalty is used in India for business or profession, then it is deemed to accrue or arise. And other than business or profession irunda, fee for technical service and royalty will be deemed to or accrue or arise in India. Money borrowed வந்து இதுல counted கிடையாது. So this also I hope you are clear. Residential status and then exemptions quickly பார்க்கலாம். Just over 5 minutes. Exemption 10 clause 2 member of HUF இருந்தா share income from HUF exempt. Partnership firm இருந்து வர share income is exempt in the hands of partner. Okay, then section 10 clause 4, if an individual is non-resident as per FEMA or permitted by RBI, interest in NRE account is exempt. Then non-citizen official of embassy working in India avanga salary வந்து exempt. ஆனா our Indian citizen who are working in their embassy, their salary should also be exempt, then only we will give exemption, and they should not be doing any employment or business or profession, okay va, other than embassy work. Then section 10 clause 6 subclause 6, for a non-citizen employee of a foreign enterprise, the salary that they receive will be exempt. Ana that foreign enterprise should not be doing business, they should be staying in India for maximum 90 days, and employer must not get any deduction for this salary. Then non-citizen non-resident employee on a foreign ship 90 days வரைக்கும் இந்தியால இருந்தா income exempt. 90 டேஸ்க்கு மேல இருந்தா அந்த seafarer கேஸ்ல NRE அக்கவுண்ட்ல கிடைச்சா exempt. Then remuneration from foreign government for specified training plus non-citizen. ஸோ ஒரு ஃபாரின் கவர்மெண்ட்ல இருந்து ஒரு நான் சிட்டிசன் இந்தியால வந்து இந்தியன் கவர்மெண்ட்ல ட்ரைனிங் பண்றாங்கன்னா அவங்க இன்கம் எக்ஸெம்ட். செக்ஷன் 10 clause 6D, non-corporate and non-resident if they are receiving royalty or fee for technical service from NTRO, it is exempt. Bhopal gas tragedy இது உங்களுக்கு சிலபஸ்ல இல்ல. செக்ஷன் 10 clause 10BC, individual or legal heir if they are receiving compensation from central government, state government, local authority. Okay va, if any private person is giving compensation na it is taxable. Central government, state government, local authority கொடுத்தா மட்டும்தான் not taxable, and also provided in the loss and damage வந்து அவங்க எக்ஸ்பென்ஸா claim பண்ணக்கூடாது. Next section 10 clause 11A, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, whatever payment comes from that account exempt. For any individual educational scholarship கிடைச்சா exempt. MP and MLA க்கு வந்து daily allowance, constituency allowance கிடைச்சா exempt. யாருக்கோ லிட்ரரி சயின்டிஃபிக் ஆர்ட் ஒர்க் காக நேஷனல் அவார்ட் ஆர் சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் அப்ரூவ்ட் அவார்டு கிடைச்சா அது எக்ஸெம்ட். இஃப் அ பர்சன் இஸ் அ கேலண்ட்ரி அவார்ட் ரெசிபியன்ட், இட் மீன்ஸ் வாட், பரம்வீர் சக்கர, வீர் சக்கர எல்லாம் மகாவீர் சக்கர கிடைச்சிருக்குன்னா, and also if that person is a central government or state government employee, then their pension will be exempt, and அவங்க இறந்துட்டாங்கன்னா the family pension that their family member receive, that will also be exempt. family na யாரு, spouse, children, parents, brothers, sisters if wholly dependent. Members of scheduled tribe, northeast Ladakh hilly regions, இங்க வந்து இருக்கிற scheduled type community, அந்த ஏரியால சம்பாரிச்ச பணம் fully exempt. ஏரியாக்கு வெளியில interest and dividend fully exempt. Similarly Sikkimese individual, சிக்கிம்ல சம்பாரிச்ச பணம் fully exempt. சிக்கிம்க்கு வெளியில interest dividend சம்பாரிச்சா exempt. Next, Assessee growing or manufacturing tea in India, subsidy from tea board is fully exempt. Condition என்ன, replenation, replacement of bushes, rejuvenation, consolidation of tea cultivation area, certificate வாங்கியிருக்கணும். Similar exemption for growing or manufacturing rubber, coffee, cardamom or any other spices. 14A என்ன சொன்ன, if an income is exempt, then the expenditure relating to that income will not be allowed, even though that income is earned or not earned. Right? This is 14A disallowed. Now we will take a break and we will start again by 4:15. 45 minutes house property discuss பண்ணலாம். You're able to understand? இன்னைக்கு வீட்ல போயிட்டு இந்த exemptions மட்டும் இருக்குல்ல, this you by heart, that is enough. And if at all you feel like studying even more now, then the question answers that are there in the study material other than what we have worked out, அது நீங்க work out பண்ணிரு.
செகண்ட் ஏப்ரல் உங்களுக்கு எவ்வளோ எப்போ ஆரம்பிச்சு ஸோ 1 to 30th ஏப்ரல் 3 எபிஸ் போடலாம். ஸோ 29 எவ்வளோ டேஸ் வந்து 27 நீங்கள் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருங்க. அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் அப்புறம் படிக்கணும். அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் வந்து அப்புறம் இன்னும் டைம் 2 வருஷம் படிச்சு இது ரெண்டுமே ஒரே ஷார்ட் வச்சுட்டு 3 அண்ட் 6வது வந்து இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ரிஜிஸ்டர். ஸோ உங்களுக்கு இப்போ என்ன 30 இந்த 6 days வந்து tax, accounts, advance இப்போ 4 சப்ஜெக்ட் அது வந்து என்னது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து காஸ்டிங் அது இதனால இப்போவே எப்படி என்ன வந்து ரீசைன் பண்றது கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். ஆடிட்டிங் ஏஎஸ்எம் வந்து லாஸ்ட் எப்போ மேபி காஸ்டிங் யூஸ் ஏஎஸ்எம் வந்து பெக்ஸ் ஆகும்போது மேபி ஒன் ஆஃப் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் காஸ்டிங் வந்து so like this we divide it. I can't tell you that fixed data. Suppose my costing is here that I can't tell you. In this time frame, that is 2 to 26, this 4 subject we decide how to divide. And one subject particular, another subject particular. Suppose if you think that one subject person another subject ரெண்டுக்கு மேல போகக்கூடாது. ரெண்டுக்கு மேல போனா டைவர்ஷன் ஆகும், டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன் ஆகும். மேக்ஸிமம் 2 சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஒரு தியரி ஒரு பாஸ் ஒரு ப்ராக்டிக்கல் சேர்ந்து 7 நாள் 8 நாள் மாதிரி போயிட்டுருக்கோம். இல்லை 4 நாள் அந்த சப்ஜெக்ட் படிக்கும்போது சப்போஸ் காஸ்டிங் ப்ளஸ் படிக்கிறீங்கன்னா டோன்ட் திங்க் அபவுட் வாட் இட் இஸ். ஜஸ்ட் நோ யுவர் மைண்ட் தான் டைம் கொடுத்துருக்கேன் அந்த டைம்ல அந்த சப்ஜெக்ட் But I would study bits and pieces of 20 to 30 minutes. I take 2 hours break. But the 20 to 30 minutes will be so intense. But I think totally the timing of the I won't tell that be like me. Obviously now another, but still. But other 20 to 30 minutes say output வந்து 2 மணி நேரம் ஆயிடும். அண்ட் நான் அந்த பிரேக் எடுக்கும்போது கூட எனக்கு அதான் ஓடிட்டு என்ன படிச்சேனோ அதான் ஓடிட்டு. ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அவர்ஸ் பற்றி வந்து பேசவே கூடாது. ஏன் பேசக்கூடாதுன்னா நிறைய பேர் வந்து சும்மா புக் திறந்து 2 மணி நேரம் வச்சிருக்காங்க. பட் தட் இஸ் நாட் ஈக்குவல் டு ஹவர்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஸ்டடி. ஸோ யூ சி ஹவு மச் ப்ரொடக்டிவ் யூ கேன். ஹவர்ஸ் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணோம்னா டெஃபினெட்லி இன்க்ரீஸ். பட் உங்கள் பொட்டன்ஷியல் விட அதிகமாக இன்க்ரீஸ். இன்னைக்கு நீங்கள் 2 மணி நேரம் படிக்க முடியும்னா you try that, you can make it 3 tomorrow or not. Don't see some other person is studying 5. நீங்களே இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிட்டேன் மேக்ஸிமம் எவ்வளோ முடியும். இது நான் எப்பவுமே சொல்லுவேன். மார்னிங் டைம் வந்து எனக்கு இது ரொம்ப அட்வான்டேஜாக இருக்குது. தட் என்னோட ருட்டீன் டாஸ்க் வந்து பிரேக் மாற்றுறது. ஃபார் இது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது ஒரு நாள் 2 நாள். பட் ஒரு தடவை ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சுன்னா இட் பி ஈஸி. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் எந்திரிச்சோடனே வீல் ப்ரெஷ்ஷாக வட்டிக்கிட்டு வாஷ்ரூம் போவோம், குளிப்போம், எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணுவோம், பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம், பூஜா பண்ணுவோம், சம்டைம்ஸ் பால் வாங்கிட்டு வருவோம் வீட்டுக்காக. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வேலை இருக்குது. இதெல்லாம் வேலை வந்து பிரேக்காக வச்சுக்கிட்டு நடுவில் 20 மினிட்ஸ் படிச்சு அப்புறம் ஒரு வேலை, அப்புறம் 20 மினிட்ஸ் படிச்சு இன்னொரு வேலை பண்ணலாம். அது 3 to 4 hours நல்லா டைம் ஜோன் கொடுத்து படிச்சுக்கலாம். ப்ளஸ் நம்மளுக்கு பிரேக்கிங் படிச்சுக்கலாம். எனக்கு ஜென்ரலி என்ன ஆகும்னா when I was studying மார்னிங்லேயே 2 to 3 hours நல்லா ப்ரொடக்டிவாக இருக்கும். தென் அந்த ஃபுல் டே வந்து டென்ஷன் ஆகிடும். ஈஸியா மற்றது வந்து எனக்கு என்ன பிடிக்குமோ அதை படிச்சு இது இருக்கு வீட்டில் ஸ்பெஷலி ஃபார் பாய்ஸ் வி வில் கெட் ஒர்க். ஆனால் எப்போ வந்து நம்ம படிக்க ஆரம்பிப்போமோ அப்போதான் ஏதோ ஒரு வேலை வந்துடும். அதனால நம்ம டென்ஷன் ஆகிடும். டென்ஷன் ஆகிட்டு வந்து நம்மளுக்கு அந்த படிக்கிறது தான் டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன் ஆகும். ஸோ அதுக்கு வந்து கொஞ்சம் மென்டலி வி ஹவ் டு ரிலீவ் அவர் செல்ஃப் தட் வேலை வந்து சரி இட் இஸ் அவர் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி. அது 2 நிமிஷம் தானே முடிச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆரம்பிச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆரம்பிச்சே டாக்ஸ்க்கு வந்து எனக்கு என்ன டைம் ஆச்சு இன்டர்வியூ முடிச்சுட்டு 8-9 years ஆச்சு. ப்ளஸ் ஐ வாஸ் இன் ஓல்ட் ஸோ அதர்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ இஃப் லாஸ்ட் மொமெண்ட் இஃப் யூ ஆர் ஆல்ரெடி ரிலையிங் ஆன் சம் மெட்டீரியல் தென் கோ ஃபார் இட். லாஸ்ட் மொமெண்ட் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறதுல அவ்வளோ இது கிடையாது. நான் எடுக்கிறது வந்து ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் தான். இந்த என்ன வந்து அதில் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க உங்கள் எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் மெட்டீரியல் அதான் நானும் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். ஃபார்மேட்டிங் கொஞ்சம் வேறு மாதிரி இருக்கு. ஸோ ஈவன் இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் யூ கேன் ஸ்விட்ச் பேக் டு த earlier ones or if you want to rely on this you can rely on this also because ஒரு நாள்ல கவர் பண்றதுக்கு இந்த புக் வந்து சூப்பரா இருக்கும். Generally I have gotten very good feedback that one day before exams till that you can study income tax only for maybe 6 to 10 hours revise பண்றதுக்கு அவ்வளவுதான் டைம் இருக்கு. ஜிஎஸ்டியும் படிக்கணும்ல. ஸோ அதில் வந்து இந்த புக் கவர் பண்ண முடியும். இப்போவே நம்ம பார்த்தோம்ல in 3 to 4 chapters 3.5 chapters we have covered in 40 minutes. Question answer when it comes to memorizing exam அப்போ வந்து மெமரைஸே பண்ணக்கூடாது. கண்டிப்பா முடியும் 100%. டிடிஎஸ் ரேட்ஸ், டிசிஎஸ் ரேட்ஸ், அப்புறம் இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ரேட்ஸ், சேலரியோட டெஃபினிஷன், இதெல்லாம் ஃபேமிலி வந்து இதுல ஃபேமிலியோட டெஃபினிஷன் என்ன, அதுல என்ன, இது எல்லாம் நாட் ஓன்லி இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் எனி சப்ஜெக்ட் ரிலேட்டட்லி எக்ஸாம்க்கு ஒரு நாள் முன்னாடி உட்காந்து இஃப் யூ ஆர் மெமரைசிங் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் திங் you are wasting that crucial time which you need for revision just for memorizing, and even if you memorize most probably you are not going to remember. இதெல்லாம் mix up பண்ணு. மெமரைஸ் பண்ற பார்ட் வந்து இப்போவே மெமரைஸ் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கணும். மெமரைஸ் கூட எப்படி பண்ணணும் that I should give my mother the book and tell நான் வந்து உங்களுக்கு இது சொல்றேன் நீங்க பாருங்க. நம்ம ஸ்கூல்ல பண்ற அளவுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணாதான் எக்ஸாம்ல வந்து நம்ம அந்த கான்ஃபிடன்ஸோட எழுதணும். I'm not telling the entire subject. Just this small portions need memory. TDS order rate, section 192, average rate of tax, salary related. 192A, withdrawal from EPF, அதுக்கு வந்து TDS rate is 10%. அந்த மாதிரி லிமிட் வந்து 5000. அந்த மாதிரி ஞாபகம் வச்சு. Keywords. ஆமா. இது நானும் இப்பதான் பண்ணேன். When I was அது ஆடிட்டிங் EISM ஓட நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல். இஸ்கா இப்போ வந்து எலெக்டிவ் இருக்கு ஃபைனல்ல. எனக்கு இஸ்கா இருந்துச்சு. நான் என்ன பண்ணேன்னா ஐ எம் வெரி பேட் அட் தியரி, குட் அட் ப்ராக்டிகல். ஸோ அதான் எனக்கு பயமா இருக்கு. நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், ஃபுல் ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் இருக்கு. அந்த ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் வந்து படிச்சுட்டு அது வந்து ஒரு 2 நோட்ஸ்ல வந்து சமரைஸ் பண்ணி வச்சுட்டேன். இன்னொரு நோட், 3rd நோட்ல வந்து கீவேர்ட்ஸ் போட்டு கீவேர்ட்ஸ் மனப்பாடம் பண்ணிட்டு I would recite those keywords to friend of mine and I would by hearted like today பக்காவா by heart. 8ல இருந்து 6 சாப்டர் மட்டும் தான் நான் பைஹார்ட் பண்ணேன். 2 சாப்டர் சாய்ஸே விட்டுல. எனக்கு பாஸ் ஆனா போதும், பெரிய மார்க்ல எனக்கு வேண்டியது. 6 சாப்டர்ஸ் ஐ பைஹார்ட். பட் அந்த 6 சாப்டர்ஸ் வச்சு ஐ ஸ்கோர்ட் 50-80 மார்க்ஸ். அண்ட் எக்ஸாம்க்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு நாள் சுத்தமா படிக்கவே இல்லை. பிகாஸ் எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் தேர் ரிட்டைன் இன் தேர். அண்ட் அந்த சம்மரி போட்டனால வந்து கீவேர்ட்ஸ் வச்சு ஈஸிலி ஐ கேன் ஃபார்ம் சென்டென்சஸ் அண்ட் ரைட் எக்ஸாமினேஷன். அது வந்து உங்ககிட்ட இருக்கு. இதுல வந்து நீங்க கீவேர்ட் தான் படிக்கிறீங்க இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல என்னோட நோட்ஸ்ல. பட் அதுல வந்து ஒரு அட்வான்டேஜ் என்னன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் 90% ஆஃப் யுவர் பேப்பர் வில் பி ப்ராக்டிக்கல். ஸோ இதே கீவேர்ட்ஸ் நீங்க திருப்பி எக்ஸாம்ல எழுதுனா யூ வில் கெட் ஃபுல் மார்க்ஸ் பிகாஸ் இட் இஸ் ப்ராக்டிக்கல். ஒன்லி 1 or 2 questions will be theory questions. For example, define assessee. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தியரி கொஸ்டின் வந்துச்சுன்னா then you should know இந்த கீவேர்ட் வந்து நீங்க எப்படி கரெக்டா சென்டென்ஸ்ல போட்டு எழுது. இது போட்டா கூட உங்களுக்கு 4ல 2.5 கண்டிப்பா வந்துடும். அண்ட் அந்த 4 out of 4 வேணும்னா you have to write அந்த புக்கோட ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல். பட் இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஏற்கனவே அவ்வளோ வாஸ்டா இருக்கு. According to me, when it comes to income tax, it is better to complete everything rather than focusing only on few chapters and being thorough in it. Because mixed la question varum, total income question varum, adla ella questions mixed la irukku. So adu vandu you have to be able to attend it. TDS chapter ipo vandu enna aachuna oru 2 to 3 years முன்னாடி 2 years முன்னாடி only certain chapters were important. PGBP chapter, capital gain chapter, residential status, salary, இதுதான் important. இது படிச்சு போனா income taxல வந்து if they are asking for 60 marks, easily you can score 40, minimum 40 score பண்ணுங்க. பட் இப்போ என்ன ஆகுது, TDS ல இருந்து பெருசா கேக்குறாங்க, ரிட்டர்ன் ஆஃப் இன்கம்ல இருந்து கேக்குறாங்க, பெரிய பெரிய லாஸ்ட் டேர்ம்ல கேபிட்டல் கெயின் எதுவுமே வருது, ஜெனரலி 10 to 15 மார்க்ஸ் வரும், எதுவுமே வருது. ஸோ இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ பயங்கரமா மிக்ஸ் பண்றாங்க, என்ன அன்எக்ஸ்பெக்டடோ அந்த ஏரியால இருந்து வருது. இஃப் யூ ஆஸ்க் எனி பர்சன் வாஸ் ரிட்டன் இன்டர் ரீசென்ட்லி, they will tell you income tax is consistently being tough in exam after exam, and that is not because level of question is tough, it is because it is asked from areas that is not expected. That is true. ஃபுல்லா நீங்க கவர் பண்ணா அட்லீஸ்ட் பாஸ் ஆகிற அளவுக்கு ஈஸியா நீங்க பிரச்சனை. And income tax is one subject where you are expected to be an expert. Income tax and audit, இந்த ரெண்டு. ஸோ மற்ற சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ்ல வந்து நீங்க எந்த லெவல்ல எழுதிட்டு உங்களுக்கு 60 கிடைக்குமோ, இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல அதே லெவல்ல எழுதிட்டு உங்களுக்கு 40 தான் வரும். பிகாஸ் அவங்க வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. எக்ஸாம்பிள், நீங்க அசம்ப்ஷன் போட்டிருக்கீங்களா கரெக்டா, அதை எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஒர்க்கிங்ல ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி ஃபிகர் இருக்கா இல்லையா, அதை எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ ஆல் தோஸ் திங்ஸ். வேற ரிலேட்டட் ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்கு, அது வந்து இங்க எழுதிருக்கீங்களா, அதை எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ ஆல் தீஸ் திங்ஸ் ஷுட் பி தேர். ரொம்ப டென்ஷன் ஆக வேண்டாம். நம்மளுக்கு வந்து என்னன்னா, we have to cover the entire syllabus. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மோட்டிவ் அதுதான். கவர் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா ஓவராலா நம்மளே நம்ம எழுத முடியும், ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் வந்து எக்ஸாம்ல எழுத முடியும். ப்ராப்ளம் வில் ஸ்டார்ட்.
Okay, now let's start with income from house property. Income from house property and set off and carry forward, இந்த ரெண்டு சாப்டர் வந்து I would say படிக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து வெரி வெரி ஈஸி, ஆனா கொஸ்டின் அட்டென்ட் பண்றதுக்கு வெரி வெரி டஃப். படிச்சா வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். கொஸ்டின்ல வந்து அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பார்த்தா many times silly mistake can be made and the answer can be wrong. So learn this also thoroughly. At the same time, question answer practice is also very very important. So today theoretically let us see income from house property. Income from house property, first head of income வந்து income from salary. ஆனா நம்ம house property ல இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றோம். because salary ல வந்து I want you to be more fresh, morning time எடுத்தா நல்லா இருக்கும். so house property ல வந்து it is the second head of income, and all the heads of income will have a charging section and computation section. Charging section means what and all items are covered in that particular head of income, அது மட்டும் தான் அந்த ஹெட்ல taxable. Computation section means அந்த head of income ல income எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது, how to calculate the income, it is computation section. In house property, charging section is section number 22. The charging section says that for income from house property to be there, number one, there should be a house property. Assessee should be the owner of the house property, and house property should be used for other than assessee's own business or profession. So ஒரு வீடு இருக்கணும், அந்த வீடோட ஓனர் அசஸியா இருக்கணும், and அந்த வீடு வந்து ஓன் பிசினஸ் ப்ரொஃபஷனுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்க கூடாது. ஓகே, now let's come to what is house property. House property means building or land appurtenant thereto. Building or land appurtenant. Land appurtenant means land attached to building. Land attached to building. Example, statue, garden, parking, swimming pool, என்ன வேணா இருக்கலாம். So basically building கூட இருக்கிற amenities is included in land appurtenant thereto. So building is called house property. Land appurtenant also included in the meaning of house property. Now what are the types of house property? House property can be let out property or self occupied property. இங்க UOP வேணா கட் பண்ணிருங்க. UOP means unoccupied property, but income tax language ல unoccupied இருந்தாலும் சரி self occupied இருந்தாலும் சரி ரெண்டுக்குமே self occupied தான் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஓகேவா? Let out property means a property that has been let out for rent. ரெண்ட்டுக்கு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. So the rental income will be taxable in income from house property. Sir, rent from land, is it taxable under income from house property? Answer is no. ஏன்னா land வந்து house property கிடையாது. So the rent will be taxable either in business or income from other sources. இந்த ஹெட்ல வேணா இருக்கலாம். பிசினஸா இருந்தா PGBP, பிசினஸா இல்லைன்னா income from other sources. Now let out property பார்த்தாச்சு. Let us see what is the meaning of self-occupied property. Self-occupied property means property is in the occupation of the owner for his own residence. Means அவங்க தான் அந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியில தங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Or cannot be occupied by the owner owing to his employment, business or profession, and he has to reside in such other place in a building not belonging to him. So self-occupied property na enna? அது தங்குறதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ற ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. The property used for residence. Sir, can a person have more than one self-occupied property? Answer is yes. I can reside 1 month in my Delhi house, another month in my Chennai house, 1 month in Coimbatore, 1 month in Bangalore. 4 இடத்துலயும் வீடு இருக்கு, 4 இடத்துலயும் நான் தங்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். So all the 4 will be self-occupied property. And if I am not residing in a building that does not belong to me, because I am doing employment outside that city, and in that city I am not staying in a building that belongs to me, then even though it is not occupied, it will be considered as self-occupied. Purida? Self-occupied property. Now self-occupied property வந்து up to 2 self-occupied property exempt. சரி, ஏன் up to 2 self-occupied property exempt? எல்லா self-occupied ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியும் தங்கறதுக்கு தானே யூஸ் பண்றாங்க, இன்கமே வரதில்லை. இன்கமே இல்லைன்னா exempt தானே? Answer is no. Because if a person is having more than 2 self-occupied property, then any 2 will be exempt and the remaining will be considered as DLOP or deemed to be let out property. Deemed to be let out property. This type of taxation is called notional taxation. Notional taxation. It means what? Income illa, analu income tax act deems that there is an income. Okay, the income tax act wants to discourage people to have more than 2 self-occupied property. That's why it is telling if you have more than 2, you can choose any 2 to be exempt. All the remaining we will consider it as let out and we will tax it. How to tax we are going to see in some time. Okay, now exception. What are the exception? Already I told you, if a house property is used for own business or profession, don't consider it, ignore that property. Then if it is used for business of letting out, see what did I tell you? Let out ah irundha adu let out property, ana property let out பண்றது தான் business ah irundha PGBP. House property head paaka kudadu. Only if letting out the property is not the business, see the house property head of income. If it is business, see the PGBP head of income. Hence PGBP la irundha house property paaka kudadu, go to that head, don't come here. Fine. So this is the meaning of house property. House property can be LOP, SOP. LOP na let out for rent, SOP na self occupied. Any 2 self occupied exempt, other than that will be considered DLOP, deemed to be let out property. If a property is used for own business or profession, don't consider it. If business itself letting out of property na, don't see house property head, go to PGBP head of income. Fine. Now let us see what is the meaning of. Okay, first idu paakalam. House property India ku velila irundha enna? Resident, ordinary resident ku global income taxable, adnala taxable. RNOR and NR ku vandu rent India la receive ana taxable. Okay. Owner. Who is owner? Owner is the person entitled to receive the income from property. I already told you, income from house property arises only if the assessee is the owner. So adnala owner na yarin paakrom. First, person who is entitled to receive the income. So yaar vande income vaangradhukku rights vechirukangalo avanga da owner. Okay, then it includes deemed owner. Deemed owner padikka porom, avanga kuda owner. Then registration of sale deed is not required. நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், இன்கம் வாங்குறதுக்கு ரைட்ஸ் இருக்கணும், ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனா இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. ஓகே, ஓனர் ஆஃப் பில்டிங் need not be the owner of the land. We are concerned only about building. Building is only house property. Land owner separate, building owner separate na கவலையே இல்லை. building owner மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கோங்க, அவங்களோட income will be taxed under house property. Then if there is a disputed property, and the property ஓட ஓனரே யார் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலனா, ownership will be decided by income tax department. And income tax department தெரியுமா என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, let's say there are two brothers B and C, both are fighting that this property is mine. Income tax act will tell, okay, you keep on fighting, but the rent from this property I will tax in both your hands. Okay va, B கையிலயும் tax பண்ணிடுவாங்க, C கையிலயும் tax பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Suppose நாளைக்கு it becomes decided that B won the case and this property is with B, then C க்கு வந்து அவங்க tax refund கிடைச்சு. Okay, so income tax department will go the safer side generally. இது உங்க ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல்ல ப்ராக்டிகலி சொல்றேன் என்ன நடக்கும். ஓகே, ஓனர்ஷிப் ஷால் பி இன் த ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர், நீட் நாட் பி இன் த அசஸ்மெண்ட் இயர். எந்த இயர்ல இன்கம் வருதோ அந்த இயர்ல ஓனர்ஷிப் இருந்தா போதும், எந்த இயர்ல டாக்ஸ் ஆகுதோ அதுக்கப்புறம் ஓனர்ஷிப் இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. எக்ஸெப்ஷன் ஆஃப் ஓனர்ஷிப் இஸ் அரியர்ஸ் ஆஃப் ரெண்ட் அண்ட் அன்ரியலைஸ்ட் ரெண்ட் ரிகவரி. இந்த ரெண்டு கேஸ், ரிகவரி ஆஃப் அரியர்ஸ், ரிகவரி ஆஃப் அன்ரியலைஸ்ட் ரெண்ட், இந்த ரெண்டு கேஸ்ல ஓனர்ஷிப் வேண்டாம், தேவையில்லை. மற்ற எல்லா கேஸ்லயும் ஓனர்ஷிப் இஸ் கம்பல்சரி. போத் தீஸ் கேசஸ் we are going to study in some time. So ஓனர்னா யாருன்னு பார்த்தோம், டீம்டு ஓனர்னா யாருன்னு பார்க்கலாம். டீம்டு ஓனர், there are 6 cases where a person is deemed to be the owner. Means actually owner கிடையாது, but income tax act will deem that they are the owner. Number 1, transfer to spouse without or for inadequate consideration. So if I am having a house, I am transferring it to my wife without consideration or for inadequate consideration, still even though on records my wife is the owner, but I will be the deemed owner. ஏன் அப்படி? Because see here, sometimes ரெண்டு பேர் இருக்காங்க, let's say Mr. A, Mrs. A. What will Mr. A already has an income of 10 lakhs, Mrs. A has no income. And there is a house that is owned by Mr. A. இதுல இருந்து இன்னும் ரெண்ட் வருது ஒரு 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs ரெண்ட் வருது. ஸோ மிஸ்டர் ஏ கிட்ட எவ்வளோ ஆச்சு? 20 lakhs. மிஸ்ஸஸ் ஏ கிட்ட இன்கமே இல்லை. ஸோ மிஸ்டர் ஏ என்ன பண்ண பார்க்குறாரு? மிஸ்டர் ஏ இஸ் டெல்லிங் தட் ஐ வில் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் திஸ் ஹவுஸ் டு யுவர் நேம் அண்ட் தென் so that the rent will come in your name, you pay the tax, so that I will pay in lower slab, you also pay in lower slab. But to avoid this type of mischief, what are they telling? Even if Mr. A transferred the house, still rent will be taxed in the hands of Mr. A only. Okay va? So Mr. A transfer பண்ணாலும் என்ன, Mr. A தான் tax கட்டணும் அந்த ரெண்ட்டுக்கு, unless Mrs. A gives the full money. full consideration கொடுத்து வாங்கினா டச் பண்ண முடியாது, பட் கன்சிடரேஷன் இல்லாம transfer பண்ணா you have to, the transferor will be the deemed owner. Okay, however there is an exception, agreement to live apart. Both the husband and wife have agreed that they are going to live separately. In such case, if the husband is giving the wife will only be the owner. Okay, next, transfer to minor child without or for inadequate consideration. So if I transfer my house property to my minor child without consideration or for inadequate consideration, still I will only be the deemed owner. யார் transfer பண்றாங்களோ அவங்க தான் deemed owner. Okay, exception, minor married daughter. Minor married daughter. So minor married daughter irukangla, nowadays minor are not allowed to get married, but when this act came, minor marriage was a prevalent thing. So adanala if minor ku vandu minor daughter ku marriage aayirchu and avangalukku vandu house property kuduthirukuna, then no deemed ownership concept, the minor married daughter only will be considered as owner of the property. Okay va? Adukala considered illa, handicap minor கொடுத்தாலும் deemed owner concept will apply. ஓகேவா? still the transferor will be the deemed owner. யார் கொடுத்திருக்காங்களோ அவங்க தான் ஓனர். ஓகே, கிளப்பிங் ப்ரொவிஷன் இதுக்கும் டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. நெக்ஸ்ட், ஹோல்டர் ஆஃப் இம்பார்ட்டிபிள் எஸ்டேட். ஓகே, இதுக்கு இங்கே ஆக்ட்லயே ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு. இங்க இந்த இதுலயே ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு. see here, joint ownership co-ownership concept. joint ownership co-ownership means ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு there are more than one owner, that is called joint ownership. இப்போ if share is definite and ascertainable means share வந்து உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு வந்து 50% belongs to one person, another 50% to இன்னொரு person. if share is definite and ascertainable, in such case you will find out the income separately for both the owners. ஆனா நீங்க ஷேர் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலன்னா என்ன பண்றது? both will be taxed together as an AOP. for example, there are two persons, Mr. A, Mr. B. both are joint owner of a house. ஓகேவா? மிஸ்டர் A ஓட ஷேர் எவ்வளோ, மிஸ்டர் B ஓட ஷேர் எவ்வளோன்னு தெரியாது. ஓகேவா? ரெண்டு பேருக்கு வந்து இன்ஹெரிட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி, they don't know their share. in such case both of them together will be considered A and B AOP. okay, and this AOP has to pay the tax. this AOP is called holder of impartible estate. it means what? இந்த வீடு இருக்குல்ல, இதுக்கு வந்து பார்ட்டிஷன் பண்ண முடியல, அதனால அந்த AOP வந்து அந்த வீடை வச்சிருக்கு. this is called holder of impartible estate. so registrar office-ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா this house might be in the name of A or in the name of B. ஓகேவா? or A and B combined or their parents name என்ன வேணா இருக்கலாம். but income tax-ல AOP is the deemed owner. AOP is the deemed owner. so holder of impartible estate AOP. okay, example. next, member of cooperative society, company, etc. so this is also very prevalent nowadays. என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, ஒரு பெரிய அபார்ட்மெண்ட், one big apartment will be constructed. இதுல நிறைய flats இருக்கும். ஓகேவா? this apartment will be owned by ABC apartment company, apartment limited. ஒரு கம்பெனி ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, அந்த கம்பெனி தான் இந்த அபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட ஓனர், ஃபுல் அபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட ஓனர். யார் ஃப்ளாட் வாங்குவாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு ஃப்ளாட்டோட ஓனர்ஷிப் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு இந்த கம்பெனியோட ஷேர்ஸ் கொடுத்துருவாங்க. இட் மீன்ஸ் இஃப் ஐ ஹவ் பாட் த ஷேர்ஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் கம்பெனி, இட் மீன்ஸ் தட் ஐ ஆம் ஓனிங் அ ஃப்ளாட் இன் தட் கம்பெனி. புரியுதா? ஒஃபிஷியலா பார்த்தா இந்த ஃபிளாட் வந்து கம்பெனி பேர்ல இருக்கு, நான் ஷேர்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் வச்சிருக்கேன். பட் ஆக்சுவலி யாரு தான் ஓனர்? நான் தானே ஓனர். தட் இஸ் வை ஐ வில் only be the deemed owner of the property. the member, இதே மாதிரி கோஆபரேட்டிவ் சொசைட்டி பேர்ல கம்பெனி அந்த அபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்கலாம். the person who are the member of the cooperative society will be the owner of the flats. okay, so if you see on records, the owner will be the cooperative society or company, but in income tax act the members or the shareholders will be the deemed owner. okay, will be the deemed owner. ஏன்னா actually நம்ம தான் owner, the person who are living there are only the owners. then next, possession of property. if three conditions are satisfied, then even if the possession is transferred, possession means what? property oda delivery கொடுத்தாச்சு, then also it will be considered as transfer, and the person who is receiving the possession will be the deemed owner. ஓகேவா? மீன்ஸ் என்ன? ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணல ஆனா டெலிவரி கொடுத்தாச்சு. in such case three conditions. number 1, possession வந்து கொடுத்தாச்சு, condition number 1. condition number 2, sale consideration is either paid or promised to be paid. அந்த வீடு வாங்குறதுக்கு பணம் கொடுத்தாச்சு இல்ல கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு ப்ராமிஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. and number 3, sale deed is not executed but some other document like some other agreement should be executed. ஏதோ ஒரு agreement something legally போட்டிருக்கணும். If these three conditions are satisfied, then as per section 53A of Transfer of Property Act, TOPAN சொல்வாங்க, even if the possession of property is transferred, the person who is receiving the possession will be the deemed owner. Okay va? புரியுதுல? Then last one, right to property for at least 12 years. So minimum 12 years kaga, if I am giving the right to my property to someone else, then they will become deemed owner. Okay va? Registration office la போய் பார்த்தா என்னோட பேர் தான் இருக்கும் ஓனரா, பட் நான் வந்து 12 வருஷத்துக்காக இன்னொருத்தங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டேன்னா இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல வந்து அவங்க தான் ஓனர். ஸோ டீம்டு ஓனர் கான்செப்ட். ஓனர்னா யாருன்னு பார்த்தாச்சு, ஹவுஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டினா என்னன்னு பார்த்தாச்சு. நவ் லெட் அஸ் கம் டு கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் ஆஃப் இன்கம் ஃப்ரம் ஹவுஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. வெரி வெரி சிம்பிள். ஸோ திஸ் செக்ஷன் இஸ் தேர், நோ, திஸ் கிவ்ஸ் லைக் அ ஃபார்மேட். செக்ஷன் 23 is a computation section. It almost gives a format for computing house property. In a format, first you see municipal value or fair rent and see whichever is higher. Then the higher value or standard rent, whichever is lower, this will be called expected rent. In the expected rent, you have to compare with actual rent and see whichever is higher. Higher amount will be called GAV, gross annual value. From this you can reduce the municipal taxes and you will get NAV, net annual value. From the net annual value further ரெண்டு deduction கிடைக்கும், 24A 24B. 24A வந்து standard deduction at 30%, 24B வந்து interest on housing loan. இதெல்லாம் கழிச்சு you will get income or loss from house property. Okay, income or loss. One by one let us see what is the meaning. Very very simple. Municipal value. Municipal value na enna? Value determined by municipal authority. நுங்கம்பாக்கம்ல ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி இருக்கு, சென்னை கார்பரேஷன் வந்து அந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு வேல்யூ 2 crores ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. முனிசிபல் வேல்யூ இஸ் 2 crores. சாரி, முனிசிபல் வேல்யூ இஸ் த ரெண்டல் வேல்யூ டிட்டர்மைன்ட் பை முனிசிபல் அத்தாரிட்டி, நாட் ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி வேல்யூ. ஸோ லெட்ஸ் சே அந்த முனிசிபல் வேல்யூவேஷன் வந்து 2 lakhs ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இட் மீன்ஸ் its yearly rent should be 2 lakh rupees. Okay, then fair rent or reasonable rent. அதே ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு அதே மாதிரி ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு அதே ஏரியால எவ்வளவு ரெண்ட் கிடைக்குது, that is fair rent. Rent of a similar property in same locality. Standard rent, maximum rent fixed by Rent Control Act. ஒரு சில ஏரியாஸ்ல வந்து பாப்புலேஷன் ரொம்ப அதிகமா இருக்கும், அதிகமா இருக்கிறனால டிமாண்டும் அதிகமா இருக்கும், அதனால ரெண்ட் வந்து எக்கச்சக்கமா ஏறும். That is why to control the rent for certain areas, the government will bring Rent Control Act, especially areas like Mumbai, etc. Rent Control Actல வந்து maximum இவ்வளோ ரெண்ட் தான் சார்ஜ் பண்ண முடியும்னு எழுதி இருக்கும். That is only called standard rent. Okay, எல்லா ஏரியாவுக்கு இருக்காது, ஒரு சில ஏரியாவுக்கு இருக்கும். Then actual rent. Actual rent என்ன? ஆக்சுவலா எவ்வளோ ரெண்ட் ரிசீவ் ஆயிருக்கு. It means what? Rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Okay, accrual basis. எவ்வளோ ரெண்ட் வந்திருக்கு, எவ்வளோ ரெண்ட் வர வேண்டியது இருக்கு, minus unrealized rent. Unrealized rent is nothing but bad debts of rent. ஓகேவா, ரெண்ட் கேட்டிருக்காங்க ஆனா ரெண்ட் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. Fine, bad debts of rent. இந்த unrealized rent வந்து if you want to reduce from actual rent, you have to satisfy rule 4 conditions. Rule 4 conditions satisfy பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் unrealized rent குறைச்சிக்கலாம், இல்லனா குறைக்க முடியாது. Rule 4 condition என்ன? Bona fide tenancy. The tenancy should be bona fide. It means it should be genuine or real. Okay, next, tenant should not be occupying any other property of the assessee. ஸோ என்ன, அந்த டெனன்ட் வந்து ஒரு வீடுக்கு வாடகை கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்கன்னா வேற வீடும் அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க கூடாது. ஓகே, யூ ஷுட் பி கிவிங் ஒன்லி ஒன் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. தட் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ரெண்ட் இஸ் நாட் பீங் ரிசீவ்ட் மீன்ஸ் யூ ஷுட் நாட் பி கிவிங் அதர் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ் டு தட் சேம் டெனன்ட். நெக்ஸ்ட், டெனன்ட் ஹாஸ் எய்தர் வெக்கேட்டட் ஆர் ஸ்டெப்ஸ் ஹேவ் பீன் டேக்கன் ஃபார் ஹிம் டு வெக்கேட் த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. ஸோ என்ன சொல்றாங்க, டெனன்ட் வந்து either you have to ask them to vacate the property, they should be vacating the property, or you should have taken some steps for them to vacate the property, like giving them notice, etc. Okay, and you have to take the steps, reasonable steps to recover the rent. You have to prove that you have taken some step to recover the rent from them. Okay, if all these four conditions are satisfied, unrealized rent can be reduced from actual rent. Illana, it cannot be reduced. Fine. Then municipal taxes. Municipal taxes vande, after finding out GAV, you will reduce municipal tax. What is municipal tax? Tax collected from municipal authority. It can be property tax, house tax, water tax, local tax, sewerage tax, whatever name it can be. Tax collected from municipal authority. Owner pay panna mattunda allowed as deduction. Tenant pay panna not allowed. Okay va? And pay panna mattunda allowed. Accrue ana not allowed. For example, for previous year 21-22, house tax came to 25,000, but that year I did not pay. Then previous year 22-23, house tax is coming to 25,000 once again. In 22-23, I paid 50,000. போன வருஷத்தும் pay பண்ணியாச்சு, இந்த வருஷத்தோடதும் pay பண்ணியாச்சு. I paid 50,000. Now municipal tax is always allowed on payment basis. Okay va? So 21-22 la no deduction is allowed. 22-23 la full 50,000 allowed as deduction. அதுக்கு தான் எழுதியிருக்கேன், allowed fully on payment basis. Next, if it is in percentage form, take the percentage of municipal value. 20% கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா municipal value ஓட 20% will be the municipal tax. If property is situated outside India, then அந்த countryல pay பண்ற tax will be called municipal tax. No municipal tax deduction if GAV is nil. GAV 0 இருந்தா municipal tax not allowed as deduction. Means municipal tax நால NAV should not be negative. புரியுதா? So municipal tax we studied. Now standard deduction 30%. House property la interest and municipal tax தவிர வேற எந்த ஐட்டம்க்கு expenditure is not allowed as deduction. Repair, maintenance, insurance, painting, nothing allowed as deduction. ஏன் allowed கிடையாதுன்னா generally it is done by unorganized sector. Electrician, mason, plumber யாரோ வராங்கன்னா அவங்க பக்கா பில் தருவாங்கன்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. பக்கா பில் இல்லாம வந்து நீங்க ப்ரூஃபோட கிளைம் பண்ண முடியாது, பயங்கரமா கன்ஃபியூஷன் வரும். அதனால கவர்மெண்ட் என்ன சொல்றாங்க, எதுவுமே தேவையில்லை, ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் 30% we will give you deduction. ஸோ 100 ரூபா நீங்க இன்கம் சம்பாதிச்சிருக்கீங்கன்னா 30 ரூபா டிடக்ஷன், 70 rupees taxable. Okay, so to compensate for other expenses that are incurred like repair, maintenance, etc., 30% is given as a standard deduction. 30% on NAV. Okay. Next, interest on housing loan. Section 24B, interest on housing loan. Now this is the first place where we are talking about 115 BAC. 115 BAC is what? New tax regime. New tax regime la வந்து old tax and new tax க்கு என்ன வித்தியாசம்னா, old tax ல tax rate அதிகம், ஆனா exemption deduction நிறைய கிடைக்கும். New tax ல tax rate கம்மி, ஆனா exemption deduction கம்மியா கிடைக்கும். புரியுதா? It is the option of the assessee to choose old tax regime or new tax regime under 115 BAC. Fine. Now this is the first section where we are seeing a benefit that is given for old tax but not given for new tax. Enna benefit? Interest on housing loan for self-occupied property. Self-occupied property interest. So interest patti we will see the points quickly. Interest is allowed as deduction if the loan is taken for acquisition. Acquisition means what? Purchase. Acquisition, construction, repair, renovation, reconstruction. இந்த 5 பர்பஸ்ல இருந்து ஏதோ ஒரு பர்பஸ்க்காக லோன் வாங்கியிருந்தா interest allowed as deduction. Unpaid purchase price can also be treated as loan. For example, A and B are there. There is a house. A has purchased this house from B, okay, for 1 crore rupees. But A is giving only 40 lakh rupees to B, and A is telling balance 60 lakhs. I will pay you later along with interest. இப்போ என்னால 60 lakhs கட்ட முடியாது, ஒரு வருஷம் கழிச்சு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டோட நான் கட்டிடுறேன், ஓகேவா? This 60 lakhs is what? This is unpaid purchase price. இதுக்கு மேல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தா that interest also allowed as deduction. Okay, then if a loan is taken to repay the above loan, even interest on that loan is allowed as deduction. நிறைய தடவை என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, கனரா பேங்க்ல ஒரு ஹவுசிங் லோன் இருக்கு, எஸ்பிஐல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கம்மியா கிடைக்குது, ஸோ எஸ்பிஐல இருந்து லோன் வாங்கி கனரா பேங்க் லோன் கட்டிடுவாங்க, ஓகேவா? ஸோ திஸ் எஸ்பிஐல இருந்து லோன் வாங்கியிருக்காங்கல்ல, அதோட இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆல்சோ allowed as deduction. Then interest can be taken from anyone. நான் வெறும் பேங்க் கிட்ட போயிட்டு தான் லோன் வாங்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. The loan can be taken from anyone. ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட கூட லோன் வாங்கலாம், யார்கிட்ட வேணா லோன் வாங்கலாம், அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தா allowed as deduction. ஓகே, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆன் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் நாட் allowed as deduction. நான் பிரின்சிபல் லேட்டா கட்டுறேன், லேட்டா கட்டுறதுனால எனக்கு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்ட வேண்டியது வருது. This extra interest is because of a penal nature, hence it will not be allowed as deduction, because the government wants to encourage the taxpayer to pay on time. Next, interest is allowed on accrual basis, okay va? Municipal taxes fully on payment basis, interest only on accrual basis, only on accrual basis. So if interest is payable, it will be allowed as deduction. It does not matter whether it is actually paid or not. Next, if loan is taken outside India, TDS should be deducted. TDS deduct பண்ணல and அவங்க ஏஜென்ட் இந்தியால இல்லைன்னா டிடக்ஷன் கிடைக்காது, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டிடக்ஷன் கிடைக்காது. லோன் இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியில இருந்து வாங்கியிருக்குன்னா டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்கணும், டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்கல அண்ட் யார்கிட்ட லோன் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க அவங்களோட ஏஜென்ட் இந்தியால இல்லைன்னா டிடக்ஷன் கிடையாது. ஓகே, now limit of interest. LOP DLOP, let out property deemed to be let out property, எவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வேணா டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ணிக்கலாம். How much interest is paid, that much interest can be claimed as deduction under 24B. However, for SOP, self-occupied property, first and foremost 115 BAC you cannot claim deduction at all. Other than 115 BAC, that means normal scheme la maximum 30,000 rupees da deduction, maximum 30,000. However, if 4 conditions are satisfied, this limit of 30,000 will become 2 lakhs. 30,000 will become 2 lakhs. What are the 4 conditions? The loan should be for the purpose of purchase or construction. Purchase or construction. Repair, renovation, reconstruction ah irundha interest maximum 30,000 தான் allowed. Purchase or construction க்கு loan வாங்கி இருந்தா 2 lakhs வரைக்கும் allowed. Loan should be taken on or after 1/4/1999. 1/4/1999 க்கு முன்னாடி லோன் எடுத்தா 30,000 allowed, அதுக்கப்புறம் எடுத்தா 2 lakhs. Then construction இருந்தா construction should be completed within 5 years from the end of the year in which loan was taken. So for example, if I take the loan on 31/3 வேண்டா 31/10 வெச்சுக்கலாம், 31/10/2022, then come to the end of the year. What is the end of the year? 31/3/23. இங்க இருந்து 5 years, 4 5 6 7 8, 31/3 31/3/28. If I am taking a loan for construction, if I am taking loan on 31/10/2022, it means I should complete the construction within 31/3/2028. If I don't complete the construction, no interest is allowed. Or sorry, 30,000 the maximum allowed, 2 lakhs not allowed. Then certificate of interest from loan provider. ஸோ யார் லோன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்களோ அவங்க ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட் கொடுக்கணும் தட் நான் வந்து இவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து வாங்கியிருக்கேன். ஓகே, ஸோ இஃப் ஐ எம் டேக்கிங் அ ஹவுசிங் லோன் ஃப்ரம் ஸ்டேட் பேங்க் ஆஃப் இந்தியா, I should take a interest certificate from State Bank in which they will mention that this much amount of interest I have paid them. Okay, if all the four conditions satisfied, இது வந்து and எல்லாமே and. If all the four conditions satisfied, then only 2 lakhs. ஏதோ ஒன்று கூட satisfy பண்ணலன்னா 30,000 தான் maximum limit. Okay, now this 2 lakh rupee or 30,000 rupee limit is per person, not per property. Okay, per person வந்து எப்படினா, for example Mr. X is there, he is having ரெண்டு SOP வச்சிருக்காங்க, SOP 1, SOP 2, ரெண்டுக்குமே condition satisfy ஆகுது. 2 lakhs maximum amount limit இருக்கு. So for this the limit is 2 lakhs. For second SOP also limit is 2 lakhs. Total limit how much? 2 lakhs. Only 2 lakhs. This 2 lakh limit is there, no? Property க்கும் அதே limit, person க்கும் அதே limit. Hence ரெண்டு SOP வச்சா 4 லட்சம் claim பண்ண முடியாது, ரெண்டு தான் maximum claim பண்ண முடியும். சார் இங்க வந்து 30,000 இருக்கு first SOP க்கு, second SOP க்கு 2 lakhs இருக்கு. In such case இந்த லிமிட்டும் satisfy பண்ணணும் and maximum 2 lakh லிமிட்டும் satisfy பண்ணணும். புரியுதா? For the first property 30,000 is the limit, second property 2 lakhs is the limit. So total individually also you have to satisfy the limit, combined also you have to satisfy the limit. So I hope you are clear. Now last concept for today, interest for pre-construction or pre-acquisition period. வெக்ஸைட்டிங்களா? நாளைக்கு எடுத்துக்கலாமா இல்லை எடுத்துக்கலாமா? பிரச்சனை இல்லைல்ல? ஓகே, லாஸ்ட் கான்செப்ட், interest for pre-construction or pre-acquisition period. Pre-construction or pre-acquisition means what? See, listen here. House property income itself will start when there is a house property. House property இல்லைன்னா இன்கமே வராது, இன்கமே இல்லைன்னா டிடக்ஷன் கிளைம் பண்ண முடியாது. கரெக்ட்? ஆனா சப்போஸ் நான் வந்து கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனுக்காக லோன் வாங்கியிருந்தேன், ஸோ அந்த கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் முடிகிறப்போ தானே வீடு வரும், will come into existence. Okay, before that whatever interest I was paying will be called as pre-construction interest. ஓகேவா? அதோட டிடக்ஷன் கிடைக்குமா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் கிடைக்கும். பட் எப்படி கிடைக்கும்? In 5 equal annual installments, and that is also included in the limit. Let me tell. For example, I took a loan for this house property on 1/10/2016. 1/10/2016 ல வந்து loan வாங்க. Then 31/7/2022 ல வந்து house property constructed. House property constructed. And 31/3/2023 வரைக்கும் I have not even repaid 1 rupee. Let us assume I have not repaid anything. Okay, I am just paying interest month on month. So let's say till 31/3/22 I paid an interest of 4 lakhs. Between 31/3/22 and 31/7/2022 I paid interest of 25,000, and between 31/7/2022 and 31/3/2023 I paid interest of 35,000. இப்போ pre-acquisition or pre-construction interest is the interest before the year in which the acquisition or construction got complete. Before the year in which, okay, acquisition or construction got complete. It means what? Listen here. Construction எப்போ complete ஆச்சு? 31st July. 31st July க்கு முன்னாடி பே பண்ண இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து ப்ரீ கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் நோ. Because from the year
இயர்னு கொடுத்துருக்கு. தட் இஸ் வை இட் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். It means what? Only this 4 lakh rupees pre-construction interest, even though this 25,000 was received was paid before the construction, still it will be considered as current year interest only, not pre-construction interest. எந்த வருஷத்துல construction இல்ல acquisition complete ஆச்சோ அந்த வருஷத்தோட interest will not be considered as pre-acquisition or pre-construction. அந்த வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி பே பண்ண இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் மட்டும்தான் ப்ரீ அக்விசிஷன் ஆர் ப்ரீ கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன். ஸோ இதில் வந்து எம்சிக்யூ எல்லாம் வரும் டு கன்ஃபியூஸ் யூ, பட் யூ ஷுட் நாட் கெட் கன்ஃபியூஸ்ட். ஸோ 25,000 35,000 both put together 60,000 is the normal interest. 4 lakhs is the pre-construction interest. So normal interest வந்து subject to 30,000 or 2 lakh limit will be allowed during the year. அதை தவிர 4 lakhs will also be allowed as deduction, but it will be allowed in 5 equal annual installments. So 4 lakh divided by 5 is equal to 80,000. So வருஷ வருஷமா 80,000 வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ணலாம். ஆனா அந்த 2 lakhs லிமிட்ல வந்து இந்த 80,000 சேர்க்கணும். ஓகேவா? This 2 lakhs also includes that 80,000. So 60,000 plus 80,000 is how much? 1,40,000. This will be allowed as deduction subject to the limit of 30,000 or 2 lakhs as the case may be. LOP DLOP இருந்தா fully allowed. Okay, fully allowed means full 1,40,000 allowed, but LOP DLOP இருந்தாலும் 5 equal annual installment தான் பண்ணணும். புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? So this is the concept of interest. With this basics of house property வந்து we have completed. நாளைக்கு மார்னிங் ஹவுஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி பேசிக்ஸ் திருப்பி ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் பார்க்கலாம். அதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லா ஸ்பெஷல் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் டக்குன்னு முடிச்சிடலாம். நவ் வி வில் வைண்ட் அப் திஸ் கிளாஸ். வீட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு மெமரைஸ் த எக்ஸம்ஷன்ஸ் அண்ட் மற்றபடி வந்து டாக்ஸ் ரேட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. பட் டாக்ஸ் ரேட்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு ஞாபகம் இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகேவா? எக்ஸம்ஷன்ஸ் மட்டும் பை ஹார்ட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. அண்ட் கொஸ்டின் ஆன்சர் முடிஞ்சா நீங்க ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ரெஸ்ட் எடுங்க. நாளைக்கு ஃப்ரெஷ் மைண்டோட. ஓகேவா? see you in the next class. Bye bye. Thank you. அவருக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து ரிகவர் பண்ணிடுவோம். ஸோ அதனால வந்து இதுக்கு வந்து அப்ரூவல் பேசிஸ் டிடக்ஷன் அதான். ஈவன் பிஜிபிடியில் மோஸ்ட் டிடக்ஷன்